stand in a category by yourself.
Gotcha. Okay.
I feel like this is a category by yourself. You are the number one 3-point shooter in the history of the NBA.
So is number 3. So is number 3,000.
Stand in the category
hit
by
3,000. You know, so it's one of those situations where, like I said, like I feel like there's no wrong answer. And I'm not like a sports collectible memorabilia guy, so I can't, I don't have any historical, what I'm saying, evidence or whatever. But come on, bro, like nobody's hit 3K ever. I mean,
wait, 3,000 back. Wait, we talk about 3,000 3-pointers.
Yes, because he'll hit. Because what's he at? 2974 now.
Nobody's ever done 3,000 3-pointers. He's gonna be the original Mr. 3,000.
Yeah, so he'll hit. This is Steph Curry. He'll hit 3,000 before the end of January. Like, so
yeah, hell yeah.
Like, which ball? Like like 3,000, bro. So I'm like, which ball is gonna be worth more? Not like I'm gonna have enough to buy either one, but still, like.
Yeah, and that's a great question. I don't know. That's definitely for something if everybody else answers, because
I think his last one is the most expensive. That one and his last one and his first one. If you got his first one, his last one, and the record breaker is the most expensive. But the last one's probably the most expensive.
The last 3-pointer he ever hits.
Yep. If you hold on to it. You know what I mean? But right now, I don't know, like the Barry Bonds 70th home run is worth more than his last home run he hit as a Giant.
Oh, yeah.
70, that one's worth it. So that ball is going to be the one for sure as it grows.
But you saying Bionic, because he need 20 something before January? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, he just need 20 something. Period. Like he just need 27 threes.
I mean, that one's gonna be worth money too. Like any one of those big numbers. Like if you could say this is 3,000, this is 3,500. Those are those is numbers. Those is great numbers to have.
Yeah.
But not like having the record breaker one. That's a big one.
I'm just saying he's gonna set that bar so far, bro. That this I don't know whoever is gonna catch him.
Well,
because he got another good 4 or 5 years left in him.
I mean, we say that. We say that, but the game has evolved. You know what I'm saying?
But he's the one who evolved it.
No, you're right.
Who evolved it. You know what I'm saying?
You're right. But what I'm saying is he is the one that evolved it, and that's why I keep trying to tell people that Steph Curry is more influential to the game of basketball than LeBron James because he evolved the game. However, because the three-pointer is such a big part of the game now, and it has evolved, I do think somebody will come along. It's a big deal because he's the one that made it. But if we look at people like Trey and some of these other cats coming up, you know what I mean? Like I do think.
What's that? Hold on, that's a point. But what's his pace? Like, is Trey on pace? I mean, that's the thing. Is he on pace to?
No, I'm not necessarily saying. I'm not saying it's going to be Trey. But what I'm saying is because this is the way that the game is going, it's possible. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying this shit gonna happen in the next 5, and then within a player drafted in the next 5 years or so. But I do think it's possible because this is the direction the game is going.
Well, my rebuttal to that is usually when you have somebody that's a prospect for that position, you can usually see it coming before it happens. Ain't no prospects. And that's why we didn't see it'll ever happen.
We didn't see it with Steph before it happened. Because I mean,
we knew he was a shooter when he left college.
Well, we knew he was a shooter.
Knew he was a shooter.
We knew he was a shooter. We didn't know he was a shooter, but we didn't know this was going to happen. Like I make a joke. So I went to North Carolina Central, right? HBCU and whatnot, right? Okay. We played Davidson. We played Steph Curry. That nigga only had 18 points, bro. Like it ain't like we Duke or we UNC or something like that. So I make that joke like Steph Curry great and all, but that nigga only scored 18 on us. Fuck that nigga. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
well, let me put it this way then. Let me put it this way. Mikal Bridges. Okay. We don't see him being the greatest shooter like that, right? Who else can shoot other than Steph? Clay. We don't see that coming out of Clay.
Injury.
Right? Who else is a great 3-point?
James Harden. Understood. Right there. But James Harden, he's not far behind.
I'm saying, look, Look at all the other 3-point
Man,
shooters.
I don't know, Earl, man. I don't know about
you
Yo,
don't
James
see
Harden,
right.
Yo, literally, James Harden's like 5 threes behind Reggie Miller. You could look that
Yeah,
up.
but he ain't gonna catch Steph though.
Yo, honestly,
but we don't see that potential though.
James Harden has a game where he could play till he's 40 just shooting threes.
And
man, if he stay out the kitchen, maybe.
And to back up what Earl's saying, to fuck with people, when you look at that list,
I can't believe we have this conversation.
Like,
I'd put money on that. I'd put money on that. He won't catch it.
Like,
no, I'm not saying he will, but I'm adding another perspective to this.
Put it on. Let's go.
Y'all realize? Do y'all really realize that Vince Carter is a top 10 3-point shooter all time?
That might make me disrespect the position.
No, I didn't know that.
I might disrespect the position a little bit.
When you think Vince Carter, you think dunking on everybody. Go look at all-time 3-point stats. Vince Carter is like number 9, bro.
I hate
Hold on, let me get my Knox on real quick.
Forever.
Vince Carter is number 9.
Hold on, Knox. I got this, Knox. Don't do it, bro. I got
this. Knox already doing it. Knox already looking it up, bro. Knox, hey, bro, you late, Rush. Knox is on it. Knox is like, yeah, I got this, bro. Don't worry about it. I'm looking it up. Right?
Nobody thinks Vince Carter and 3-pointer in the same sentence, bro.
Nobody. And that's why I said I don't want to disrespect the position, B. Because that's not like, I feel like just because he did it, just because he's there, doesn't mean he deserves to be there, man. He ain't the game's on the line, we're going to give it to Vince for 3.
Oh, my bad.
For sure.
Y'all, I lied. Vince Carter is not number 9.
Here's my perspective.
He's number 6.
Okay, here's my perspective. What? If I don't know anything about a subject, I don't speak on it. Sports, I don't know shit.
Well, listen. Let's play a song in the meantime. I don't want to disrespect the position, man.
Look, top 10. Steph, Ray,
we
Reggie.
Don't know, man. We don't know. Like I said, somebody will step their game up, man, and just start ringing them threes. You never know, man.
Here you go. It's Steph, number 1, Ray, Reggie, James Harden, Kyle Korver, Vince Carter, Jason Terry, Jamal Crawford, Paul Pierce, Damian Lillard. That's your top 10.
I got a different list.
Lillard's still there too.
I got Reggie Miller, Kyle Korver, Kevin Durant, Drazen Petrovic, James Harden, Glenn Rice.
Are we talking about percentage?
Wait,
we talking about
we're talking about total threes, ain't we?
Yeah, you can't have Ray at number 1 anymore on your list.
It says
Steph
Reggie.
Just broke the record. Yeah, I think you're looking at another list, Head Rush.
That must be.
It says Sport News. Yeah, it says it right here, bro. Here, hold on. Let me turn it around for you.
Wait,
all the more reasons why you can't believe everything on the goddamn computer.
Hey, tell it.
I can't believe Reggie. I mean, where did Vince Carter come from? Anyway, maybe I've been.
Man.
Vince played 1,500 games, so to Steph Curry's 790.
Yeah,
that's why I say, bro, he ain't nobody gonna touch that record because if you gonna say Harden, you might as well say Kyle Korver too. Then you know what I'm saying?
Look at the math, man. He don't touch it.
No, right? Kyle Korver ain't even playing no more. James Harden still dropped 27 a game, bro. Yo, listen, he has the body to where he could play till 40. I hope that Steph stays healthy, but between those ankle injuries and whatnot, he may not play till
I'll put
40,
money
bro.
on it. I'll put a G on it.
Harden may
I'll put a rack on it, Earl. I'll put a rack
on
it, Earl.
He said, "Hey, Raven said he gonna put a rack on it." Earl.
I can't speak on nobody's health, but Harden might see something as a record to go for. In the
Earl,
game.
I will say this.
I'll put a rack on it.
I will say this.
If Harden stays till he's 40, bro.
Wait a minute. Do you think so how many more years does
he called you out, Earl?
How many more years do you see Steph in the league, and how many more?
At least 4 or 5.
I'm saying maybe 6, 7.
I mean, even 6.
James Harden is younger than Steph.
Not James. James got more games played than Steph, though. James got more mileage on his legs and stuff. So James has played over 900 games. Steph hasn't even played 8.
He's less injury prone, though.
I'm just saying, I got a rack on it, Earl. By the time they're done, Steph will still have the record.
You can have that. Ain't none of them women.
Yeah. New fire.
Fire. That shit was fire. Who was that?
Busta Rhymes and Snoop Dogg.
Dr. Dre.
Who started it? They were the last two, but who started it?
That's all Dre's. That's all Dre's. The video game. He got about what 6-7 joints.
Grand Theft Auto joint. The
Grand Theft Auto. Yeah.
And another one just dropped today with Nip and Ty Dolla $ign too.
Yeah, I was gonna send that too. I got the whole thing. I have it up on Digi by the end of the day.
Man, why does Grand Theft Auto always have the best soundtrack?
Because
it's crazy.
They true to what knowing what they need. Like essentially, like, okay, when you think EA Sports or you think the 2K joints, they want sports themed joints or they want anthemic shit. And some anthemic shit is miss. It's just straight misses. You know what I mean? But when it comes down to Grand Theft Auto, they want the streets. They want the sound of the streets. They want the sound of the hood. They're not worried about the club. They want some just gutter ass, ride ass shit. And then they got the hit
ride
shit.
Around.
Yeah, they got some hit shits. That's what the 80s channel is for. Like, and they do it for everybody. It's not just hip hop. Like they got country stations on that bitch.
Yeah.
Like, so
they cater to everybody.
Grand Theft is for the people, bro.
And
so essentially, and then they like, I ain't even gonna lie. Like, I'm a big gamer, right? And when that Grand Theft came out, after I beat it, I played the online mode, and then I was like, all right, this shit getting too repetitious, and I sold it. And then like a month after I sold it, they started doing that monthly drop, and I was mad as fuck. To now, like that game been out fucking 2-3 years, and they still dropping new content and new music. Like, bruh, Grand Theft is on it, bruh.
So one thing I'm gonna say on behalf of that is, like, I was actually talking to Bionic yesterday, and I was explaining to him, like, you know, the beauty of what's about to occur is that these games that we've been playing, whatever, whether it's on your phone or you got a console at home or whatever, most of these games in the next 2-3 years, within that time frame, some are going to happen faster than others, they're going to turn into play to earn games, where you're going to play these games and you're going to earn money based on your progress or you beating somebody. And you're starting to see it now with Axie Infinity and Citus NFT and all of these games that are happening. Like, that was one of the beautiful things again about going out to Miami and going to the tech part of the art experience or whatever. They had all these new play to earn games. Back to Dr. Dre though. I'm happy to hear Dr. Dre. I feel like Dr. Dre is a national treasure. This dude, when he really puts he got so many records, yo. He got so many records that he's just like, yeah, super perfectionist. I'm not even mad at him for that shit. Because that shit right there with Anderson .Paak on his shit, Dre, Snoop, then I hear Busta Rhymes come out of nowhere. Then I felt like I heard the game in there a little bit too. I wasn't really sure because Busta Rhymes did not mention on that track Swerve. I didn't even know he came out of nowhere.
I thought that was Game too, man, but I think Game might have wrote that. You know, we know Dre gets people to write for him. I'm thinking Game must have wrote that because that's who I initially thought it was too, was Game.
Yeah, I did too, man. I did too, and then it's in that Game caliber, so Game probably did write it.
Yeah, there's a possibility.
But look here, shout out to the pandemic for pushing people back outside, because I ain't seen Dre out here this much in years.
That's like
he's
dealing with
single
everywhere.
again. He's single again. Come on.
Yeah, he was dealing
with
that
too. That's true. That's true
getting
too.
back to it. Come on.
That's just true.
I think
he out here frosty with the goatee and everything.
You know what I'm saying? This fool taking selfies, divorced as fuck. Come on.
Don't you find it ironic? Like, boom, he just about a week ago, it's kind of strategy in a sense. Like he posted, you know what I'm saying, Divorce is final, and then next thing you got new music. It seems kind of like strategy. Like, okay, we not gonna release nothing until this is final, and he probably called the shots on, like letting them know over there at the company, like, yo, until I get this over with, then we'll release it and do it and the rollout, and that's the whole marketing and strategy of all this. So it's kind of funny
that's how it should
that
be.
played out.
No, I mean that's how it should be. Like essentially, man, like I tell any and everybody else, like if you got some fucked up shit going on in your life, figure out a way to flip that shit and make money off of it. Figure out a way to flip that shit into, something that works for you and works on your behalf. And that's exactly what the fuck he did. Look, I got this divorce. I'm in the media. Everybody's noses is in my business. How do I capitalize on that shit? You know what I'm saying?
I think Drake really did it with Rockstar though. With Rockstar, with Grand Theft Auto, because it actually the contract mission dropped today, like at 3 o'clock this morning. So with that drop this morning, so they Drake basically this was something that's been in the making for almost like 2 to 3 years. And Drake also had new content back last October with Rockstar. So Dre been working with Rockstar for a minute. So, just like I said, it's good content, good music he been working on. And it just came out with perfect timing with good artists.
And let's keep it 100, bro. We should all know and understand that the same way that we talk about Prince's catalog and his, you know what I'm saying, like how Prince's vault is probably insane with unreleased shit. Mm-hmm. Can you imagine what Dre's vault is?
It's probably dope. It's probably just stacked with a lot. I mean, it's just like any artist got like tons of unreleased music because
we're not talking about artists though here. Like we're talking about Dre, like the premier producer. So I'm talking about, bruh, we probably got Jay-Z fucking unreleased, ghostwritten references, fucking Nas joints, Rakim joints.
Man,
you know what I'm saying? 50
for 20 years.
I'm gonna say this, man. Last night, a company called One Of did they took a Whitney Houston song that was made when she was 17, right? They put it up as an exclusive One Of NFT, meaning like there's only one person gonna have, this song's we're gonna turn it into an NFT. We're gonna make it available so only one person can own it. And they did a auction for it yesterday, pretty much. The song raised it raised $999,000 on the dot within I'm gonna say around a 20-hour period. They made $1 million on selling one exclusive song that nobody heard before as an NFT in less than a 24-hour period.
And who did
that?
It
had some digital packet with it too, I think. Like a digital story about it or something.
Couple of pictures and all that.
It was an NFT.
One Of did that. Oneof.com or oneofnft.com is the website.
But who was the artist? What was the song?
Whitney Houston. It was an unreleased Whitney Houston song that nobody heard.
That makes sense.
And my point is that I'm saying that a guy like Dr. Dre, this is where this NFT, I'm going back into this crypto and NFT shit on how it relates, because a guy like Dr. Dre doesn't have, like, this guy could literally do that for
the rest of his life.
10 records. And could you imagine how much you think a Dr. Dre record from 1988? I'm talking about a joint with him and Eazy-E and all of that. I'm not talking about Eminem and Snoop, and I'm talking about.
Hey, but by the way, Death Row do have an NFT though. Death Row got NFTs out, so right now they got like several of them sitting out, but everyone can just try to purchase and buy them.
I'm talking about
CL talking about like Boys in the Hood. CL referring to like that first copy of Boys in the Hood that never got put on the album.
I'm saying
they got one song, then they got a remix.
I'm saying from then to now, this guy can literally change how music. I mean, it's gonna happen. I'm just telling y'all examples of what people are doing out here and taking that content and then finding ways to monetize it way beyond. I'm talking about one record, for $1 million, or if you say I'm gonna make this available for, I don't know, 100,000 people at $100 each. You know what I'm saying? Like 10 million. You feel me? Like there's so many ways to flip it. But
Yo, CL, you should play that Poison joint since you in that whole topic. The last joint is kind of what we see what people think about that.
Yo, man, on the cool though, man, I think that's the reason why that Black Star album hadn't came out yet. Is because I think most is waiting. He's waiting for this shit to really pop off to where they can really get paid from it, because he doesn't believe in all that streaming shit. Now, I definitely understand him. And when it gets to the point to where because I was having this conversations, I actually brought you guys up with that lady that was in here, that Raymond brought in here last week. I was talking to some people last week, and I was telling them, we was all talking about NFTs and crypto and all that stuff. And I was like, when it becomes user friendly, what I mean by that is like everybody's doing it in the same way that our grandmas can get on social media and use social media. When NFTs become like that, where everybody's using it, I think that's when you're going to get albums like that Black Star and shit like that, to where they know they can make money off of that shit instead of.
But I also feel like when it becomes user friendly, it's going to be too late.
That's exactly.
Absolutely, no doubt.
And I don't mean that like it's never too late, but technically speaking, by the time it becomes user friendly, like you're behind the curve. Like it's high risk, high reward type shit at this point.
Yeah, yes and no, but I think that could give the potential where we could like feel like we physically own something again. You know, think of like vinyls, think of like cassettes and CDs, and that's what I think was so great about like, you know, like the idea that like when we got it, it was ours. You know what I mean? Like the streaming shit, you know what I mean? Like it's just so out there. Like, you know, when you in a vibe, like, or if you own that NFT, like you physically, like it's yours.
Own that shit.
And on top of that, me too. I agree with Raymond on that. I'm like, I've been waiting to figure out what's going to be the thing to bring it back to, like, there's no more cheating. To me, like, streaming is cheating. You know what I mean? Like, that shit is just like, I heard this because I went to go stream, and then, like, you don't even want to listen to it no more. And I always have felt like when you put your money down on something, you appreciate it more. But when it's just there, like a buffet, you don't appreciate it like that. And I was like, what's going to be that thing for music that brings people back to appreciating music again? So hopefully that's what it is.
Well, the problem, part of that, and, you know, I'm speaking on personal experience right now with this damn Christmas album shit. Mm-hmm. Like, part of that shit is convenience, right? So, yeah, I had my album up for sale the week before it dropped on streaming. Bruh, my sales are trash. And, you know, I'm promoting. But the minute it came up on streaming, oh, bro, I got it over here. Oh, bro, I got it over here. Oh, I'm streaming it here. Oh, I'm listening to it over here. And it's like, bro, like my album, like if you would have bought it, it's $5 or name your price after that. So, you know, some people are copping it for $5, some people are copping it for $20. But it's the 4 records for the EP, the instrumentals and the acapellas. On streaming, it's just the fucking songs.
Yeah, but see that goes back to what me and Raymond was saying though. Like that's why with the whole user-friendly aspect of whatever this NFT thing is going to be, it might not even be NFTs by the time it pops off, but whatever it is, it's going to become, you know, regular, everyday. Like when we would go into a store and buy records, like it wasn't. We knew that's just what you did, and I'm waiting for something that like is what we did, but it's going to give more value to music. And I mean, whatever it's going to be convenient for everybody because everybody's going to be doing the same thing. But this streaming thing is just cutting out too many legs, man.
Well,
it's
the thing
convenient,
about it
but
is,
it cuts out too many.
Yeah, no, but like I said, the thing about it is now is like I said, even with this convenience aspect of things, it's like I've seen certain people flip shit to where they're like, hey, I'm dropping exclusive vinyl. Mm-hmm. Well, vinyl isn't mobile. And vinyl, you have to be sitting still in your house and have a record player. You know what I mean? Like, it's good. It's a collector's piece. It sounds good. You know what I'm saying? Like, it can put you in the vibe, whatever. But you can't take that vinyl out. So, yes, it is cherished. But at the same time, it's not put, like, you still have to have another medium to have it out here. And I had somebody ask me the other day, hey, can you burn me a CD of your stuff? Bro, I just bought a new computer last year. That shit ain't got no CD burner on it.
But bro, To be honest,
that's that new shit though.
That ideology, right, is fine until you start doing shows, and a lot of your consumers are asking you for hand-to-hand physicals. When I went out on the road to Hamilton's, bro, I sold 3 spindles worth of CDs, bro. Hand to hand.
My thing is always have it. Always have it.
But here's my thing. Here's what I'm saying. We're talking about ownership, right? Because when I buy that NFT of your song, I own it, right?
Right.
And when I own it, I can sort of do what I want with it. So that's a beautiful thing about an NFT. If I own it, I can say, all right, well, I'm going to make some copies of it. Maybe I can resell it the way I want. You know, if I want to create like, you know, some stems from it, and I want to sell like the loops or whatever the case is, I can. Well, I don't know if you could do that, but I could definitely, like, you know, with this Whitney Houston, somebody said, you know, it came with a pack.
That's a negative, my guy. That's a negative.
No, but I could do this. I could do like with that pack, right? If I buy the NFT and I get the artwork now and I own the art with it as well. Yes,
no, you don't. You don't own the intellectual property rights.
It depends on the project. So this is why Bored Apes is the #1 or blew up, because they allow you to own your internet. So when you buy a Bored Ape, you actually do own that actual image. They're like one of the only ones that have done it, but they're the ones that are blowing up. So I can reproduce napkins, t-shirts, hats, whatever I want of that actual piece. Now,
so check this out. Let me give y'all a big key for NFTs and for everything else as far as intellectual property. A copyright lasts the artist's life plus 70 years. All right. So you can go back in history and you can find any artist that died 71 years ago. You can use their stuff without paying anybody royalty free.
If they don't come and renew that, though, if they don't have a team that comes to renew it.
You can't renew it.
Trust me. Yes, you can.
So for instance, like the Bible.
Knox.
So if you look at like the Bible can't be copywritten because it's too old. If you look at like Renaissance painting, they can't be copywritten. They're too old. So if you took a Renaissance painting and you put it in NFT, which I've done, you can legally do that. I'm just telling you, that's all types of content. So you can go to the National Library Hall of Congress and you can look up all the free art on the internet and download extremely high quality of stuff that you can use royalty free. That's a fact.
What I'm saying is your copyright, you're right. It's a 70-year span. But if there is a family member or a team, they can renew that copyright to where people like you or me can't use it. That can happen. But if they don't renew it because it's 70 years, because that's a long time, yes, it will be user free for everybody to use. But someone can come in and renew it after 70 years.
I'm pretty sure that was put in. Look into it right now and let you know.
Yes, that was put in the 1996 the Telecommunications Act of 1996. That's where all of that came from in the first place.
Well,
are you talking about the TCPA?
Let's play a song because I know we're gonna go back and forth.
Protection Act.
Hold on.
Say again.
I know we're about to go back and forth on this topic. I ain't mad at it.
Well, yeah. Let me just ask this question. See, let me just
go ahead.
Are you talking about the TCPA Act, the Telephone Consumer Protection Act?
The Telecommunications Act of 1996. The Telecommunications Act of 1996.
All right, let's play 2 records. Come back. Got a good debate about intellectual property popping. All right. New music. Again, shout out to DJ Swerve on this one. Aaliyah featuring The Weeknd. The record's called Poison. So shout out to Aaliyah. Where's that from, Swerve? Is this like a single that they're releasing for Aaliyah, or is it a soundtrack record? Like, where's it from?
Digging in my goodie bag. I guess it's hers. They have an artwork and everything. I don't know exactly where it's from.
Okay.
But
fair enough. All right, while we on the new music tip, let me play this other record too. Get an opinion on this. Yeah, taste of a new record. Artist called Kyle. The song's called Perfect. Heard it earlier today and was like, all right, it's something different. It could blow. I don't know. It just has something that stuck out about it for me.
Is that like West Coast Kyle?
I don't know. KYLE.
Yeah, he goes by Super Duper Kyle on Instagram.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
He just went.
Okay, so
he just went independent.
so I want to go back to answering this question. I've done
Hold on,
research.
Knox. We're talking about the song real quick though.
Yeah,
real quick. But
Sorry.
yeah. I guess that's Kyle. Yeah, I don't know. What are y'all thoughts?
I mean, he's been slowly making the play like to top 40 radio. So that's, I mean, like, it's not a bad joint. It's one of those ones that you're going to hear like Christmas shopping and shit in the background and be like, you know what I mean?
I'm a weirdo. I like it.
Yeah. Like I said, it's catchy. It's catchy.
Definitely got that
That's one.
Chris Brown vibe.
It definitely
It's
fired
that-
in Vegas. You know,
Yeah,
here in
It's
Vegas.
that
That's one
He
of them
got
things
that
I can see
Daft
myself
Punk
doing a
sample.
John Travolta dance to.
now he got that Daft Punk sample back there. So I do
Yeah.
think that, some of those Daft Punk fans will I think that's gonna set up a new market for him.
Well, I couldn't even tell that was Daft Punk.
So, yeah, we got our
great.
guest on.
So they're going commercial.
First guest.
Yeah.
Blase Blah, what up?
Yeah.
We got our
What's
first
up?
guest on. We got our first
Like
guest
that.
with even guys on. We got Blase Blah for those that don't know who Blase Blah is. You need to dig in your crates. Dig in your crates.
Blase Blah has emerged.
Yeah, blase. That's what I was going to say. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Blase Blah has emerged.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. East New York, right?
East New York, Brooklyn, man.
Yes, sir. Brooklyn, Brooklyn, New York native. You know what I'm saying? Welcome to Digiwaxx New Music Wednesdays. You know what I'm saying? See, I'm sorry. Kinda. Your mic is muted too, by the way. Can't hear you.
My mic?
No, CL.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah,
It's
my
the
bad,
CEO right here, CL Llewellyn.
Oh, that's my guy right there. See, what up? It's been a minute, man.
It's been a long time, man. How you been, man?
I've been blessed. See, I've been real blessed, man. Everything is good, man.
Yeah, that's what we like to hear, man. And first of all, we've been listening. Shout out to Swerve, because Swerve has been keeping us up on your joints and just every time you drop something, you're like, yo, I got a new Blase joint, it's just good to hear you just keep on going and making music from the heart. A lot of times it's easy to like to say, you know what, I used to do that. Salute the rappers that do that. This is what it is.
Right.
It's music for life, So yeah, man, how's everything in Brooklyn, man?
I think, see, this is like beyond like ongoing thing. I reinvented it. I'm reinvigorated. You know what I'm saying? It's like me starting all over again, man. The energy's there. Brooklyn streets. I'm in the club. I just did like SOBs. I was a packed house. Brooklyn got a vibe and got an energy that's going on, man, and it's really motivating me to do something totally different. Like the single I got out right now, this is just the start of it, man. You're gonna hear some real passionate music that's coming out from me, man.
Dope, man. I guess we should just get right into it. I don't mind, but we'll come back with a few questions. Let's just get into it. Actually, tell us about this song real quick before I play it. Just give us a little bit of a background on the song.
Well, it's like me, to the heart, to the core of me, what I am is about representing my hood. Representing Brooklyn, representing East New York. Initially coming in the game when the East is in the house, that's what it was about. It wasn't really about even representing the East Coast as much as it was representing East New York. So it kind of developed into an East Coast anthem, but it was really about Brooklyn. It was about East New York. And that's my core principle. That's like the foundation of my music. Everything else is built on top of that. But that's what this song is about. It's like a reset button. It's talking about my hood. That's East New York, Brooklyn, which is the only hood in Brooklyn right now that's kind of remaining what it was. From 10 years. New York changed so much. So you know how it is in Harlem. You know what I'm saying? You see the changes. But Brooklyn kind of stayed. East New York kind of stayed the same in a lot of ways. You even got Brownsville that changed a lot. You know what I'm saying?
I was just gonna say, yeah. Brownsville is different now. I see it switching over. They already they got Bushwick. That's like
right.
Bushwick.
Good thing. I just did a show in Bushwick, man, and it was crazy.
It was a lot artsy vibe. The artsy vibe was crazy. So I enjoyed it. So it's not even in a negative sense, but it's just like a classic, you know, when you want like a classic feel right now, East New York is still giving you that classic feel, not even music wise, just if you hit the streets, you still got the bodegas still popping. Poppy got the bodegas. You still got cats walking on the bread in the bodegas. You know, you know, so you kind of got that, you got that kind of feel, man. And so I kind of want to put that into the music and you know, give people in East New York something to be proud about, you know.
Dope. All right, well, let's get into it. This is Blase. I love East New York. Let's go.
Jungles of the East, that's our home. It's like over our head is a protective dome. Blase. I love East New York. Them cops be chasing. I love East New York. Ain't no replacing. I love East New York. We build and destroying. I love East New York. And life we still enjoying. Now I get to spit. Violence is a universal language and I'm very articulate. You really in my lane, feel the pain, reptilian brain. I'm from the East, I'm still in the game. Think y'all the same? Bring them all. Around here, niggas rob their mom's Kingdom Hall. Lord made the devil, people pardon me. Look all this money, even evils guard me. Train stop Van Sickling. So many men pissing on the corner. I know I'm immune to. Went around the world, did good as a rhymer. Came back, took my girl to Lindenwood Diner. Firearm got reach, but I'm calm on the street. Gotta go to parents' house, fix my mom some beats. When you care about something, let it go. It came back, I met my flow. You can see from head to toe that I love East New York. Them cops be chasing. I love East New York. Ain't no replacing. I love East New York. We build and destroying. I love East New York. And life we still enjoying. What I love about it, you can tell by the face. Gentrification is coming, but it's at a snail's pace. Caught a case, department stores I used to rock. A real booster, I don't need a television soaked up. The world is doped up. Stop with the gym and she used to have a dope butt. Glad I spoke up. Guess I be the smartest. When it's real hip hop, we got the best artists. I'm a big deal. Since the big tie on my big wheel had a split in the middle. Fell apart little by little. Grew up with gamblers paying G-Cash. Dead them on their money. Take them to dinner like repass. I know you think that we basic, but we just like you, in sync with the Matrix. Morpheus. That means we know what we know. Shout to the East family all over the globe, cause I love East New York. Them cops be chasing. I love East New York. Ain't no replacing. I love East New York. We build and destroying. I love East New York. And life we still enjoying.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Come on, I've been a big deal since my big tire on my big wheel, dog. Shut up.
That shit hard, bro.
Yo, thanks a lot, man. Thanks a lot, man. Yeah, you know, I just try to like, you know, just take us back there. You know, what I was describing about the neighborhood is kind of like what I try to keep the sound. You know. And that you're gonna have on this new project, you're gonna have a lot of things like this coming out, man.
So with the new project, is it gonna be an album or EP? Like, you know, how are you gonna roll it out?
I want to do the album. I want to get some more singles out. I want to just kind of like let people understand what I'm doing. So, you know, I definitely want to put the work in. Put the work in, build back the relationships. Like this, like seeing you, man, like I haven't seen you in a long time, man. So, just as a blessing to be here, you know what I'm saying? To be with you, get reacquainted to you and what you do.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
I'm ready just to put the work in and then drop the album, man.
No, and I think it's a good time now, to do a lot of this because people are coming back outside. So, for instance, Bobby Trends did a DJ holiday party for his DJ crew. It's called Shake the Block last night, and we went out, and it was good to see everybody out. There's all these new DJs now in the city, moving around, grooving around, and just we've all haven't seen each other in a while. But now it's a good time to now it's holiday time. Everybody's sort of festive. Music is back on everybody's mind. For a second, people's like, what, fuck music. I want to survive. But now everything's coming back. So it's a good time, man. And I'll tell you about the events. I know. I think the Union DJs is a good crew to get with in New York. They're gonna have their holiday party. So I'll put you on with some of those just to get out and say what's up. And everybody knows you. You legend. So it's just about reacquainting yourself. I did have a question. So coming up in East New York, like who were some of the dudes that you came up with, MCs, rappers that you was rocking with at that time and whatnot? And then like today, well, go ahead. Go with that question first.
Yeah. Well, one of my childhood friends is True Master from Wu-Tang.
Dope.
All right. He lived next door to me in East New York. And also J. Rue the Damager.
Definitely.
That's like a childhood friend. Group Home, Little Dap. We go way back. Do you know the one of the producers of Wu-Tang called True Master? He's like one of the big producers of Wu-Tang. And one of the biggest influence was Guru when he came to Brooklyn and DJ Premier. When they came to New York, they kind of like settled in East New York, settled in Brooklyn, and we was together like every day, all the time. You know what I mean? So a lot of their journeys that happened with Gangstar, I was definitely affiliated with that and rolling with that. Also Biggie Smalls. I was real influential in getting him out in his initial push and getting him out. Like I used to get my mom, I used to go with DJ Mr. C, and we used to get my mom's van. She had one of them Econoline vans. And we used to throw Big up in the van with Big D, or his DJ at the time was 50 grand. And we used to go on tour. You know what I'm saying? So Big would go through his party and bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And I grabbed the mic through his ad-libs and all that. Then we had like the fight broke out in that song. We acting crazy on the stage. So that was fun, man. But all those was like my initial experiences, man, with hip hop and MCs that I was like shoulder to shoulder with. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? In the the Master Ace. I also like Craig G, Juice Crew. They like my brothers, man.
Now you're talking about legendary people, and that's what I want to know. Because everybody has like, those people who influenced them, who they was around, and who they came up with.
Guru was very, he was a special kind of guy, man. He was very influential. Just not even with the music, the way he conducted himself outside of the music business. Outside of recording and just dealing with people. When he hit these books, fire, because he was able to build relationships so fast and just get everybody working together and do so much, man. And Guru and Premier, man, it was very influential.
Dope, man. You're talking about legendary shit. Shout out to Group Home. That was one of my favorite like groups. So that's what's up.
So you talking about, sorry, not to interrupt. So you're talking about like on the scene from the movie where they're on the stage with the party and bullshit and they plan that all. You were literally a fucking part of that?
No, I literally took my mother's car and drove Big there in North Carolina.
Bro, that's so amazing. Like, triple salute to you, bro. That's so amazing.
That, man, yeah. So, you know, it was like, it's so many things. I got a thing on YouTube too with me and DJ Mr. C, you know, talking about it. It's called like the Untold Story of Blase. And yeah, and you know, we talk about some of them experience. I think it is me, Mr. C, and Pete Rock, you know, on here talking. But with me and Mr. C, yeah, he found Biggie in Brooklyn, and Mr. C was managing us both. So he was shopping our demos, you know, both our demos around, and Big got caught with, Annie C fell in love with Biggie Small's demo, and you know, the rest was history. But Mr. C was managing us both, and he was shopping our music to all the record companies. So I was just like right there with Big, and then when Big got his deal and he put out the Party and Bullshit, we went on tour, and we got it popping.
Say, man, oh no, go ahead and finish.
No, I was saying that was like even before Junior Mafia got on tour, and he started really bringing Junior Mafia out. It was like Big and his DJ. It was me and it was DJ Mr. C.
Let me ask, how did y'all take having Premier and Guru there? Them not being from Brooklyn, they were from respectively Boston and Houston. Like, how was that initial look when? Because I know how it is when, or at least what people say from the outside looking in. You go to New York, a lot of times outsiders can be looked at differently or hard to take to. What was y'all's initial kind of?
Yo, man, to be honest, I mean, like, Guru was so dope, man, and Premier, like, they was like, it almost like Guru was from East New York. It was people had to like really ask and find out, like, you know, it was kind of like an exposing, like, yo, you're not from Brooklyn? You know, they really kind of embodied the persona of Brooklyn, you know, through the music and just through the way they carried themselves, you know what I'm saying? They were so down to earth, it really didn't feel no different. You know what I'm saying? And they really came to like, they got with the right people in East New York, you know what I'm saying? And I kind of ushered them through a lot of different things. You know, so, you know, back in those days, you know, Gangstar had an entourage of like 100 people, you know what I mean? Pulling up to shows and stuff like that. So everybody was with it. Everybody's with the movement. It was all love. I think that just speaks to the type of person DJ Premier and Guru are. You know what I'm saying? And like I was saying, you know, it's beyond the music. You know, you got to kind of, you know, do it on the street level first, you know what I mean? And they definitely did. They definitely played their dues. And, you know, so it was kind of easy. It wasn't like, I seen a lot of people try to do it and it don't fit. You know, they try to put the Brooklyn brand behind them or the New York City brand, and they moved them from Cleveland or somewhere else, and it just didn't work. You know, to this day, it don't work. It's hard to work, but Guru and Premier, it was easy. Based on the music they wanted to put out, based on who they really are, it was a fit.
I got a question. So we're talking about you and you being a legend and you dealing with legends, and hearing that record that you just played, it triggered something for me that I still to this day haven't heard, that I'm not supposed to actually have access to, that I just sent to CL. Do you have any connect with Rodney Jerkins' Darkchild? I know he's from Jersey and shit. And the reason why is because that record or a remix of that record, I think would be perfect over this Darkchild beat that I have in my library. But of course, you would have to talk to him to make that happen. And I sent the beat to CL. CL can play it for you, and you'll understand exactly what I mean. You know what I'm saying? So
play. Rodney Jerkins, that's actually, we started out together. We was on Mercury Records when Rodney started out with what was the female R&B singer? His first big song was Puffy did the remix to. What was it?
I can't remember that man.
No, Gina Thompson. Gina Thompson.
The things you do.
Yeah, the things you do, right. So so we spent a lot of time at the label together with Rodney. And it's just amazing. His success has been amazing, you know what I mean? But Rodney, that's my guy. That's my guy. It's just been a minute since we spoke.
See, I'll run that real quick so he can hear it, so he can hear what I'm talking about that record he just did in that beat.
Be easy, nigga, 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 be
enough, CL. Cut it off. Cut it off. Cut it off.
That shit got some fire. You got
heavy.
some forwards. You got some forwards in the chat.
Super heavy.
That's a Rodney Jerkins joint. I ain't supposed to have it, but
that's a beat.
Yeah, I feel. No, that's a beat. So again, if you got contact with him, bro, I think that would be perfect for, you said you doing your thing for East New York, you trying to hold it down, you know what I'm saying? And that's what you repping and all that. I think that would be like a perfect connection for you if it's possible to make it happen.
Right. No, I think so too. The beat is fire. And it's definitely, I gotta make it happen.
I like that.
What you say?
Hey, can y'all do me a favor? Somebody tell 50 he made it a hot line. They just made it a hot song. Be easy, nigga.
Yeah, man.
Yo, that beat is fucking crazy. I can hear you on that too, Blase.
Yeah.
Like your rough New York gritty style on that shit, bro. That's gonna be a banger.
Yeah, man. I'm with it, man. Y'all, let's send him a tweet or something, man.
Let's
CL, go ahead and send him that shit. Let him record over that bitch and send it to Rodney on the cool and be like, yo, I jacked your shit.
I'm gonna do it right now. Blase, what's your email?
It's BLAHZAY 58 at Gmail.
Wait. Blase 58?
Yeah, BLAHZAY 258 at gmail.com.
All right, send your inbox.
Word.
Hold on.
Be easy, nigga.
Hey, I'm gonna send you these drop scripts too. My name's Knox. I didn't introduce myself. I'm gonna send you these drop scripts. My name is Knox Bond. I'm the CEO of Next Level DJ Coalition. We're the #1 DJ coalition on Google. We got 700 DJs. So I'm gonna send you a bunch of drop scripts so you can do it for the DJ.
Nah, I'm down. Let's do it, man. I appreciate that.
Sure.
Word. Just like here in New York, man, it's like, yo, the vibe has been so like crazy. You know what we going through. It's just like doing this music and doing music that people can gravitate to, man. It's so gratifying, man. It's just like it's the best shit in the world, man, right now.
No, that's dope, man.
Hey, CL, can you send me the record you played of Blase so I could get it to my people over at Soul Assassins on Shape 4-5? I think it'll be perfect over there for sure.
It's coming right now.
Thank you, brother.
Right now.
Yeah, let's get this shit moving, man.
Yeah, no, let's do that.
So yeah, I mean, that email
and my show, and my show too. But big show, J45 Soul Assassins for sure.
Let's do it. Let's do it. So Blah, so what's your this record obviously is a record you're pushing now. What's the ETA you feel for the album so we know how to like, what you got going on?
Right. I think that as soon as the weather break.
So we talking like April.
Yeah, April, May, yeah.
Okay, good.
And just kind of like, so we can get more outside. New York can get outside. And we can kind of move away from 2020, 21 been real rough, man. It's been real rough, and I'm sure as you know, but it's like light at the end of the tunnel right now, man. I did like 4 big shows, man. I did SOBs, which was real. It was a packed house with this group called The Boy Way, Titanium from Thailand. So that's like, I had started a group maybe like 15 years ago with this Thai group called Titanium. And they like the biggest things in Thailand right now. And they keep the Boy Way, one of the members of the group came here and we did SOBs together, The Boy Way. And it was like a great event, man. So that's just giving light at the end of the tunnel. It's like a lot of little spots like that where you go in and hear some real hip hop and people there and they enjoying it, man, which is really kind of giving a lot of hope for the future.
No, I love that. I love that. And I need to know them spots just so I can get out and shit, because I ain't been out in a minute. Last night was like the first time in a while.
Yeah, you heard of Ace the Cut Lieutenant?
Nah, who's that?
He's a DJ. He's a police officer DJ. He's a lieutenant in Brooklyn Police.
Talking about Ace, DJ Ace.
DJ Ace.
Yeah, I know Ace. Yeah, I got his number. Mm-hmm.
Right. So we just did this event Friday in Bushwick. That was crazy. And Young Dirty Bastard came out and did his pop song. So, and it was just so crazy because it was just a bunch of hip hop kids in there, man. And for Young Dirty too to come out and the response he got was just crazy, man. Hip hop is alive, man. It's alive, man, and it's popping, man.
I love it, man.
I had a question real quick. Blase and Mr. Swerve talking. And what you just spoke of, what you think this city needs, New York as a whole, to get its place back where, because New York's been definitely, no lie, been following what everybody else been doing. You know where I'm going with it.
Right.
You know where I'm going with it.
Need you DJs, man. You need the DJs. I mean, you could do so much on YouTube, and like that song got a crazy response on YouTube. Everybody's loving it, and it really New York, particularly New York, it needs the DJs to get out there and be like, break records. If you don't break records, we just continue in the same cycle. And then you having corporations just controlling us. The essence comes from the DJs. The DJs going like, yo, this is hot. Get into this. Creating a mood, having different records from what's on the radio and what's on the radio rotation. That's what New York is about clubs, So the clubs have to be different from what's on the radio.
Couldn't say it better myself. Those are facts. DJs got to go back to being confident about the music they play and the vibe they set. And I totally agree with you 1,000% on that. I'm not even going front. I think that was a spot on answer. I mean, it does start with individual DJs taking, I don't care if it's a club, a lounge, house party, whatever, but you got to play a sound that's true to you. You can't just be biting off of a radio play. I can't. That's just crazy. Never worked like that.
That's not even hip hop, really, man.
For real, it never worked like that. Never.
I think it's all time in CL, right? And I think too many DJs give up the timing part of it. Like there's a time and place for everything, and it's up to people come to you. Yes, some people come to the club for the club. Some people come for you. And you're supposed to understand that I have people that I'm responsible for curating a movement. Like it's not just a DJ's job to play the hit records. It's to play future hit records, right? It's like, yo, these are my picks. And too many DJs get caught up in the radio system. Like I fight this every day with they're telling me that, oh, I can't play records no more. And I'm like, well, why are you on the radio? Like, how'd you give up that power? Like, how are you at a club and you ain't allowed to play what you want? Like, how do you give that power up? Like, you're the DJ. Tell this motherfucker to shut up. Like, yo, I'm playing this. But I understand it. You know, people got to eat. But it's hard sometimes, CL. But I just know that it's always the bigger DJs that are willing to do what we're talking about. It's these up and coming DJs that don't want no new music. They don't want nothing to do with nothing. It's got to be a certain level before they play it. And they wonder why they don't stand out. I tell DJs all the time, you don't get famous for the records you don't play.
Right.
I'm in with that.
Good point. Good point. Well, Blas, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yo, and I think that what we got to do is understand. Like, what I had to understand was the reason why it's like this is it didn't happen by accident. You know, it's been forces and political forces that's been strategizing and that creating laws to make put all the radio uniform and on one program and everybody across the country playing the same music. You know, that's a strategy. And I think that strategy ultimately will kill hip hop. You know, we got to be able to break loose and be able to say, yo, this is not on the radio, but this is hot and it can rock the party. You know, what about just rocking the party? You know what I'm saying? With something that's just not familiar. You know, that's what in the 90s, that's what the whole essence was. It was like you go to the tunnel or you go to one of these spots and you hearing something that you never heard, but it's hot. And you come into that club or you following that DJ because they do that.
But Blase, you know that's not the same. And I'm going to tell you why it's not the same. There's one reason, all right? Radio is the only platform that reaches millions of people at once. And anything else that you do cannot compete to it because it has such a massive reach that you're right. They took that platform, they monetized it, and they only use their own artists to make money. What we need to do is figure out a way to break into that system the same way as Rap-A-Lot did in Houston.
But you don't have to break into the system. Just play what you connect with and what's hot and rock the party. If you focus on your party and what you're doing and creating your own energy, that's all that's needed. That's hip hop. When you go to the club and you hear something that's like, you know, you see how we played that Rodney Jerkins? Like, it's the energy of I never heard that before and it's hot. And what is that? That give energy to the party. That's something special. You know what I mean? We don't have to be uniform. You know, we don't have to break through and control all the radio. We just got to do hip hop and love it and accept it and be like, yo, I can live with that. You know, everyone came to the event. They had a nice time. I can live with that.
But what is that gonna, just to play the devil's advocate for you, right? What is that going to do for you? Say 100 clubs pick you up, because I've seen so many videos where artists have had their music played in clubs and the people just stand there because they don't know who it is and they typically only respond to what they recognize.
Why are you asking that question? Freedom, I don't know if you can hear us, but you might well jump up. We have Freedom Williams on as well from Brooklyn, CNC Music Factory.
Yeah, I'm here, baby.
Legend.
What's good, Blah?
Hey, what's good, man? It's been a minute.
Yeah, you know, we always see each other somewhere. Yeah, boy.
Yeah, I figured y'all knew each other. I said, let me just make sure.
Oh, you do? Okay, I got you. So yeah, so all I'm saying is, and I'm from the perspective of I've spent six figures and I've done so many different things to try to penetrate this industry that I finally built my own DJ coalition. So if you get played in 100 clubs, in my experience, it doesn't have any impact. It doesn't have any long-lasting, major career benefiting impact.
Maybe it don't, but that's cool too. But the thing about it is you're rocking the party. That's what we're here for. You're rocking the party and you're creating a groundswell from the bottom up. You know, it don't have to be like I got to make a song or have this experience the last 20 years. You know, like my first album was, you know what I'm saying? It's like, it don't have to be that. It is be about, yo, I turned this shit out. And the people from there, they're getting this experience. Maybe they can go online and support, or, you know, but we all controlling our own destiny. You know what I mean? I just think that whole, I have to make a hit record is what's fucking up the game.
I want to interject real quick, because what you said, I think, is key. Like, 100 DJs play a record in a club is different from 100 DJs playing a record in the club with the right energy. A spin sometimes go across. Wait, but a spin sometimes can just go across as a spin. But when a DJ play your shit, talk your shit, and let everybody know what it is, it comes off totally different. You know,
Right.
We've all been a part of this experience when you was in a spot and somebody say, yo, they played something you ain't never heard before, and the way they played it made a difference to you. Like, it's because they did it a certain way, it connected to you. Sometimes, I'll be honest, there's DJ, they just, you know, they'll just play a song. Playing songs, anybody can do. But when you can break a song, when you know how to make it connect to me, because you know how to talk around it, you know how to bring it back the right way, you know how to give me the energy, that's the difference. That's the difference.
So CL, and I'm not trying to sound cynical. I've just been doing this for a long time. So let me give you a personal example for me, right? I had DJ Magic Mike play my record at the Pro Bowl in Antigua that Lil Wayne, Cash Money, Gorilla Zoe, the NFL, the NBA, the NHL, and everybody else was in attendance. I had him play my record, shout me out, and put a spotlight on me. Now, did it feel excellent? Yes. Was it an amazing, self-gratifying feeling? Yes. Did it do anything for me?
Is the record hot? Hold on. Was the record hot? Maybe the record just wasn't hot.
Everybody loved it. Yeah. He told me that when I gave him the record, he said he spins it week after week after week after week. But what I'm trying to tell you, you're competing with platforms that reach millions.
Well, let me just say this. You also can't give up in this shit neither. Like, this game is a long-term, this is a lifelong basketball game. You got to still dribble, you still got to practice, you still got to push. You know what I mean? You can't just give up because, you know, you didn't feel the connection at that point. Real songs last a goddamn lifetime.
Right, but you can give up on the smaller platforms and devote your time and energy to the bigger ones.
Well, listen, we're going to talk about all of this shit more. I want to get, you know, I had brought Freedom up because Freedom is here also. And shout out to Blah. Before we let you go, we definitely want to, make sure that we got your information in the chat, so that we can at least follow up. I know other people want to do interviews. You already got a couple requests for that. You know, Cass want to send beats now. You know, shit going crazy over here. So what's the best way for everybody to get in contact with you for more radio interviews, you know, more of this stuff here that we're doing?
Take my phone number. Hit me up, man. Hit me up. You know, 718.
Hold on, let me put it in the chat.
Yeah.
Sorry, 718.
807.
Okay.
6429.
So, and then for the
other
email,
than that, email is the one I gave you, which is the Blahzay258, BLAHZAY 258 at gmail.com. You know what I'm saying? You can hit my Instagram, Blahzay, same spelling, MARTELL, Martell. Yo, just get at me, man. I mean, any way you can get at me, man.
I got something for you. I got something for you too, Blah.
Word.
Yeah, I got something for you.
Let's get it, man. Say that. No, I think that they can't dangle. You can't let them dangle that big record in front of us like that and just have hip hop all out of pocket, man. We got to go just to rocking the mic, man, and turning things out. And maybe with that record that they was playing, it was another step that you had to put to it. You know what I mean? It was other things you had to do besides get record play, like hit the streets, making sure people are aware of it. But the main thing is we got to come with the ground swell. It's got to be from the ground up, because that's when you're going to have the true music that's going to be there. You know what I'm saying? You know, for me, it may not be this single I'm putting out now. That's cool. But as long as people like it and they feeling it, I got some more things coming. I'm gonna do some more things. So it's gonna be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 punch. Like what you said, a lifetime NBA game, a lifetime game. That's what it is. So we can't just dangle chasing carrots and like, that's how we got where we at. Whereas it was no hip hop, it was no good music, it's no R&B. That's how we got in that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Block, can I say one thing, CO, before you go, Block?
Yeah.
Don't ever forget this, bro. Your songs may sound a certain way. People may forget what you sound like, but they ain't gonna never forget how you made them feel.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So how your music makes people feel is gonna resonate over how many times you get played in the club, or how many people think it's good and how many people think it's bad. Like your song makes people feel a certain way, they're gonna always remember that.
No doubt, man.
Forget that. Yes, sir.
Word.
Well, I want to play a record. We're gonna come back in. We're gonna have Freedom Williams join. Blah, you are more than welcome to stay on. This is what we do, man. You know, we get into these discussions.
Right now, I gotta go to a therapy. I had like a knee injury, so I gotta go see on that. But I'm gonna try to check back in on y'all.
We're gonna be here.
I thought you was gonna say I gotta go to therapy. I was thinking mental. I was like, yeah, nigga, I'm right behind you. I think we all need some therapy. That's real shit.
Music's therapy though. He got the music for the therapy, for the mental therapy though. You know what I mean?
Appreciate having me down. Though if we don't connect, but man, for real, man, believe me, man, all sincerity, man, I'm here for y'all, man. Anything I can do to push y'all, you know, whatever along, push the ball along. Let's go. Let's do it, man. And I'm saying here in New York and Brooklyn, we need y'all, man. We need y'all support, man. It's a crucial time right now, man. And let's get it. Let's do it.
Real shit. All right, let's play a record. We're gonna come back. You already know New Music Wednesdays. Let's go. Hayden. Anyway, New Wiz Khalifa. Yeah.
Yeah, he got a new project out with I forget with somebody else, but it's a whole Wiz joint, new project.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's a producer. I forget who it is. My damn self.
It's a dope car record. I'm in the car. It's a dope car record.
No, he got a lot of dope joints. This joint is pretty cool. It's pretty dope.
It's a ride record.
Yeah, rides. Like it's got a ride vibe to it. You know, it's like chill, laid back.
I like the message. Why they hating on me? Who got time for that?
Was that a Juicy J sample though? The why they hating on that Juicy J?
It ain't a sample, but I felt like it was influenced. You know what I mean? Like if I was Juicy J, I'd say, you know, you could give me some publishing on that. That's a little bit.
Well, no, he worked.
He fucked with Jay though, no?
He was signed to a Wiz label.
That's what I was gonna say. He fucked. Right. Yeah, I was gonna say
he was president. I don't know if he's still president, but I know he was president of Wiz label. So I don't know if he still is. But
he fucked with Juicy J. Yeah, they fuck with him heavy. So
all right, well, let's get into our next guest, who's a Brooklynite himself, legend. This brother here, man, he's one of the most diverse people I've ever met in my life. This dude is music, mental, you know what I mean, motivator, international traveler. What have you not done, Freedom? Let's start there. Like, what haven't you done? Like, what in your life? What do you want to see now? What do you want to accomplish now? What do you want to travel to? Like, what haven't you done?
Wow. Well, you know, it's crazy because what's up, family? How y'all doing? Everybody good? That's what's up. Wow, that's that. You know, I'm just starting, man. You know, like I made a post the other day. It was Cristiano Ronaldo, and he was saying how when he was 12 he was too skinny, and he was 15 he was too this, and I feel like at this point. I go to the gym 3 or 4 days a week. I try to run. I try to eat right. You know, when I'm on stage, you know, I just came back from Colombia 2 days ago. I had a show with Information Society and a couple of big Latin groups out there. I got to be in Puerto Rico tomorrow with Snap. And when I get on stage, man, I try to be the last man standing. You know, because this is what I do. You know, I enjoy construction. Like, you know, like I do different things. I build homes and you know, I started off as an engineer at Quad on the SSL in 1987. I was an engineer for Quad. That's how I met the CNC cats. I worked at Cameo. I worked on a Como D How You Like Me Now album with LeVaber. I did the EU record, The Butt, me, Marcus Miller, and Spike Lee. I was engineering on that record. So I feel like I'm just starting, man. I feel like, you know, I'm 55 now, and my mind is so much stronger. My mind is so much, you know, my mind is so much.
Hey, Jordan, I can ask you.
You know, my mind is so much more open.
Hey, Freedom, we lost you. You hit the mute button.
You hit mute, bro.
Oh, I'm sorry. I probably did. You can hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I want to strap on one of them flight jackets, man, and fly through the mountains. I'll be seeing dudes jump out of planes and they flying now. I mean, we trying to figure out how to catch the bus downtown, and cats is literally flying at 60 miles an hour, going 60 miles. Like the world is moving really, 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 really fast, man. And if you're not sharp, if you're not mental, if you're not on your game, whatever your game may be, it doesn't have to be what my game or what your game is, but the world is moving so fast, they eliminating people. They like, yo, this shit's moving too quick. We can't keep up with the masses, so let's knock out 2 billion of them. You understand what I'm saying? Because the young people are so fast. You know, 4 years old, you handing your grandkid the cell phone and he's programming and downloading apps. So you have to stay sharp, you know, and then this is a great conversation with the DJs, because I remember when I started performing, I used to use a DAC. You know, I had a reel-to-reel at first in 87 when you had a reel-to-reel. I mean, I had a DJ too, but it was times when we had a reel-to-reel. And I remember cats was like, yo, man, why are you using digital technology, man? You got a DAT machine. And then I turned around 5 years later and everybody's got Serato. You cannot stop the technology. You have to, like Russell Simmons says, you have to adapt. But that doesn't just mean to the technology. That just means to life. At 55, 40, 45, we losing people, man. You know, Biz just passed. Kango Kid is sick with cancer. 55, 45, 57, we have to adapt to this life as it switches up on us. We didn't die from cancer in 1950. If you knew one person with cancer in 1965, that was a lot. Right? That's why my new record, we probably talk about that. That's a good segue, and I didn't even plan it that way. That's about Henrietta Lacks, the one you got, who actually died from cancer. We talk about that. But so I'm enjoying life, man. I'm going to Puerto Rico tomorrow. My singer, I always use female hype singers. I use a female DJ because it feels better. You know, when I'm with the sisters on the road, you know, girls attract girls. You know what I'm saying? Dudes detract women. They be like, oh, them niggas over there look crazy. We're not going over there. You sit with 3 chicks and all the chicks be like, hey, what y'all doing? What y'all drinking? I'd be like, I don't know. I'm drinking what y'all drinking. Fuck it. Right? So, you know, I'm going to take my singer tomorrow. Her birthday's today. I'm going to take her to old Yunque Rainforest. You know, I like to live, man, enjoy life, man, because this shit is short, B. You know, I blinked, man. I was 30 years old. I blinked. I was 45. I'm 55. I'm like, God damn. So I'm just, you know, like I said, I want to strap on one of them jackets, man, and fly through the mountains, man, because it ain't no promises, man, between the COVID, between the cancer, between the diabetes, life is a beautiful thing, man. We are blessed to be alive, man. We are blessed to wake up every day and put your feet on the ground, no matter what you're going through, man. You're going to go through some things. I used to think that, you know, I wasn't until 35 that I really started to have relationship problems. And I was like, damn, my baby mom is wilding on me. Like, I ain't see that coming. Then I realized, oh, you thought you was going to skate through life, huh? You was going to make a record, get rich and skate. Nah, B, you got to deal with this. So you're going to deal with something in this life. It's not if you're going to deal with it, it's how you're going to deal with it. And it's the same situation with the DJs. I was listening to what y'all was saying. I'm saying to myself, it's just got to come full circle. It may not be this year. It may not be next year. It may be in 3 or 4 years. Some young cat going to go back and go through the crates and hear some boom bap and think that's the newest, hottest shit he ever heard. And none of his boys going to know what that is. I remember with my son, he's 36 now. He's about 20 years old. He found a sample. He said, Dad, you got to come home. He was producing some records. My son is nasty. He said, yo, Dad, I got this sample. You got to come home. I was like, yo, B, when I get home, he says, as soon as I walked in the door, he said, Dad, I want you to sit down. He said, Dad, you got to sit down. I sat down and he said, listen to this sample. It's going to make us rich. You know what he played for me? Funky Drummer. Shit. He had just discovered Funky Drummer.
Word.
And I didn't know how to tell him. I was like, yeah, but that's like every record in the last, you know. So there's going to be some new cast that's going to discover something that we did in the 2000s or the 90s. And it's going, you know, they say strong men make weak times, weak times make weak men, and weak men make strong men again. So we in a cycle now where what's happening to us socially with the coronavirus and with the Donald Trumps and the Joe Bidens, you couldn't have got away with that in the 80s. Because the mindset of the people in the 80s was real conscious and real street. And it was like Ice Cube said, it was street knowledge. They can get away with a lot of things now because they got cell phones in everybody's hands and everybody's distracted, so they can pull a wool over your eyes and keep it pushing. You know, every time you get annoyed with the George Floyd, I remember it was George Floyd, not before George Floyd, somebody got killed. And I remember cutting on the TV, and there was damn, Lou, you fucked up my call. Hold on. Your guys there? Okay, yeah. And there was, I cut on a TV set. There was 500,000 people in one city. There was 50,000 people in one city. There was a TV screen, and it was protests. And it was like 7, 8, 9 years ago. And there was 15 cities, and each city had more than 15, 20,000 people in it. And I remember watching TV going, what they gonna do with 1 million people in the streets? You know what I mean?
Did we lose him?
Yeah, I don't see him.
He dropped off. I don't see or hear him now.
And he was going into some deep shit too. Dang.
Come back.
Yo, also, CL or somebody, maybe someone wants to
coming
give.
in. He's coming in.
Okay, is he back?
Yeah, go ahead. Say your point.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I lost you for a second. So quick story, long story short. And Paris had 10,000 people. And I mean, I said to myself, they got a problem, yo. That's a lot of people at one time protesting. 2 days later, a cop got shot on DeKalb Avenue in Brooklyn, not too far from my crib. Spanish cop and an Asian cop got shot. They said it was a brother from Delaware, got on the train, came up and shot him.
Killed both.
You remember that, right?
Yep.
Do you know that the protests immediately stopped? They started to interview people at the protest. They were like, well, we didn't want the police to get shot. And I said to myself, one has nothing to do with the other. So my point is, what they do is you have to have a new generation come up with a sharper mindset, because this generation is used to being fed lies. This generation is used to being satiated. They used to being calmed down. In the 60s, you couldn't calm people down. So what they do is you protest, and they get right up in your face, and they see how far they can push you, and they protest, and then they appease you, and then they go home, and you come back out, and they appease you again. So I'm saying that to say that it's a cycle. You're going to find another 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 years, somebody's going to pick up a record that's a classic, and it's going to restart the boom back cycle. It's going to come back. It's going to come back so hard. It's going to create a whole different dynamic in how hip hop is played. You cannot kill hip hop. It's an impossibility, right? KRS once said this a long time ago. We will be here forever. Hip hop is the drum. The drum is indigenous to Africa, India, China, Asia, ancient Europe. That boom bap is the message, and the mic is the and the microphone theme is the prophet. So it's going to come back, and it's going to be a whirlwind. It's just a matter of when.
Deep. All right. Well, listen, man. I was waiting. I didn't even have to say shit for you to drop the knowledge. So I didn't have to do any questions, nothing. So that's awesome. So being that we're on this conscious wave, this record that you made, Good Morning, has a very significant message behind it. Can you explain to everybody what is this song all about and why you made it?
I can. I was in South Beach at the Winter Music Conference, Florida, maybe 10 years ago. And I was in a hotel, and I had made a dance record with a group called See the Sun. And I was in a hotel, and the news came on. It said Henrietta Lacks died in 1950 at age 31 years old. She had these cells. She had vaginal cancer in her ovaries or something. And when she died in the hospital on the stretcher, I guess they left her there or whatever inside. The nurse went home, came back, and her cells from where she had cancer was in it. This is a true story I'm telling you. Her name was Henrietta Lacks. She was the granddaughter of a slave from the South. She was living in Baltimore. her dead cells that they thought were dead in the Petri dish had multiplied and covered the whole room. Bro, this is some alien shit I'm telling you, B. And I'm watching the news and I'm smoking a blunt and I'm like, yo, the fuck this nigga just say? And they were like, yes, and her cells were the cells that were used to cure polio. Her cells, in every lipstick every woman ever uses, in every blush every woman ever uses, in every base every woman ever uses, from, I don't know, Max Factor to all of these makeup companies, they use her cells as the base.
What's her name?
Henrietta Lacks.
There we go.
Hey, Freedom, unmute one more time.
Got it.
Okay.
Not that it'll overly help, but there was a movie. Oprah did a movie.
Yes,
about
she did.
Henrietta a couple years ago.
She did. I'm actually talking to her grandson about doing something with some NFTs, and it's a whole movie. I'm talking to a producer because I put the record out. So I said to myself, yo, this is a crazy, like, it's called The Immortal Cells of Henrietta Lacks. So they called it the Healer chromosome, which is HE for Henrietta and LA for Lacks. But they never told the family that this woman's body is worth trillions of dollars. So the family figured it out years ago, took them to court. I don't know if it's coming up with a settlement or something, but they can't pay the family enough money from all of the things they've done with her cells. So I started to pen this song. I said, well, got to say good morning to you, star. And if you look at who you are, true to the course of history. But I happened to be in Trinidad that next month. And I was hanging out with Ronnie McIntosh, all the soca dudes, because they friends of mine. Ronnie McIntosh, Sherwin Winchester, Kester Band. So this young cat was hanging out with us, and he was trying to get on, like a young kid in the street in the hood in Trinidad. And he lived up in Laventille. And Laventille, if anybody knows Trinidad, is up in the mountains where all the gangsters live. It's like the Bed-Stuy Brown. It's up in the mountains. It's real hard up there. So I said, yo, let's go up to your crib, man. Let's go up there. You know, nobody was really fucking with him like that. But I like to I'm from Brooklyn, so I take on these projects. So we started making this beat. He made this beat. Really, he had a foundation for it. So I started rhyming on it. And that's why I came, because it was in my head. This Henrietta Lacks thing was in my head. So I said, you know, I grew up around gangsters, thugs, and dope dealers, crazy rosters, booty pimps, and car stealers. The ugliest of us is the prettiest of you. See what it do. It's painting a perfect point of view. When them chickens coming home to roost, I'm getting hungry. I'll be doing this until I'm used to getting money. So I started to write this song about her. And then I had it in my file. And the pandemic hit. I had another song and it went, whoo, gave us AIDS, gave us blood clots. Niggas, when the ball drops, what the hell you waiting for? Whoo, makes a vaccine. Niggas grab your black cream, wax fiend. What the fuck you waiting for? And I wrote that 10, 15 years ago about the World Health Organization. So I had all of these pandemic songs in my shit. So I gave it to my man E. I said, yo, this song kind of works, this Henrietta Lacks joint, because it's a song about chemistry, and it's a song about the human cells, and it's a song about where we at right now, a pandemic, right? And so he said, yo, let's put it out. So I said, all right, let's just put it out, man, and see what happens, because it was in my file. I got like 200 songs in my file, dance tracks, house tracks, boom bap tracks, trap tracks, all kind of tracks, you know. I was just like, I'm an artist, man. Whatever I'm feeling, I'm just going like, let's wheel it, you know what I mean? So that's how this one came about.
Dope. Well, let's get into it. Let's come back.
Yeah, and I can now confirm everything he's saying. The immortal cell and everything he's saying is absolutely.
You reading it, right? It's crazy, right? Like you couldn't believe it. Like if you told somebody that this one woman cancer cells is in every makeup ever made, you'd be like, nigga, you bugging.
they still use it to this day. It's basically normal cells die after a short period of time. After she died, she just went into the hospital to get a biopsy. They took it and started doing tests on it, and they noticed, hey, this cell isn't dying, it's reproducing. And then it kept reproducing, and they created like an entire fucking factory to reproduce these cells and create all types of research and medication and everything. And Yeah, she's the only.
And didn't tell her.
That it's happened to in history.
But didn't tell her.
Didn't tell nobody. Didn't tell her family. Didn't tell anybody. Just started. I think it came as a surprise to everybody. Like everybody's like, why is this cell not dying? It's a cancer cell. But we can reproduce it so many times that it's still alive. It's from 1954 and it's still alive. That's still amazing. Alive. I've never heard that. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Bro, like I said, man, you know, it's important that we know. I had no idea myself, and now we know. But let's get into the record. It's Freedom Williams. Good morning. Yeah, man. Getting into some real shit now. Awesome. I'm looking at the chat. Shout out to Head Rush. He said the story alone just makes me want to reevaluate myself. We must protect our legacy. I learned more history from my peers than I ever did in school. Shout out to Head Rush on that.
That's on purpose.
I'm gonna say, like, you know, this is like something, honestly, I didn't know that shit. Shout out to Bionic, who definitely knew there was a movie about it. I feel like, again, man, with music, it's our duty to sort of play these songs and talk about it, because this is a story that needs to be discussed. You know what I mean? This should be as mainstream as what anybody else great has done. I mean, this is beyond. All these diseases cured off of this woman's.
Well, let me clarify one thing here on the research that I did, right? No. The doctors are the ones who receive the credit. So, like, let me give you another example. There's a gene called A529, which is a similar type of situation where it was a cancer cell that was taken from somebody during a biopsy and then used for research that was used to develop products. That person's known as Caucasian man. So she actually got more credit than anybody else whose genes have been used throughout history that I can see, because it's happened about 8 times from different medical procedures where a gene was taken. Typically, they don't get credit at all. So that's just a normal medical thing.
Yeah, I just gotta say, you know, it's dope.
Still ain't right, but it's normal.
Yeah, but I like the fact that somebody took time to make a record and actually honor that and talk about a whole lot of other things in the midst of it. We're living in these wake up times. We are living in these wake up times. You know what I mean?
Say CL, like okay, I felt, and maybe it was just me, but I felt we kind of glossed over who Freedom Williams is.
That's a fact.
Okay, because I didn't. Yeah, can you break down, because CNC Music Factory was not some underground group. This was a huge group. And I'm just sitting up here thinking, I'm listening. I didn't even realize who you were, and I'm like, things that make you go like, take us through like how you were huge, bro. Like I want to hear about that. Like what's going on?
And I still say things that make you go, to this day.
Man, dude, you are the king.
But you didn't know who that was, Head Rush?
No, I didn't. Bro, you are literally the king of stadium music. What is wrong?
Yeah. We call it
toot your horn, bro.
Yeah, up at the Universal Hip Hop Museum, we would call
Wait
it.
a fucking minute! You're talking about everybody dance now. That's fucking you.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's what I said. I know. I didn't want to stop your knowledge, but I'm sitting up here like, man, is somebody gonna say like we talking to CNC Music Factory?
Look how many people surprised.
But let me. Homework. Yeah, that's funny. That's funny.
When he said he did production for AEU, I was like, okay, I can see production.
He's walking out the door.
I was like, okay, I can see that. But when you see Music Factory, bro, like, you are literally the king of stadium music, bro.
Yeah, we do. And I appreciate that.
Every time somebody has an event.
Yeah, I appreciate that. But we have a tendency. I started rhyming in '78 in Queens. I grew up in Hollis, Queens. I was born in Bed-Stuy. I grew up in Hollis, Queens. I went to junior high school with Jam Master Jay. Jam Master Jay was in the year above me. Running D went to the Catholic school. We went to the badass junior high school called the Deuce. I went to August Martin, the same school Russell Simmons went to, high school called August Martin. For those who know New York City, Lloyd Banks went to August Martin. Kelly Price went to August Martin. About 5,000 kids in South Jamaica where 50's from. So I've been rhyming since 78, but when I went to college in Hampton, Virginia, I got locked up for burglary and armed robbery at 15. And then when I went to college in Hampton, the Fresh Fest had started. And I was like, yo, I know these Run dudes. I know Spider D. I know these dudes. I know. When they started rocking stadiums, I was like, yo, this hip hop shit, I always knew it was different. But I was like, everybody had their own lane. Fat Boys had a lane different from Houdini. Nobody was the same, right? Nobody sounded the same. You actually got dissed. You know, you was a beat biter or a rhyme biter, like beat writer. I think that's MC Light said, dope rhyme taker. Tell you right now, you ain't nothing but a faker. So I said, damn, this hip hop shit is real. So come back to New York, 88, go to Center for Media Arts, same school Marley Marl went to, same school Albie Shore went to, became assistant engineer, became a gopher, then became assistant engineer. Then I started mixing records. I did the Rakim record, which was the RZA and the Jizz's first record, and I Boo from Divine Force. I mixed those records with Stay Out of Bars, which was the Genius, which was the Jizza. And Rakim made a record called We Love You, Rakim. And I did those records for him because those was my brothers. I knew them before we was making records. So that's how I started.
You said you engineer. Okay, you mix. Okay,
I engineered. Yeah, I engineered on SSL. Yeah. Because I worked at Quad. And so, you know, we had 1/2-inch tapes, 2-inch tapes. We mixed on a 2-inch tape.
Hold up. So you telling me you tracked the vocals?
Yeah, I tracked the vocals. Yeah, I did that.
That's a whole nother thing. That means you were part of the essence of the creation of the whole shit.
Yeah, I did the vocals. Yeah, I tracked the vocals and everything.
And so on 2-inch reels, more than that.
Yeah, well, 2-inch reel. Well, Divine Force with Abu, Peacemaker, Holy War. Remember those records?
Yeah, Holy War.
I did those records. Yeah, Holy War on your Maker records.
So I don't mean to cut you off. So just so people know, Divine Force, Teddy Riley actually did. I believe it was the B-side. Yeah.
Yes, he did.
And absolutely. Most people will remember that Divine Force. They listen to Supreme Clientele, Ghostface Killers.
Yes.
What's the Mighty Healthy? Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. So that's how I started at Quad. But I always wanted to make records. So I was like, let's talk about 88, you know, New York City, the Palladium, the Tunnel, Mars, Latin Quarters, going to all the clubs, you know, me, Professor X, because I knew Professor X's father, Sonny Carson, before I knew Professor X. Professor X's father used to always tell me when we do rallies in New York, you got to meet my son. So me and Professor X he was my best friend in the music business before he passed away.
X-Clan Professor X.
X-Clan, yeah. He was my best friend in the music business before he passed away. So me, him, Positive K, you know, we just, New York City in 1987, 88 was a music scene. You didn't have to be making records. I knew Rob Bass from Harlem before we were both making records because I used to go to Harlem with the guard Universal and his Physical Justice from Long Island. And I met Rob. Rob will tell every time I see Rob, I do a lot of shows with Rob. I do a lot of shows with Montel Jordan now. I do a lot of shows in Europe with Hathaway, Ace of Base, Two Unlimited, you know, all these groups. And so I have relationships with some of these cats, particularly the hip hop cats before CNC. The reason why I got into the dance thing was because I was a hip hop head, but I was engineering these dance records. I was mixing them. So I was working with David Morales, right, and Shep Pettibone, and these kids who was producing Madonna. Because I'm in New York in 1987. You got Quad Studios, you got Unique Studios, you got Skyline, you got Sound Factory, you got the Hit Factory, you got INS, you got Green Street, you got where Run DMC made most of their album at Green Street down in the Village. So as an engineer, I'm going to all these studios, right? So fast forward, I'm working with David Morales, and he was like, yo, I want to make a record with you. But I didn't want nobody to know I could MC because I was an engineer and we had etiquette and protocol. You didn't start rhyming in the middle of your session. That was not acceptable behavior. If you're in the studio and you're engineering, you shut the fuck up until somebody asks you a question. Right? That's different than today. These young cats don't have respect for the older cats. A lot of times it's because they don't have studios. If you was in a studio in 1987 and you work in a Hit Factory and Steve Winwood is down one hall and Hall & Oates is down the other side, you was like, oh shit, Hall & Oates is in Studio A, Steve Winwood is in Studio B, and I'm making a rap record. And maybe Hall & Oates might poke their head in the room. Maybe James M2 May, who used to mentor me, would say, yo, this is what you should do to that beat. And so as an engineer, you was in a sacred space. The studio is where artists came for 3 weeks, lock out, smoke weed, do coke, do whatever they do, fuck chicks, make records. You didn't violate that sense of privacy. A lot of these young cats are making records in their basement. And because that, there's a disconnect. There's no place to pass the baton. Stevie Wonder passed that baton to Michael Jackson because Michael Jackson was in the studio with him all the time. So, you know, if you went down to Stax down in Alabama or Memphis, Tennessee, Sun Records, all these record labels had studios. But this generation, because everything is in their house, there's a disconnect with how they see the generation before them. Granted, there's always a generation that comes that wants to be different from the generation before them. That's the nature of human beings. Frantz Fanon said, the great Black psychologist in France, each generation out of relative obscurity must seek its missions and fulfill it. So we know that. But still, there was a level of respect. And this is why I say that at some point it's going to come back because that disconnect is going to force a reconnect. So that's how I started in the studio working at Quad. And they wanted to make, different cats wanted to make records with me, but David Cole, who passed away from CNC Music Factory, he was the musical director for, I forgot what that big gay singer was. What was his name? The tall dude, the first big gay singer, disco cat. What was his name? Y'all DJs, y'all know.
You're not talking about George Michael.
Oh, nah, you're talking about the dude that got the sample, the Biggie sample.
The big dude that produced the Weather Girls. Anyway, he was his musical director. No, what's his name? Gay? I'm talking about George Clinton. The tall, big dude. Sylvester. Come on, DJs. Come on.
Oh, Slide, yeah.
No, not Slide.
No.
Mama used to say.
Oh, Sylvester. Sylvester.
Mama used to say. Go listen. I'm giving y'all niggas homework.
Mama used to say was Junior,
Google
bro.
Sylvester. That's Junior. Google Sylvester.
Right.
He had about 3 or 4.
Sylvester had a record that they sampled that what you call it? Like Little Kim's big record. Big
Crush
Mama.
on You. Nah. I thought it was Crush on You that he did. I thought that was Crush on You.
When you Google him, you'll see, and you as a musical cat, your ears, you'll go, oh, I know this record. Anyway, he had these girls called the Weather Girls he produced, which was 2 tons of fun, Martha Wash. So David was a church musician from the R&B school. He was better than all the other house producers. I love Kenny Dope and Lil Louis Vega. Those are my boys. I've known them since 1980s. I make records with them. I did about 3 or 4 house records with them. Things That Make You Go Home, me and Kenny Dope made in his basement. That wasn't a CNC record. That was me and Kenny Dope in his basement in 88 in Sunnyside. Right? I had a big dance record called Get Dumb. Get Dumb, Dum, Da Dum, Da Dum, 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 which was huge on the underground club scene because it was hip house. It was me and Kenny Dope. So, but this kid, David Cole, was a master on the keyboard. So I said, I'm gonna make a record with this kid. So I carried a bag of records to every session I went to because sometime as an engineer, a producer would come in, maybe he'd be producing Melba Moore. I used to work with a lot of Hush production engineer. I was an engineer on a lot of their records, which was Melba Moore, the other dude, I forgot his name at the time. And so I carried this bag of records, which had all the Paul Winley breakbeats in it. Before the SBR 1, 2, 3, 4, which were all the breakbeats that we used, which was Simande, doom, 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 Dog a Donut, Nautilus, all of these breakbeats, Brawl, like I said. Paul Winley had a record label in Harlem. And Paul Winley was the original dude that did the original breakbeats before they had the breakbeats with the graffiti on them. And Paul Winley put out 8 records, which was breakbeats in the 70s. And all old school hip hop cats always played off the Paul Winley records, the Cool Hercs, the Flashes, before we would put the little piece of paper on top of the label so nobody would see what we were playing. So I would carry these records with me to the studio. And so I would sit with David as an engineer and be like, yo, David, play this beat under that beat. And so all of our freestyle records or all of our dance records became a little more funkier than the average record. Because David was an R&B gospel producer, unlike a lot of your dance producers, they didn't have that gospel training. A lot of them were like DJs who had some training, but David was deep in the roots of gospel. So when he did Notice Me by Sanday, doom, 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 doom. It was a deep house R&B groove. So I would say, okay, Dave, that's dope. Take let's say Bob James. If you listen to CNC, it sounds like Bob James with the bells, Mardi Gras. I was a big bell fan. So in all the CNC records, you got these banging bells. That's what Run DMC, Rock the Bells, just Rock the Bells, because Mardi Gras was a big breakbeat record. So when you listen to Run DMC, boom, 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 bing-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. For all you sucker, there's a lot of bells. So I would say, take these bells, Storm, and gonna make you sweat. Boom. So you see these bells. So that's kind of how the CNC thing evolved. That first album, We're Gonna Make You Sweat, was supposed to be my solo album. It ended up being at some meeting at Sony. Well, let's put him on a record and bring in these other singers. And so I brought Zelma in because I knew Selma from Harlem. So I brought Zelma in the group. So it was me and Zelma. It was really a solo record that became a group record. That's why I had to ultimately sue for the trademark, which I now own completely and 100% because they was fucking up the brand. Keep putting out different artists and nobody knows who CNC Music Factory is no more because every record you got new artists. So I ended up controlling the brand. So now I own the brand and it's just me and whatever I want to do with it. But that's kind of how CNC, evolved from the studios, being in New York City, 1987, 1989, 1990, 91. And the Gonna Make You Sweat record was a record that we made because Charlie Chase from Cold Crush had this sample on a cassette. I don't know if y'all know. I'm sure y'all know Charlie Chase and Cold Crush, right? So Charlie Chase used to have this cassette, and on that cassette deck, he had this and I was like, yo, Chase. Chase actually gave us that cassette for another group called Trilogy. So we put that inside the Gonna Make You Sweat. So, I always say CNC Music Factory was an amalgamation from techno pop, funk, hip hop to bebop. Technically speaking, we rock the streets. It's a combination of sounds. We brought this together to get down. The first verse is complete and there's many more left. So let's bang those beats. So CNC Music Factory really was an amalgamation of all the different styles that was in New York City at that time.
See, I'm glad you broke that down because, man, I was probably like maybe 8 or 9 years old at the time.
Wow.
I just remember, I don't mean to age you out, but I mean, I'm old now, so whatever. You probably look way younger than I do. But I remember like you guys in Snap, and I just remember that kind of house sound that was going on at the end of 80s and early 90s.
Yeah, Snap is really Chill Rob G. Chill Rob G, who's my boy, had a vocal on an acapella on the B-side of his record. It was acapella. These two kids from Italy took the acapella, sampled Mantronics. Mantronics, who I consider one of the top 5 greatest hip hop producers of all time, Curtis Mantronic, right? Took a record, took his acapella and sampled Mantronics and sampled another beat, and it put the record out. And it was really Chill Rob G's voice before it was Snap. Right. Europe got a hold of the record. It was a white label. It came back to Stu Fine. Stu Fine was the president of Wild Pitch Records, which was the record label that actually I got a show Friday with Snap from Europe in Puerto Rico, by the way. I'm leaving tomorrow. But long story short, Stu Fine got the record as a white label, right? So Stu Fine calls in Chill Rob G, and then Mark the 45 King was my man. So he calls in Chill Rob G and Mark and says, yo, we got this white. Well, he calls in Chill and says, I got this white label. So, and it was a vocal sample of what he did on another record, and they put it over this beat, and he thought it was a remix. So he didn't know what to do with it because Chill Rob G was a hip hop head. See, I was a hip hop head, but in 2 years being around all these dance cats and all these go-go cats and R&B cats in the studio, my voice, my palette changed.
Right.
Turbo B's calling me right now, by the way. Can you guys hear me still?
We can hear you, just can't see.
Yeah. Okay, he's calling me. So being around M2 May and Marcus Miller, I matured a little bit. I was like, yo, I could actually do this dance shit. Now I call Rakim the king of dance music. Why? Because Rakim said, it's been a long time. Pause. I shouldn't have left you. Pause. Without a strong, he didn't say pause, but he paused without a strong rhyme to step 2. Think of how many weeks. So what he did on that record, because of the tempo, is he started to define how to do that style. Then Rob Bass came out and said, I want to rock right now. Pause. I'm Rob Bass and I came to get down. So if you notice in my second verse, I go pause. Take a breath and go for yours. On my command, now hit the dance floor. So a style was being created that most cats don't know how to do on a BPM of 115. They can't handle it. It's too much. So what that record came out, the Stu Fine record, Chill Rob G thought it was his record. He didn't know that it was a white label from another producer. Of course, my man, the head of who was the head of Arista, what's his name? The rich dude. Shit. He signed Whitney, he signed all these, we signed Whitney. Clive Davis. That's Clive Davis. Clive Davis, when Clive Davis saw the white label, he wanted to sign, and this is a true story, he wanted to sign that record, but he could not sign Chill Rob G because he was on Wild Pitch Warner Brothers. Make sense?
Right.
So what did Clive Davis do? Clive Davis said, look, man, I'm making this record over. I don't give a fuck who's on it. It's a smash. So he found a dude in Germany named Turbo B, who was from Florida, from Pittsburgh, but he was in a service. So Turbo B got on the same record with his voice. That's why there's two versions of that I Got the Power record.
See, and I always knew that Chill Rob, I saw that he never got paid nothing from that. And I was like, how the hell did that happen? But that makes sense.
Let me tell you how it happened. Because the machine of Arista is a bigger machine than Stu Fine's. When Clive Davis gets behind a record, it's over.
Yeah.
If he's gonna throw $1 million behind it, that's how. Remember, the Chill Rob G record was more political. My first version of Gonna Make You Sweat was I was homeless when I wrote that record. My first version, I wrote that record to a candle. And my man, years later, I didn't know he took that candle and made a trophy out of me because I was in an abandoned building at the time when I wrote Gonna Make You Sweat. The first time I wrote it from the space that I was, and it was in a political head. When I took it to the studio, the two cats that I was working with were not political people. It was Robert Clavelis, Spanish cat, and David Cole. And so when I dropped the verse, I realized, nah, that's not what these dudes understand. So I tweaked it. Then the second time I did it, I tweaked it again because I'm a writer, so I could tweak it. By the time I got to the third tweak, I ran out of things to say. So I started to go jump to the rhythm, jump to the rhythm, jump to the rhythm, jump. Because I ran out of shit to say. So I was like, dance to the rhythm, dance till you can't, dance till you can't. And it actually became a thing. So, out of necessity, right? The mother of invention. So when I finally got to the third, I was like, okay, I like this. Here is the dome, back with the bass. And so that's really how the CNC thing, but I'm gonna give you one more point. I was in a club in New York City called Nell's. And it was one of the biggest clubs in New York in the late 80s, early 90s. Nell's was the spot because downstairs they played dance and upstairs was hip hop. And it was a spot where you just went, after some other club. And I was downstairs by myself. Everybody was upstairs listening to hip hop music. And the DJ played this record and I'm sitting, it's like 2 a.m. I'm drunk, I'm high. I'm sitting on a radiator under the stairs and I'm by myself. I used to go down there and listen to house music because I started to understand how house music functioned. And so I would go to the clubs and say, okay, well, if I'm starting to produce these house records with these kids, what's in the market? What is it? So I went down there and I'm sitting down. I'm like, yo, I'm going upstairs. Ain't shit popping down here. All the chicks is upstairs. The DJ said, he put a record on. He went, I jumped up off the radiator, damn near broke my head on the ceiling of the stairs. I ran. I said, yo, nigga, what is that? And the record went, I got the power. I said, yo, that's the illest shit I ever heard, B. So then I said, okay, I know where we gotta go.
You have to understand how confusing that was as a 9-year-old to hear Chill Rob's version, the other version. I was like, I didn't know any of these people. So it just was like, why am I hearing two different things? I just thought it was a regular thing. But to get older and find out that it was like an issue there. And it was literally just monopoly.
He got jerked.
No, easily. Easily.
He got jerked. Yeah, no doubt.
Shout out to Sweet Tea. She's in the building.
Sweet Tea in the building.
Hey.
I just saw, right? That was it. That was Sweet Tea just now?
The one and the only.
Her face just came up. Sweet Tea, I swear to God, you're the 25. Your age.
How are you?
What's up, baby girl?
Shout out,
Good
Sweet
to see
Tea.
you. Good to see you.
Freedom, I got one question for you on everything that you were saying, right? So with the lyrics of Gonna Make You Sweat, there's nothing political about it. What did you take out? What was political?
I got one better for you. I got the actual lyrics. I got like 30 rhyme books, like, because we didn't have cell phones. We had to write these shits, and I would buy a 5-section notebook. And my first section was a rough draft. The second section was a second version of the draft. And I actually got the versions that I wrote in my story somewhere. I mean, it was shit like "fuck the government, nobody really cares." We go, it was just street shit.
Hey,
right?
Said you should turn it into an NFT.
Yeah, that's facts. I should, right? That's facts. Listen, I'm gonna give y'all one more jewel, but I know y'all got other things to do. I got 2 songs that Prince gave me for a solo record with him singing on it on a cassette. Because that sexy motherfucker was really Prince doing me. Because I was supposed to do a record with him, and he was like, "Yo, I like the shit you be doing." But I'm gonna be honest with y'all, and don't nobody tell nobody this. I wasn't really checking for Prince in 1989, 1990. Because, LL said we hated Michael and Prince all the way ever since. If the beats are made of meats, then they would have to be mints. Rock the bell. So I was like, man, fuck Prince. I ain't checking for him. 10 years later, I was like, you were the dumbest motherfucker I ever met in my life. Like, you couldn't be no dumber, freak.
Oh, shit.
So he gave me these 2. He gave me these songs, right? And Donnie Yonder, the president of Columbia, calls me in. He goes, "Yo, Prince got these 2 songs for you." He said, "Yo, he wants you to call him." And I'm arrogant. I'm 20. I got a hit record. I'm getting girls. I don't give a fuck about him. I'm 5'6" nigga. What you want to do? Play ball? Yo, I think about that shit now. I'm like, you was a retarded ass nigga.
So did the label take care of you, or the horror story is true? Did the label rip you off?
Well, labels rip off everybody. It's not just, if anybody's, I always tell young artists, they say, "Oh man, I don't want to give my demos to nobody. I don't want to get robbed." I said, "Nigga, you don't get robbed the first time. But if you dope, you're gonna make another record. Like, that's your entrance fee. Getting screwed. Sorry, it's America. What you want?"
So in the end, the label did you right. Because me and CL talk about it all the time.
Nah, the label never did me right. I still get a receipt with a 0 balance because I owe them for fucking record that, but you gotta find other ways to survive.
Are you serious? Oh my God.
Yeah. You got 72 million views on one video. You don't make money on that video.
Not on the royalty.
72. No. Hold on. Fuck 72 million views. This shit goes back to placement, MTV. That's crazy.
But that's only one revenue stream. I do go into publishing. I own the trademark. I own the copyright. So when I do movies, I get paid. When I do tours, I get paid. But the actual royalty from record sales, I don't get a dime from that.
Yo, man, has Questlove reached out to you to do like a Questlove Supreme?
No.
You need to. I hope he does, because I want to hear more from you, man. I know we got to go, but he'll have you on for like 3 hours. And
dope.
Trust me,
it's a pleasure, brothers and sisters on the line. It really is. I appreciate y'all for real.
Freedom, before you bounce out, everybody gonna want to. A lot of people got questions. I'm sure you got and a lot of people are gonna want to do interviews and reach out to you, to help you promote the record. What's the best way for everybody to get in contact with you so that they can follow up?
I really only do. I give you my number, which is 347-452-4058. I really only do Instagram. I can't keep up with the Facebook and the Twitter and the Snap. It's just too much, man. I ain't got that many times in a day. But so Instagram me and Freedom Williams, one word. official.freedom.williams or official CNC Music Factory. So, but I'm easy to catch, man. I mean, I live in Bed-Stuy. I'm an accessible dude. I'm not, you can easily get me, man. I'm not one of those dudes you can't catch.
Wait, the cell number one more time, 347-452-4058. Okay, cool. And then the Instagram. Okay, cool.
Yeah, official Freedom Williams Instagram. And I got another. I'm doing an album. I wasn't going to make an album because I didn't want to deal with Spotify. But when somebody just mentioned the NFTs came out, I was like, well, this is a real interesting way. So I'm actually finishing the album. This is the first single. We're going to drop another one you know, and I guess in another month or two in February, I got some. So it's gonna be like 6-7 records of boom bap hip hop, like 6 or 7 records of house music.
Dope. I feel like the NFT music scene is going to give artists more power, more money than ever without any more headaches.
And you got to get it now because they selling little stupid ass images of like a dog with a spoon in his mouth, and I can't imagine that shit lasting forever.
Facts. Well, listen, man. Thank you for tapping in with us, and
I appreciate.
Of course,
you.
man. It's been a long time, man. I know.
A
long time, man. Appreciate you.
A long time.
Dropping the knowledge. The history is invaluable. I saw somebody else say that in the chat. And yo, thank you, man.
Yeah, I appreciate. I love all y'all, man. Keep doing what you do. We need you and we love you for real.
No doubt. We're gonna play a record, and then we're gonna get in with Sweet Tea. And you already know what it is, man. Every Wednesday, New Music Wednesdays. Let's go. New Music Wednesdays. It's all love. What year did that record come out, man? I'll never forget Kid Capri had it on one of his mixtapes. And I was just like, I think I might have rewinded the mess out of that shit. It just might have popped. What
Yo,
year?
CL, I'm about to do something. I'm about to do something that y'all don't ever see me do, but I'm gonna do it. Watch this here. You see that?
He's coming out.
He's coming in. Y'all see that? Do y'all see that record? Y'all see that record? Y'all see that? I don't know if you can see it. I don't know if you can see it.
You can see a little bit. You got your thing on, but we can see a little bit.
We can't see it because you got your background up.
I don't know what. Let me see if I can take the background off. But go on and proceed. But yeah, that's the record right there. I can't take the background. I don't know how to do it. But
it came out in 1986.
86?
Yeah.
Wow. That is what's up, man. Yeah, man. Timeless music, timeless record. You know, when you catch one, you catch one. Everybody, if you don't know, we got the legend and lovely Sweet Tea in the building. What's happening?
I'm good. I'm just excited to be here, talk to y'all, kick it, you know.
Yeah, no question about it, man. First of all, thank you for taking time to join our call. You know, shout out to DJ Swerve for making the connection. And
yes.
Yeah, man. I mean, listen, we talk about 86 to 2021, going to 2022. Such a span. What was it like back when that record hit and whatnot? Like, yeah, you know, what's the play like? What was it? What was it like? Like, what was the feeling like for you with that record in the street? Like, you know, what was going on at the time?
I mean, you know, before It's My Beat, I was with DMX. So, you know, I was already going out on tours. You know, I was out with Houdini, Run DMC, a lot of the, you know, groups then. So I was already kind of going out there. And, you know, you hear One for the Treble, and I was a DMX girl. And like Queens also was just full of like, you know, you had to be at the block party. You had to be at, you know, these different places and people expecting and waiting for you. And you got to get on the mic. So like it already kind of started, you know what I mean? And when It's My Beat came out, like my first solo song, like I was excited. I mean, me and Jazzy Joyce, you know, about to just like try to take over the world. So it was a fun time. It was definitely a fun time.
Nah, dope stuff. Shout out to Jazzy Joyce also.
Absolutely.
Friend, legend. No, it's dope, man. And you know, I'm just happy to have you just to also honor you. You know, at the end of the day, man, everybody's contribution has, you know, I can't tell you how much it has done for everybody, but everybody who's come behind y'all, you know, y'all set the way and the foundation for it. So, so all right, let's bring it up to today, man. So what is going on? I know you got a new record, but you know, what's going on with Sweet Tea? What else are you doing? You know, musically and other things. What's the latest?
Well, you know, during the pandemic, I'm actually working with Pudgy the Fat Bastard. We worked hard. I mean, on top of working on the music, I'm a assistant director of a drug treatment program. So I was very active through the whole pandemic, because while there's was a pandemic, there's still drug epidemics going on, people ODing, people, not doing well. So I did that. And when I got off, then, I was at Pudgy's, I was in the studio, and we spent a lot of time trying to create what's going to be me, what's going to sound like me, what's going to, how could I move forward? Because as many a times that I could say that, I could just ride the old school, my songs, and go out and do shows like I still do now. But, it was Pudgy was come on, let's do it, so. And there's a lot of people that's been behind me, Bumpy Knuckles, a lot of people that's been with me, and just you can't stop, So I worked really hard, and you're gonna hear that's Don't Play With It right now. And at the top of the year, somewhere in the first quarter, hopefully, we're gonna drop an EP, and so that we could just start spilling out all this music.
Awesome. All right, well, let's get into the song. We'll come back. I'm sure people got questions and all that good stuff. But right now we got Sweet Tea. Record's called Don't Play With It. Produced by Pudgy, the Fat Bastard. Let's go.
Shake it, put them dollar bills. Right. Shake it like it's winter and you gotta chill. Lift it up, she gon' get you twisted up. If you drop it down, boy, bring it up.
You can see from the front what it is in the back. I got that whack. What's the reason that he act like that? What did I do? Throw that ass like a spin cycle. Not a pastor, but he call me his first lady. I'm a hot chick, he ain't got no options. Running through his mind and I'm running through his pockets. He thinking the sex gon' be having me unstable. I'm telling you the best think they thoroughbreds. Now they in my stable. If I give it to you, then what you gon' do? If you cop one, then cop me one too. Big mama, so you know I need them big commas. Need a big bowl of the white like Miss Carter.
Don't play with it, don't play with it, don't play with it, don't play with it. Booty, you that booty, put that booty in reverse. Girl, who that booty, that's a gift and a curse. Don't play with it, don't play with it, don't play with it, don't play with it, don't play with it. Give it to me, give me that, give it to me, give me that, give me, I'ma never give it back.
Boy, my name is Toy, don't play with it. Lock in whole shift all day with it. And he ain't never gonna leave, he gon' stay with it. Cause he get what he want, I'ma savor it. I feel like you got it, you know how I do. I drop it, you on me, I never stop it. You poppin', I keep it poppin'. My brains, I give you logic, get tipsy from when I'm dropping. You know I'm never forgotten.
How could I forget that?
Lovers and friends talking Little John Usher. You gon' have to run a couple tickets before you touch it. If you talking about bands, we can start making plans. I ain't got no OnlyFans, you can be my only fan.
Don't play with it, don't play with it, don't play with it, don't play with it. Booty, you that booty, put that booty in reverse. Girl, do that booty like a gift and a curse. Don't play with it, don't play with it, don't play with it, don't play with it, don't play with it. Give me that, I give it, never give it back.
Won't you be the one I run to? Give me that vitamin D like the sun do. Boy, keep that ring, no white thing, cause you get much more as a side chick.
If your hair long and your ass fat and you got more than $3 in your cash app, girl, throw that ass back, throw that ass back, throw that ass back. You got your own house and your own car, and you single but a man still pay for it. Girl, throw that ass back, throw that ass back, throw that ass back.
If I give it to you, then what you gon' do? If you cop one, then cop me one too.
That thing was bumping, man.
Here you go. All right, dope. Okay.
And just so you know, that's Pudgy the Fat Bastard on the hook of that record.
Hey, I was like, is that Fat Man Scoop?
No, that's Pudgy.
Pudgy, yeah, that's hot.
Pudgy, like tap in real quick. Tap in real quick.
Pudgy spit, Pudgy chant, Pudgy can sing his ass off.
Pudgy's a popular dude. We done talked about him on this show. And then I check out Matt Hoffa. They talk about him on that too.
I appreciate all y'all. What's up, everybody?
Yeah.
So my guy CEO, what's up, CEO?
That's chilling, man. Let me tell you, man. It definitely something like I didn't expect that. You know what I mean? But it's
neither did we.
and it's ill because you got two New York, people coming together to make, different sounds and do different types of records. And I mean, that's what it's all about, man. Just putting your whole shit out there. So is this going to be an album, EP? Or you just going to drop some singles for now? Like, what's the rollout plan?
Well, we dropped the single, and we're going to work this single, and we're going to drop an EP after this.
Okay, so the EP's coming. Dope.
Yeah.
Okay, so 2022, we should be looking out for that.
Absolutely.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Anybody that you want to work with? Any collabos that you either got or you want to get?
There's a song that I want to do with Remy. I've already done the song, and I wanted to put a verse on it. And it's like we're getting through my records, trying to make sure that I have a really strong core. And then we're talking about different people and who would be cool on some of the records. So we're still working on that. But there's a lot of people I would love to do collabos with.
I can make a phone call for Remy. Just saying, really.
Okay.
Word the miracle worker.
Yeah, I think she would really like the record too. And I just feel like let's take the two brown skins, the two New Yorks, let's get us together and do that.
All right.
Did you see yourself doing a remix with Remy on that record?
If she wants to get on that record, she could.
That's pretty hot. I still can't get over. I'm still lost of words on it. That's a dope record.
So yeah, we're all Sweet Tea. Of course, Pudgy the Fat Bastard. Anybody got any questions? Anything? Words of encouragement?
And thanks, Head Rush.
Feedback? Anything that they want to say or ask? Please, this is open floor.
Yeah, I like the party vibe. I like the party vibe of the record. It's definitely got a good vibe to it. It's got bro was just talking about, Forever was just talking about. It's got that boom bap type of feel to it. So that's always a good thing. But yeah, I definitely think it's a dope record.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Well, I think it just shows the diversity.
Applying pressure. Yeah, because you don't sound dated at all.
Like anybody.
And Rush, you in the Matrix.
You sound like you. Say that again, Rush. You got a bad connection real quick. All right.
I think he was just saying keep applying pressure because you don't sound like nobody else.
Is that better?
Yeah, that sounds better.
What do you say?
I was saying that you sound good. You don't sound dated. You sound like somebody fresh.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
I was about to say that.
We worked hard on the cadence. We worked hard on, just making it classic and current.
Shamika, you want to say something?
No, I was about to say the same thing where homeboy said, you don't sound dated at all. Sweet Tea, I love you. I really do. I made a Christmas mix. I use Let the Jingle Bells Rock.
Oh my gosh. You did send it to me.
Yeah, I loved it. Pudgy, I know you in here too. Hello.
Regan, what's up, yo? How you feeling?
I'm okay. I'm okay. Thanks for asking. I definitely love the song Sweet Tea has. I was shaking my booty all around and stuff like that. Look at
TikTok. Let's do it. TikTok.
Now I appreciate.
I'm too old to be
I appreciate
shaking my butt
you.
like that, but I'm too old to be shaking my butt like that. But hey, it got me going.
Now we really appreciate that. We appreciate that, and you next level and Head Rush, y'all giving us what we need because we're doing different things to make sure that we help people understand that we're present in what's going on today, but we're still who we are. So thank you. We need that.
Yes. You're very welcome. And best of luck to the both of you guys.
Thank you so much.
Hear his music. Oh gosh.
So I love that record. I love that record, and especially love where it initially came from. So I personally feel like, and again, you would love to put it in the hands of the DJs, but possibly having a DJ make an alternative mix, possibly throwing in like a Manny Fresh verse or Lil Wayne verse, you know what I'm saying, with the original Hot Boys or I Need a Hot Girl verse in there, sending out. So it's kind of like you're plugging your record, but you're reminding people where it came from. So if a DJ doesn't have a spine to just play the whole record through, they can, they have an exit strategy or exit plan. And then possibly, who knows? That may lead to Wayne or Manny or somebody being like, hey, let me get on the remix. You know what I mean? And then that'll blow that record up even bigger and make it even more insane. And then, one of them saying, I need a hot girl. The next thing you know, Meg Thee Stallion jump on that bitch at the end, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I hear a bunch of possibilities for that record, but at the same time, I feel like there needs to be some manipulation of people and other records to make it happen.
So thank you for that, Sandy, right? Because you gave free game. We do want to say that we already started feeling that out, and D-Dot has done a remix that we don't know when that's gonna come out, but for the Mad Rapper, which is our bro from a long time ago, to jump in and just want to remix it and just say, y'all do whatever y'all want with it. We get a lot of support just from people. And Sweet Tea to me is an icon. So just to watch the machine work for her out of love is a good thing. So thank you for that free game.
Yeah, no problem, man. No problem.
Thank you so much.
I guess the next question's gotta be about, interviews and drops and all that, because I know people gonna want to get that. How you handling that?
Well, you can send it to me. You can send me the information in my DM or my email, and because everything is on my Instagram page, and I'll get that stuff back to you. I'll get it back to you.
What's your email? That way I can just put it in the chat for everybody.
Okay, it's Sweet Tea the MC, SWEETTEE the MC at gmail.com.
So
and Sweet Tea the MC, and Sweet Tea the MC is also my Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah. So Sweet Tea, like the last time that I heard you, was the show soundtrack when you were going by Sugar. So yeah, like so what made you jump back into this right now? Because it seems like once we think she's gone, she comes back. I see you have your name back again. Like, what was the change? What was that all about?
Okay, so the Sugar episode was I went in the studio and I started working, and I was just like playing around with AKAs, on my songs, and one of them was Sugar. And they gave the music to Jam Master Jay, and when he heard it and found out it was me, he was like, well, I like Sugar. He said, 'cause at that particular point, it was really, really difficult for our generation of rappers. Because the 90s, when it was really difficult. It was like, I don't know, there was this small kind of period where it was like, you guys aren't in type of thing. You know what I'm saying?
I remember.
So he said, let's use Sugar. He said, because I want to be able to play this music for people with no judgment.
Okay.
And so he did the same. He did it with Russell. He gave the music to Russell and said it was a girl named Sugar. Right. And so Russell was like, well, I really like the music. He was like, I want to meet her. So we went down to the Time Cafe. And when I walked in the door, Russell just started laughing because he knew it was me. I walked in. So he just looked at me and he looked at Jay and it was like, sign her.
But what's crazy? That because I remember I'm here in Houston and I remember hearing that song for the longest, like that year that it came out. And I didn't realize who it was because I used to collect videos. I would, tape Rap City and things like that. And I remember seeing the video, and I was like, wait a minute, that's Sweet Tea. And it was like I was hearing it the whole time. But so with that being said, because I know I want to get everybody's questions out the way. How did you get into this? I know that you and Jazzy Joyce came in '86. You linked up with you linked up with Herbie Lovebug, because I used to always associate you with Kid and Play. And I do have another question I want to ask about that too. But how did you link up with Herbie and all of them?
So I was with this group. Once Davey DMX, the one for the treble, touring kind of slowed down, I had got with these two girls, and we were a group called the Glamour Girls, right? And we did a song, and we were working on doing other songs, but I felt like that the manager was like dimming my light. It was like there was a third girl, that one of the girls in the group, he was trying to, get with her. You know what I'm saying? He didn't have a snowball's chance in her with me. The other girl, neither. So he was trying to get with the third member of the group. And so all her ideas were the brightest. You know what I mean? And so I didn't like what was going on. And so I walked out and I said, I'm going to Latin Quarters. I'm going to have a drink and I'm going to go chill out. So I went to Latin Quarters and Herbie walked up on me and he said, I've been looking for you.
Really? So he had heard of the Glamour Girls group? No,
he heard of me. He knew who I was, because I'm telling you, it was a whole Queens thing. Gotcha. I was on flyers everywhere. So I was already a local artist. And so he had actually called my manager at one point and said, this is what Herbie said to me. He said, I called your manager because I was asking about you and he told me you were busy. Right? So I ran into him that night and I went home. I wrote It's My Beat that night, put it on his answering machine that night. And then the next morning he called me and said, I'm coming to get you. And we went and we recorded It's My Beat.
Wow. And so then after that, like y'all just developed that relationship for those couple years and then It's Tea Time drops. Yo, I'm gonna tell you something, man. Like, and I told Swerve this, and hopefully this doesn't come off as any disrespect, but I know a lot of people have like the people they had crushes on early in the game. When I saw On the Smooth Tip in my young, I was like, oh my God. Yo, I used to have the illest crush on you, Sweet Tea, but I loved it On the Smooth Tip. Like, I love that track, man. I did want to know though, and this is just something that's kind of, it made me think about it when they said that you were going to be on here. House Party. Did they ever come to you about doing anything in House Party? Always, and I'm not saying that I've heard anything. I just always wondered. They didn't. I always felt like your association with Kid and Play. Like, I wonder if they came at Sweet Tea about being Sherang. Like, I always thought about that growing up.
I did one of their videos. I was in one of their videos, but no, not for House Party.
Okay. All right. Well, look, it was good. It's good meeting you. Like I said, I got the record here. I actually bought the vinyl probably about 10 years ago. I found it at a store in Austin. And I was like, man, I need to get this vinyl, man. But it's good seeing you. It's good knowing you still looking good. You're still doing your thing, man. So peace, man.
Thank you so much. Just send me the information if you want me to do the drops, and I'll get them done and get them to you.
Absolutely.
All right, Sweet Tea. We see what's going on. People got crushes. A lot of people throwing flowers is coming through the chat now.
Flowers.
You still got them coming to the yard.
I got them. I'm catching them.
No, that's dope, man. That's dope. Well, thank you for stopping in and rocking with us. There's so much going on. I mean, I feel like the Sweet Tea NFTs got to be on that list too. We got, all of these things got to start coming out. Shout out to Whitney Houston. I was talking about a story yesterday. Whitney Houston's estate partnered with One Of, and they auctioned a one song NFT with a song from when she was 17 that had never been released before. And they gave the person the opportunity to own this song exclusively as an NFT. And the auction started, and it was sold last night at midnight for $999,000.
Wow.
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. What am I talking about? $999,000 and 99, whatever. 99999. Almost $1 million within a 24-hour period. And it just makes me understand that, like, you know, you may have a song from back in the day, or that you know had whatever time. You know, anybody sitting on something that they were like, you know, this is back when, so and so was at the crib and we did something. Probably sitting on a lot of money that will seed your projects and your other visions in life. You know, sort of a way to get, I guess, our just due in terms of like being paid by real people, not a third party. For your content, let alone your new music, but something to just put out there in the air. And that goes for images. You know, I don't know if you got like pictures from back in the day or whatever, or lyrics. You know, maybe that pad that you wrote your first rhymes on. Those things are worth tons of dollars now. So just think about all of that stuff and whatnot.
So
T.
Wait, before we go on a tangent, go ahead. If anything Sweet Tea related, please go ahead.
Oh no, I was going to ask T.
Quantum, go ahead.
No, I was going to ask T. I was like, you are cousins with 50 Cent, right?
No, I'm not related to him, but you know, he and I were both signed to Jam Master Jay, and we spent a lot of time together.
Okay. Because I was gonna say, like, I didn't know if you had that connection with him, quite possibly, but don't worry about it. I thought you were cousins.
Yeah.
That's actually dope. I didn't know that, so that's what's up. Knox, go ahead.
No, I was. It ain't got nothing to do with Sweet Tea. So y'all, I thought you was. I was gonna respond to your NFT things on the. I was gonna bring it back to the copyright thing, and so basically, anything before 1924 is public domain. If it was created before the year 1924, you can legally use it, period, no ifs, ands, or buts. If it was between 1924 and 1968, when they had a copyright law change, the original copyright only covered it for 8 years. So if they didn't renew it, this is what Quantum was referring to.
Correct.
If they renew it at that point in time when the 28 years expired, then their copyright expires after 28 years. They don't even get 70 years. However, if they renewed it, they get 95 years. And the max that you can get if it was created before 1968 is 120 years if you put all the renewals. If it's created recently after 1974, then that's when it's period. It's only got 70 years after the life of whoever the last member is. What they used to do is they used to have to pass it down, because if you didn't renew it, it expired. So it expired in 28 years automatically if you didn't automatically go, like if you didn't have your family renew it. Now it automatically renews and it stays for 70 years after the life, and then it becomes public domain with no exception.
Exactly. So like I said before, that 70 year, you have to have it renewed. Like you said, if it was before 1924, yes, but it has to be renewed. They're not going to let money get away like that. And a lot of that came through that Telecommunications Act.
Is public domain.
So, right. Well, hold on. Let me, Sweet Tea, I know you want to hear all about copyrights, and we be having these conversations. They get deep. You know what I mean? I don't want to get you caught up in it, but I do want to say, like, anybody wants us to connect with Sweet Tea, I put her information in the chat, her email. So I know other people have their shows, other people have things that you're doing in your different cities. Make sure you can get at Sweet Tea or Pudgy for that matter, to get those things done. And I don't want
job scopes, man.
And
I got a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Pudge and Sweet Tea. Pudge, I want to know, can I have y'all autographs? No.
You are not.
Can I get a picture? Now, when the video is for the single gonna get shot or be done?
We're in talks with that now. We're definitely talking about that now. So
Hopefully I get an invite. I just want to be around.
Even for now, even a lyric video for now don't hurt. It's just about, making it available on YouTube for people to be able to interact with. I mean, it's still the #1 platform that people use to connect to music. So just, get on Fiverr, pay somebody like $50 and just get that joint up there until y'all ready for the other video. So
T, do y'all have like a campaign or strategy for because this can definitely be TikTok viral? Do you have any strategy or plan for making that happen?
We've talked to a couple of people, and I'm yet to see like some of the videos, like to try to get that moving forward. But that's definitely on our list of things that we've been trying to focus on. Because I know you're absolutely right about that.
I like the idea that Bionic had mentioned, which is getting a Manny Fresh or Juvenile, or I forgot who else he mentioned, but maybe one of the pioneers of the South to jump on it as well. I think that would do it. Just makes it even like more, just adds to it, which is dope. I like that suggestion a lot.
I mean, this basically it was like we said earlier, start with a DJ. So like, DJs just throw up videos of mixing those records all together, and that could be the start off right there, and then it can go from there.
Oh snap! Do I hear a sweet tea challenge?
That's where it's going.
Sweet tea challenge.
I mean, there are influencers out here that are, cool. Yeah, they're gonna charge probably, but they still cool people to connect with. That can, almost start the challenge for you without starting the challenge. Because sometimes the challenges come off so contrived, they don't go nowhere. But sometimes somebody just starts to do some shit. 3 or 4 people do it. It's like, oh shit, let me jump on this real quick. So just a thought. We just over here having open conversation about marketing. But again,
and all of it's great information, great input. Like you just gave me plenty of things to think about. Absolutely.
That's what we do.
So I got a little bit of experience on the whole challenge video trend. It's really difficult. I've had about 70 people make me videos for challenge videos that are on TikTok. What didn't work for me is just asking people, offering money, doing contests, trying to get people to do challenge videos. That personally did not work for me. I offered $100. I offered $500. I offered $1,000 at one point in time. Like, hey, all you got to do is make a challenge video. Somebody's going to win. People just don't react to it naturally. But if you title your song in a niche title that people will look up, then that's what gets responses. So for instance, I've got a song and I titled it #Big Booty Challenge, all one word, right? So without me doing anything whatsoever, women go on TikTok and they look up big booty challenge videos. And it's the first thing that pops up. I have another one that's called SMIB, which means so mote it be. It's a Masonic term. And when a Freemason is wanting to basically be proud of the fraternity, they pull up SMIB and then it comes up and they use my video. And it's very, very organic. And it's just all about the title of the song.
I think James Brown got a question. He raised his hand, James.
Oh yeah. Hey, Sweet Tea, shout out to Sweet Tea. James Brown here in Long Beach. I like the track and everything. My question is, as far as I haven't seen any documentaries on you. Are there any documentaries floating around? And is there any, like when you was coming up, is there anybody like we know of known that you were battling in the streets?
Like LL was at some of my, well, he was at definitely one show that I know of. Yeah, there's definitely a couple of, not any of the artists that are really out now. Just some of the Queens, people from Queens that, would be out and be in the park. Like I was trying to find this flyer, it was like the handwritten flyer, paper flyer, and it was me. LL was on the flyer at the time. when he got his first song. So, but I just can't find this flyer. I found some of my other ones, but I couldn't find that one. But yeah, it's a few people that were around and knew.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, I was rocking to hear my beat out here in Long Beach. I had to let you know.
Okay.
Shout out to Pudgy, man. I hear you on that track, man. Did you produce that also, Pudgy?
No, bro. I didn't do the track.
Okay.
And I'm glad we got to clarify that because I would have never went for the Cash Money thing. But when we started to work on the sound, and both of us took to the music, and that's how it came about. So thank you for that distinction.
All right, cool. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, did Will Gambit? Do you have a question? I see you raise your hand, Will.
No, I really was doing a little research and I seen y'all talking about cousin. Her cousin is DJ Star in Buckwild, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now that's my first cousin.
Oh, get out of here. Okay.
Yeah, it's crazy.
This is why we do these calls. You find
I'll
out
definitely be in
all this
touch because we at Strong Side would love to interview and plus working on the all girl woman compilation. It's hot. You would definitely make our day by being on it for the other ladies on it. We're gonna put some power behind it. Definitely, we'll be honored. But I'll be in touch with you, sister.
Absolutely, please.
Hey, Strong Side is really powerful. I got like 4 different DJs on, and they have weekly conference calls. So definitely link up with Strong Side.
Hey, Will, make sure you get her information, her email as well in the chat. That way, you can link up. I think you might have to scroll up a little bit.
I got it.
You got it. All right, cool.
Yep. And if Pudgy can drop his in there too, I definitely wouldn't want to call Sweet Tea without having Pudgy swing by. I've heard a lot about you, sir.
I appreciate you, bro.
But you was in here a few weeks ago, wasn't you?
No, we were talking about him, I think.
No, I was in here. I was in here like a month or whatever.
I think you wasn't here for that Head Rush. That's the one.
I was.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't.
I don't know. He was on here about a couple of months ago. He was on here.
Okay. Because I know I heard his name on Hoffa's show, and then I heard it on this show like a day or two later, and I was like, hold on, that's pretty close.
Yeah, I still got his email on deck. So yeah, he was definitely on here.
Oh, okay. Yes, sir.
Well, Sweet Tea, again, honored to have you come up on New Music Wednesdays and doing your thing, still looking good, doing your thing. People throwing flowers and all this shit in the call. This is nuts. I just don't happen every day. So this is great. Pudgy, you already know, man, you family. Thank you for tapping in. And listen, y'all more than welcome to stay on. We're gonna play some music and get into some of these crazy stories that happen during the week. A lot of just nuts. Every day it's a new story. People getting locked up, rappers getting locked up. We're trying to figure out the Tory Lanez thing. We're gonna try to crack the code on what he did, what happened, what didn't happen. Yeah, let's get into it, y'all. Shout out to Steph Curry.
Yeah, that's a new album.
Hold on.
Yep, her new album called.
Yeah. See, I still got that Sweet Tea queued up.
Hey man, I don't know what it is, but when I hear these old beats come back, I'm like, gosh, that beat was a monster back then when Beans had it. Now she came back and it's like, oh, and I love that beat, man.
Nah, I'm the reverse. I'm like, yo, yeah, that Siegel beat hit, and her ass just came up on here and just lollygagged on that shit. Like straight up. Hold up. After push, bro, after push, I gave 0. I lost all interest.
Oh shit!
After push, I lost all interest. And it's like, and I'm just I'm not feeling it. And then it's like the whole thing is like, all right, you did all this big ass build up of piano playing in the beginning before the beat drops. Then the beat drops and you play 3 chords the whole song. Real light behind the sample and let the sample drive the song because that's all we give a fuck about.
You are on a level 10. You're like level 9.0 mutant hate. Your mutant hate meter is like level 9.5.
Like, it's like, come on, bro.
That
it's
shit is
Siegel, bro. It's
Bionic,
Siegel.
the real life mad rapper, yo.
And then
real.
on top of that,
I have no clue. I have no clue.
And then on top of that, hold on. On top of that, hold on. And then on top of that, it's like, okay, like you didn't even give me a bridge. Shawty, you play keys. You are Alicia Keys. You didn't even give me a bridge? You can play. Why do you play a bridge?
Oh my God.
Shout out to Sandy the scientist. Sandy the scientist.
Yeah, where the polls at? Where the polls at?
Sandy, okay. Pudgy's on here going and say, okay, we gotta ask this question right now. This is crazy.
I mean, listen, you like what you like. Y'all like, and I know there are gonna be people that love that record. I'm not one of them. And I'm not knocking those that do.
Clearly.
I don't like it, and I'm telling you why I don't like it. It's that simple.
Because she only played 2 chords after the build up. The mad musician strikes again.
The beat is time. Just that da-na-na-na, like that shit just hits.
All right, I put up a poll, man. I can't. This is crazy. I thought there was nobody I thought would hate this shit, but this is crazy.
No, I heard it the first time. I told you the first time I heard it, that fucking thing slammed.
Nah, he got voted on that one.
Hold on. This I want to say.
No vote is necessary. That's a hit.
Ain't no vote necessary.
No vote necessary. Y'all already know what it is.
Did Swizz Beatz make that beat?
No, that's a sample.
That wasn't
Swizz.
No.
Who did that original? I forgot.
Mike Will made it.
Mike Will. He did this version of it. But the original, who did the original for Beans? Does anybody know?
Wasn't it Just Blaze?
Kanye.
Maybe.
Somebody's phone is breaking up.
Headrush, you're in Terminator land. But...
Yeah. Headrush.
I was making trying to hear you.
Give it up.
All right. Well, listen, I was
So,
shocked.
side note, hold up. Since we on this subject, so I just saw something that made me laugh like shit. I just saw something that said, and of course it's rumors and speculation, all of the shit. It said that there's a rumor that this nigga Swizz Beatz is fuck around with Lala.
Well, I got time for
Boy, we ain't gonna do
And-
it. What do you call that? Dish? We don't want to be the dish. Man,
We're not the dish. The dish is already out there. We're just
Everybody coming to this page. Everybody coming to this right now. They coming to the YouTube.
Exactly. We about to be on TMZ with this shit. I don't know.
Listen,
know.
we're not the dish.
He's
just like,
Swizz Beatz cheating with Lala. You heard it here first.
Don't even put that in there.
There you go. Bionic, man. You got to plead your case.
Hey, where's that?
Let me tell you something. That could very well have happened.
Listen,
we don't
this
know.
shit dropped like 6 hours ago. Like this ain't no different than us
Just
talking
say
about.
allegedly. Just say allegedly.
That's what I said. I said it was all speculation. That was the first thing I said.
I don't know.
Like,
man. You know this world of
the first thing I said was rumor and speculation. That was the first thing I said.
I don't put nothing past nobody. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
Fact.
I'm not gonna put nothing past nobody. I just don't know. Anyway,
And
I'm closing this poll out.
Oh, it won. It was 86%.
I already knew I was gonna take that L. That's fine. I'll be that guy. I'm
Well,
all right.
hold up.
Don't feel bad because I'm a Philadelphian and I
Hold up.
didn't like it.
Word? Who said that?
I
Well,
did.
let me tell you something.
Man, this is a rough one.
Well, let me tell you something. I like the song because of the beat first, but now I'm on that bionic thing. I like it even Alicia. So yeah, now I even like it more.
So let me ask y'all a question. Let me ask y'all a question.
Go ahead. And
What was the hook? What was the hook? What was the hook?
She purposely didn't want
There's a lot of shit I like that I don't know the hook.
What was the hook? No. Sing me the top line.
Oh yeah, the hook was yo Sandy.
Or tell me what the hook was.
The hook was
marijuana affects short-term memory, and I am
Thank
smoking.
you, Pudge.
So I just want to put that on.
Pudge, I appreciate that. But Pudge, you also get what I was saying though, right?
Of course. Well, the record is and I'm not here for TMZ, but I'm gonna say, I always hate when people take the low hanging fruit and go over that, because I feel like Alicia's a real musician and pushes a real rapper, and I would like to hear something original and astounding. So for me, that would, again, like I said about the Cash Money loop, I would have never touched it. Like, I like it and all that, but give us something new. I don't like being in the spin cycle. So
yeah. Okay, real quick before you play the music, CL, this Von Mac. She just said that she did is 2 albums, it's 2 sides. So one is her playing the piano strictly only.
It's the original joint, and then it's like a
And Mike Will was on the boards that sampled her original piano playing. So I guess I'm a purist, but I, you know what I'm saying? What I was gonna say earlier 5 minutes ago was we need to all stop saying what ain't good and what ain't bad, because somebody gonna buy it somewhere. Like even my digital marketing services, I used to be like, if you ain't hot, I'm not even service you. I don't even want your money. But now I'm like, fuck it. That's what you want to do? You want to put yourself out there? Then I'm put you out there. But we can't be stopping the flow of what somebody else is doing just because we don't like it.
Can I just say something real quick? Can I just say something? We make music for people, and head nods and critique is what sends us in the right direction or lets us know if we're pandering to the right people.
Absolutely.
So I don't think opinions. I mean, we wouldn't be on here. We value the DJ's opinion, and we know if you're gonna play it or not, right? Or whether we should go back to the drawing board. So saying that we shouldn't value opinions is just saying do what you want, and if you fail all the way through. I don't agree with that.
Now, and let me throw this out there too.
Because I know how this is going to go. We about to get real philosophical.
Now, I'm going to throw this and then I'm done for real.
All right, go ahead, Bionic.
A couple of weeks ago, we played that Jesse Nelson, I Want a Bad Boy record that everybody bashed because you did, but everybody else bashed it because it was like, oh no, she used this puffy bad boy joint. But even in that, she had motherfucking like a B section to the verse to where there was some originality to that record. She had that like, and so again, this is how I'm coming at folk. Like, again, you like what you like. You can't, you like what you like. I love that record. I don't like this record. I love this sample. I love that sample. I love the fact that that record had added elements to it. This one does not. This one falls flat for me. Will people play it? Yes, they will. Will I play it if I need to play it? Yes, I will. Will I grab for it just because I want to play it? No, I won't.
Fair enough. All right, let's play this next song. See what everybody's feeling, because I don't know. I don't know where we at today. Everybody, I don't know. But let's go. Africa's trying to put together some super records now. They starting to compound they shit now. Shout out to Burna Boy and Wizkid on that one. I think the record's called B Dior, and it just came out like I think Tuesday. I'm not Tuesday, maybe Monday.
It was like Monday. Yeah, I got or Tuesday, Monday. Yeah, I got the full package joint too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
All up on Digiwaxx if y'all need it.
Thanks, Worth. I just Googled. I said, "Hey Siri, when did Afro beats originate?" And it said 1970. But we've only been really hearing it in America per se. I don't know. I'm saying 42, but I didn't really know about Afro beats until the last 5 years.
Well, you're talking about like Fela Kuti though. You're talking about like things like that. Like it's been around. What you're hearing is a neo version of Afro beats, and I mean back then they used to use actual instruments. Like it, so it has been around for a while. I would recommend if you like this, listen to Fela Kuti. Like very good instrumentalist, also very political. But there was a whole thing of that years ago, like I said, in the 70s.
I want to know, is that from a Afro beats artist's mouth, Like I want to hear them say that. Like
to Vaughn, the Afrobeats artists say Afrobeat is Fela Kuti and Afrobeats is what you're hearing today. That's what they say.
Let me snap.
You can find interviews with Burna Boy and people like that saying that.
That's what's up.
Man, I'll just say like Fela is like the I don't want to say Bob Marley, but not, you know, he is to Nigeria, and that in Nigeria's music, what Bob Marley is to Jamaica and to like reggae. You know, he is like Godfather, the
pioneer of Afrobeat.
Yeah, that blew up and went global. You know, he made that sound. I mean, shoot, you could go downtown and any night, and they'll play some Fela. I mean, that shit is music you can vibe and on a higher vibration to, you know, get out your shit. All right, let's keep going. I actually want to play this song, which I wanted to play last week, but I think we were just all over the place. But let's play this right here. We have to open up a different app.
Let's kick his ass. 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 Let's kick his ass, yeah. Let's fuck him up, yeah. Let's beat him up, yeah. And run his pockets, yeah. Take all his shit, yeah. Take all his riches, yeah. Take all his bitches, yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Let's kick his ass. Let's stomp him out and throw his body in the trash. Let's break his bones, put his body in a cast. I'ma stab him, put a lemon in the gash. Throw that nigga in a lake and make a splash. Let's hook him up to jumper cables, hit the gas. Let's whoop his ass, let's do him bad. What did he do to make them niggas that mad? Goddamn, man, he going out sad. Let's take his racks, let's fuck him up. Let's pull up on him, put his body in the trunk. Then let's park the car somewhere and blow it up. If you don't give a damn, I don't give a fuck. He talking tough, now that nigga out of luck. Let's punch him in the face, put him on a plate. By your head, say your grace. Let's kick his ass, send him to the pearly gates.
Let's kick his ass. 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 Let's kick his ass, yeah. Let's fuck him up, yeah. Let's beat him up, yeah. And run his pockets, yeah. Take all his shit, yeah. Take all his riches, yeah. Take all his bitches, yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, that's mine, yeah. She said it's mine, yeah. The cold fish scale. We drinking Montclairs, airing out spots with they moms there. Daughters and they sons there. Mowing down like John Deere. I'm stepping on niggas, I'm stepping on products, stepping out in Gucci and Prada and put my whole foot in niggas' daughters. Free Willy, Big Well, the Coke fish scale, with some fish scale. My whole fist swell, then send niggas to hell. Step on a nigga nuts till they go squish. I'ma shoot my shot at this bitch till it go swish. I love your hip dips, bitch. She love the way a nigga ropes split. Swim my hands around a motherfucker throat and the sun get lit. Ah, shucks, bitch. I give no fucks, bitch. Got that pyro lit. Turn niggas to hieroglyphs and make souls lift. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Yeah.
Kill his ass in his dreams like Scary Terry. Stomp his feet and slap his ass when he scream like Tom and Jerry. If I don't know your ass, ain't no need to fight you fairly. Fat Zach and shoot your ass in the knees and body slam.
Let's kick his ass.
Choke a nigga till his eyes pop out. You die today, I hope you proud of how your life turned out. But wanna play not knowing all my niggas' minds burnt out. Couldn't let it slide, a nigga tried it, then his pride hurt now.
Let's kick his ass.
Fuck him up like that boy black and I'm a white man. Here, boy. Fuck a slut and steal the strap about the nightstand. He ain't got no heart and he would never fight no niggas. But when he inside with his bitch, I bet he working on his right hand. Hit his line from his bitch phone and stomp him out while he sleeping. Record the video, then get online to go leak it. That boy done hit the floor when he knocked out, now he bleeding. That nigga ain't never like me, at least now it's a reason.
Let's kick his ass.
Just can't tell it all.
Zach motherfucking Fox, bro. That fucking Fox. Every time, man.
I'm fucking with it, yo.
Hey, man.
I'm telling y'all.
Hey, man.
Zach Fox.
Wait,
is
not
my
a reprise. They
guilty
did a
pleasure,
reprise. I know Sandy is hyped. They did a reprise. Where you at, Sandy?
I'm right here. Hey, listen, man. Zach Fox is like my guilty pleasure, man. Like, he is so ignorant and gives zero fucks, but be jamming like hell.
Is this the collection plate song?
Yeah, that shit fire, bro. That shit should be on a Donald Glover series on God.
This song should be called "Run Them Ties" or "Catch Me Spade."
Yeah.
This is going to
do
get tons of placements.
It's definitely.
I didn't like it.
This song is funny as hell.
I love it.
Should be
Let's kick his ass.
Who is it?
That's okay, so wait, Bionic, who is it? So we can break it down.
So it's Father, Zach Fox, and Archibald Slim.
Yeah.
Let me write that down.
What happened?
Hey,
Father.
You can just Google "Let's Kick His Ass." It comes up.
Okay.
Yeah, Zach Fox and Archibald Slim.
Let me type
that dude,
like
Zach Fox. Is he
Zach
like
Fox
he's like a comedic? He's like a comedic kind of rapper though, right?
I don't even like I don't know if he does it purposely.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like,
he's
but
a
yes,
stand-up comedian rapper from Atlanta that's collaborated with Kenny Beats.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing. Yeah, that he was on Juan Epstein. That's DJ Cypher Sounds and Rosenberg's podcast, like probably about a month ago. And there was some other song that they played that was like the most popular from him. That was even more ridiculous, man. So that makes sense after what I heard, right?
Yeah, he had that "Jesus Is the One" song.
I think that might have been it.
Jesus.
That
is
yeah. That's what they played. Yeah, okay.
Nah, man, I like it. It was just ignorant,
This is foolishness.
funny, and it actually got a real musical, crazy element. I mean, there's all types of gospel sounds going on in the back, and they talk about kicking ass and punching people, throwing them over a bridge, and all this.
Now, the first 30 seconds, I was about to throw my computer in the toilet, but
I'm gonna tell you why they killed it.
Honestly,
you know why they killed it though?
Hey, look.
They killed it because mad people that play in the church can't play secular music. So what they did is say, listen, I can't make beats like y'all like, so y'all just rap how y'all rap on my beats. So they won.
Now,
Listen, man,
I would download
that.
that.
Honestly, though, that is the like I said, Zach Fox. Of course, he's not on Tyler the Creator's level because I really elevate Tyler on his artistry, but Zach Fox is, like I said, like rides that fine line of like it is comedy, he is joking, he is playing, but you could also tell he takes it seriously because he's pushing limits and envelopes that other people aren't pushing musically. Like, even if you listen to the Jesus Is the One joint, like that song is ignorant. You might feel like you're going to hell right after while listening to it. But if you listen to like the music elements of it, it's like, yo, what the hell is this dude doing? Like, he's putting more effort in the musical aspect for ignorant rap than cats that's like really, really going in lyrically. You know what I mean? So it's wild, yo. Like, I ride with Zach.
But Sam, isn't that the irony of it though? Like, that's the reason why, like, you do the ignorant shit, and then do the best music, because that's the whole irony of this situation. Like, that's what I kind of got from it.
But that's why they got everybody paying attention, because it's a contradiction in itself.
Wow.
Right.
Play on that Jesus.
It got me paying attention because I think the lyrics were just dumb, bro. Like, I didn't find it funny at all. Like, the most comedy I found out of that song was in the comments.
He probably saying
we was going ham on this song in the comments. Like, that's a.
No, I was really laughing out loud.
It's definitely not comedy.
I was laughing.
And then he got the cartoons in there. That's what made it funny.
It's provocative, bro.
He just talk about let's kick his ass and beat him up, and that shit's just funny, man.
That's the hook. That's the hook. Let's kick his ass.
And technically speaking, you know, like again, we act like we didn't listen to Annie Up and just robbed this dude. You know what I'm saying? Like it was hard, it was gangster, like they robbing cats, they taking chains off, like all that.
But you know what's probably it's gonna probably catch some backlash, being that we in the internet era. And so you know how they be doing memes. So when people start getting beat up and whatever, they're gonna start playing that song on when people get beat up. Let's kick his ass. So we ain't seen nothing yet. Watch, you know, for those that know about it, but it's gonna pick up more if people start putting videos with the music and why people getting beat up.
And then cancel culture will come in and say something. Yes.
And guess what? With all these pastors doing ratchet stuff, all they need to do is play this song.
And at the same time too, is Zach Fox. So he doesn't care. Like it's not like he's a serious artist with all these endorsements that's worried about losing shit.
Yo,
right. It's Zach Fox. He gives zero fucks.
Let me tell you something. People that troll, they look for people who care. When you don't give a fuck, then what they're trolling does not affect you. You know what I'm saying? So they would look him up and be like, oh, the shit I would say, and down with Zach, and I'm gonna protest him. He don't even give a fuck, so I'm not gonna waste my time. They only go after people who give a fuck, who care.
Yeah, I was gonna say that all I was gonna do was just help him out. If people caught on to it, that ain't gonna. Yeah.
Let's play another record. There's crazy shit out here. I'm gonna play this, and then we're gonna play a couple more. Let's go. Yeah. All right. New music, Big Boy, Sleepy Brown, All You See. Yeah, I haven't heard the whole album yet, but I feel like it got vibes on it. I haven't heard anything off of it that I didn't like yet, but I haven't heard the whole thing, so maybe people ain't playing the wax shit. Could be. But shout out to Quantum Leap Radio for that. Why'd you pick that one?
Man, because I listened to the whole thing last night. That's the reason why. Look, man,
it's up on a site.
I feel like they've been making that record for years. And it finally, so I didn't know what to think either. But like you said, I hadn't heard nothing bad from it, but it's just when it comes to Big Boy, it's just kind of like, Big Boy's going to have something, so you don't, be urged to get out there unless, Andre 3000 was next to him. And I was listening to that shit last night and I'm like, damn, Organized Noise did a good majority of that shit. So if y'all know, if y'all know what's up with Organized, and you already know what time it is there. And then it's not like it's 15 tracks, but it's not a long album. It's just under 50 minutes. They get to the point. It doesn't feel like there's collaborations that don't need to be there. Like, it's in the pocket, man. I suggest if y'all haven't heard it, check that shit out. That shit is nice.
Is the album up for a Grammy? Because that's all I'm music-wise I'm paying attention to.
Is it up for a Grammy? No, and I mean the Grammys would be that's not going to be.
I don't think so.
You've already passed it up. That's October.
Well, no, I'm saying for like next year, I wouldn't think so. Like I enjoy the album, but it's nothing to me that's like overly groundbreaking. It is a vibe. The album is a vibe, but it's nothing to be like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Like it's not that for me. Like the album that was that for me this week was that Chomp 2, that Russ album.
That shit was
crazy.
Let me tell you something.
Crazy. That album.
You know, for there, we didn't even get a chance to really play from last week, but man, we have to play a joint for there real quick. All right, let's try to play a couple more records because I know how this shit go.
I want to hear something of that Chomp too.
All right, we're gonna play something for there. All right, in the meantime, play this. All right, here we go.
Bing bang.
I get it. But you can't be the king of something you never left your borough. You ain't never did shit. You ain't put no winning numbers on the board. I can't stand niggas that call themselves the king.
Hey man, if you say it long enough, it might come true.
In his own head.
Yeah, so that's this kid named Nems that's making like for some reason. I ain't gonna say for some reason. Like people is like they like this kid got a buzz. In New York.
He got a heavy buzz and from Coney Island. He calls himself the mayor out there. He definitely been following him for a minute. I'm trying to get him up on here as well.
I saw him last night. He's gonna jump on next week.
Okay, okay.
You know,
yeah, Nims has been around for a while. It's been
for a while.
over a decade.
Yeah. But this last shit got his shit buzzing for some reason. I mean,
what he do commentary too on if you follow him on Instagram, he does a skit that he been doing for a while. And like you said, his music he been doing music for a long time. But what really got him people paying attention to him, because he does these skits on his IG where like he be in the street out in Coney Island, and he be like, you know what I'm saying, just dissing everybody that walks by in the street. And you know what I'm saying, he's been doing that, and a lot of people been catching attention and reposting everything like that. And with that, because that's what caught me, and then that's when they started looking into his music, and then they just like the boom bap sound style of what he's doing. So he got a little comedy funniness when he was just on Fat Joe's on show too, I think a week or so ago, and he was talking about all that. But yeah,
I did see a video last week where he was going up to people, and it was like someone had a sandwich in their hand. He'd be like, "Yo, that sandwich is nasty. Why are you like?" I saw that. I saw that. He'd come up to somebody and be like, "Why are you ugly? If I was ugly like that, I'd be." But he'll say it walking past the person, and then they'll catch it later. I didn't realize that was him though.
And he got a whole merch brand. You know what I'm saying? I got the little New York Knicks style with the whole bang bong thing and other. He said he copyrighted the bang bong thing and some other words and stuff like that. So he's doing, for him not being signed, he's doing way more better than a lot of these rappers that probably in 3-4 albums in, and they deals and stuff, and they still hurting. And he's didn't even scratch the surface yet for what he's doing.
And I see Average Joe say he down with Snow Goons. So yeah, they've been around forever. That crew gathered up well over 10 years ago.
And Real Wolf too.
Yeah.
You said who?
Real Wolf. He's been with Real Wolf forever.
I don't know that. I've heard of Snow Goons though, because it's
Real Wolf
is a
Real Wolf is a collab of a bunch of people. It's got Slain, it's got Tech 9 in it. There's a bunch of dudes that are in Real Wolf.
Damn.
And they are fire.
Didn't Snow Goons just do something with was it Sticky Fingers or something like that?
Onyx.
Like they put Onyx. Okay, yeah.
And MOP too. They did something with MOP, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Snow Goons are fire.
Yo, Sia, I had a question. So he has the name also of the person you used to push.
No, his name is Nems.
Nems, and then we got that with Nems, and then with the M. Okay.
NEMS and then.
But it's almost
similar. Yeah, I mean, they definitely two different MCs.
No, I know that.
Yeah. I like his energy though. At the end of the day, I like the brazen MC rap shit.
What's that the gritty confidence, New York?
Yeah,
gritty New York. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's what's needed. Like, is get back to this. Just need to be basically a balance. You know what I mean? I mean, it's room for all kind of music, but just when it's just one style being pushed, it gets boring. So it's just being that it's just a balance that saying something for the old heads, hip hop heads that like that type of music, boom bap, whatever. They can listen to that. Instead of just drill all day.
Yeah, it's corny after a while. But listen, y'all know what though? I've been in New York 18 years from South Carolina, and you know what? People don't look to New York to lead them to what's hot in music no more.
Oh no, we know that.
Yeah, that's a sad thing.
We were just talking about the fact that we don't play our own music. We don't even try to break records in the club no more. It's so whack because I was asking that question last night at the Bobby Trans had his holiday party for the Shake the Block DJs, and Shampoo was there, and my man Alvon. They both do like clubs and regular shit in New York all day. And I was like, yo, so what's the new hot records and stuff? And I simply said, yo, cats don't really play no new music.
You know what I'm saying?
That's simple. It's like, that shit is disrespectful. It almost hurt me.
Yeah.
So it's on the DJ again.
Paid me to do his records in the club. I was the only person he hired to do that and spin those records in the club and get the DJs to play it. Like I know we lived that. But my man Michael MacArthur is the new A&R at 300, Kevin Lyles. But he go back 20 years with Kevin Lyles. And he asked me, he said, Von Mac, who's hot in these streets? I said, I don't fuck with none of these young, stupid niggas. I don't fuck with them. You know what I'm saying? And then I brought up Video on the Beat on the producer side. He loved Video on the Beat. He wanted to do something with him 2022, January. But real talk, exactly what you said, and exactly what knowing Shampoo and Alvon, like these niggas ain't saying nothing. I don't fuck with none of these niggas to get them a record deal. I'm the nigga to get you a fucking record deal, nigga, on a Sunday. But niggas, you not hot enough. Your business is not together. This is a business.
You know what the sad part is? Nobody cares. These kids, they don't care. They just care about, listen, their metrics really run shit. So if their social media is a certain amount of numbers, if when they put out a song, their streams and video views a certain amount of numbers, it don't matter.
To them and CL, you right, Mac, you right, and nice to meet you, Mac. Swerve. I work with the youth Monday through Friday. I am the music director here at where I work at. I be trying to explain and trying to teach them, but they don't want to hear that shit. So I be like, all right. So I know a person like you look at it like, all right, y'all don't care about the business. I tell them that same thing you just said. They don't give a shit. They care about the numbers that they get. They peers like, oh, like they're hot in the street. But that's when people in the game look at it. Well, you don't care. I'm gonna rape you. I'm gonna just get what I get out of it. You gonna be here today, going tomorrow. Next.
Yeah, that shit lasts. Thank you, Swerve. That shit only lasts a year or two. All that trying to get lit. All they do, I understand. All they want to do is be lit. 2021, 22. I got a lot of young boys, and I asked them, me, they know I'm on the big business side. And I'd be like, I asked my young boy, like, yo, what album y'all checking for to come out? And they like,
album.
No, I know kids don't even know about the fucking album, but I just wanted to ask them. I just asked them. The bottom line, I'm making a long story longer. I was like, yo, who's hot to you? Or whose album you waiting? Yo, I'm checking for Roddy Ricch. See what I'm saying? It's like, that's why I know when to get to Roddy Ricch first, or do a branding deal with him, or you know what I'm saying? So I be asking the youth for. A lot of times I'll be on a train, I train, Uber, Lyft, fuck the Escalade, Bentley, I'll do whatever, right? I get in these streets and I see somebody listening to music and headphones, or I overhear their music. I'm like, where did you get that music from? Where did you get that song from? Who you listening to, if you don't mind me asking? I don't really tell people who I am. I'd be like, oh, that shit sound hot. What are you listening to? How did you discover that music? See, you got to ask the youth when you want to be a leader in the game of music marketing and digital advertising promotions like we do. You got to ask them, you got to ask the questions. That's like market research. Like, where did you download that at? Where do y'all find music first? Oh man, YouTube. I'm like, oh shit.
But here's what's crazy though. Here's what's crazy. We're having the same conversation that folk were having 5 years ago, that folk were having 3 years before that. And because essentially, like, it's weird, because it's like we saying that, the youth don't care about nothing about like the business. The youth ain't cared about the business for years. That's nothing new. Now, does it make it any less frustrating? No, it doesn't. But it's nothing new. You know what I mean? Like ever since the adaptation of Facebook, it's been about likes. Instagram has been about likes. You know what I'm saying? And we all know that likes don't necessarily translate to purchase. Likes doesn't necessarily translate to support. We got folk at like for like. You know what I mean? Like followers, like, you can have 10,000 followers, but if your engagement is 10 likes per post, my nigga, what are you really proving? What are you really showing?
But Bionic too, like I asked the kids this, and kind of bouncing off what Mac was saying. I asked them, okay, like, where do y'all support these artists? Like, do y'all actually And they like, YouTube, we just go to YouTube. So
Right.
I'm saying to myself, I said, well, shit, y'all would make me mad because y'all not really my fans. Y'all would never buy nothing. Y'all just going to get the shit for free. So basically, y'all, you know, I'm nothing to y'all because I could be hot on whatever I'm doing today. And then tomorrow y'all be on something else. And that's the difference between our generation versus like we still support. You know what I'm saying? If they come out with something, oh, it's hot, you know, we'll buy it. You know, I still occasionally buy records, you know what I'm saying, and things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? I get music left and right. But I'm a fan of like, yo, my two top favorites is Busta Rhymes and Redman. You know what I'm saying? So like Redman come out with something, I'll go out there, it's hot, I'll go out there and purchase it. You know what I'm saying? Busta come out with shit, I support the shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I really, and them guys is 30 years ago, you know what I'm saying? When they been out since, these guys do not support and trust, like Max said, I'm at a facility where these kids come from all over the city. I asked them, I do my own research here. And I asked them, yo, they listen to this music. I see what they download and I see what they listening to. I try to find out, okay, who was your favorite artist last year or 2 years ago? And they be like, I don't know. I'm like, y'all not fans. I'm like, y'all would mean nothing to me if I was an artist. I would be very mad.
Like,
I'd be very mad.
But I'm following you. I'm backing you up on that. But I'm saying I'm still saying it's nothing new. Like I haven't taught in the school, in the after school program for probably about 10 years now. And it was the same thing then. Like the exact same thing you're saying now was the same thing then. You know, that's kind of when I adopted my whole, I don't have a problem if you don't like it, but have a reason why you don't like it philosophy. Because a lot of times they didn't like certain artists. And I'm like, okay, why don't you? Oh, because he whack. What makes him whack? Because he whack. Like, no, that's not answering anything for me. You know what I'm saying? Well, why do you like this dude? Because he's hot. What makes him hot? You know what I'm saying? And again, it was like you said, the support aspect. The biggest support you'll probably get and or see from these kids in this generation is buying concert tickets. That's it. You know, maybe some merchandise here and there. And, you know, if they come out with a McDonald's meal, like,
I was about to say, I mean, the support for these kids is different. And like, and I think it feels like there's a couple of conversations going on, like who do they support versus who's going to be around. And so what I was going to ask Matt, I was going to ask him, because obviously you have guidelines if you're trying to find somebody, right? So where do you find music? Like where do you, outside of going up to somebody that might have some headphones on, like how are you intaking music? Like where are you going to find something that could possibly be the next thing? And like I said, from what I'm just going off what you said, you don't want to hear the ignorant shit. A lot of these kids are not even sustainable, which I completely agree with both of those points. But where are you going to find that thing that goes against all of that?
All right. So I gotta preface it by saying this. 10, 15 years ago, when people used to ask me like how could they get on, and yo, could they give me their music to get to Akon or Diddy or somebody big that they see me with, right? And I'm like, bro, you know what? You gotta do your thing so fucking good that when Puffy, the same cable network, the same MTV that play in the projects, play in the motherfucking $20 million home. So you gotta be so motherfucking hot that niggas be like, yo, who the fuck is that nigga? Yo, somebody, yo, this kid, this song is my shit. Yo, I like the way he got 25 dancers doing this thing. Oh shit. Yo, Matt, get the niggas online. That's what I'm trying to say. But guess what that's based on? Marketing, advertising, and promotions. So if you ain't got no money to invest in yourself, once again, on the business aspect, this is the music business. I say this shit 9 million times. This is the music business, the business of music, and we spell business with $2 signs on the end. So now, for me to see you or to think you're hot, or to get in front of me, you got to be doing marketing and advertising. Where I see your shit on, I don't give a fuck if you're doing a local party flyer club on the internet or or you know, you running an ad for, you know, Facebook or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Which might make it hot. Then I go look into your lifestyle, look into what you're posting. Me, I'm a literature arts guy. So if you type in crazy, I know I'm purposely typing in lowercase on purpose on here. But see, that's somebody the mind of why I do that, because I'm so always super fucking delta sharp that I don't want to be sharp on my fucking off time. You understand what I'm saying? You don't want to be.
But I guess let me because I definitely hear what you're saying. I guess the point, well, not the point, but what I'm trying to figure out is, like, I hear all of that because that's basically what's been going on even before social media. But in this day and time, the people that are doing the exact thing that you're saying, because they have a team to do that, whether it be because there's people on the street, let's be completely real here, there's people on the street that's backing them, they're going to give you that ignorant shit. So that's what I'm trying to understand between the guidelines that you're creating. Like, how are you really expecting not to get, like you said, that ignorant shit? Because they're going to be the ones that are, you know, out there hustling they got a team doing this, that, and the third. Like, and I'm not saying that's 100%, but that's the majority of what you're going to get. So, like, how can you sustain if you're not going to get with those type of artists? You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like I said, I'm not an angel. I'm just saying that you ain't saying you're saying that, but I'm just.
And I'm not sticking up for those type of artists. Let me be clear. I'm just trying to figure out how you find that thing that, and again, I definitely hear they got to be working, blah, 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 blah. But that seems hard pressed to find someone that's not on some ignorant shit. That's good.
Well, Quantum, I can speak on that a little bit, Quantum. I ain't gonna front to you, bro. I find a lot of people that got decent sounds and decent music just scrolling. It's almost like I stumble upon it. Like every now and again, I'll send something to CL, like in his like DM or something, or I send something to Manny Faces or DJ Punch, something like, you know how you do the direct message on Instagram, just hit the little arrow. So sometimes I come across like music, like somebody, one dude was performing, he was like probably in front of 10 people, but his song was dope. And I was like, probably could work with that.
But Head Rush, let me ask you this. How does their numbers look? And I'm going off of what Mac was saying. How does their numbers look?
Honestly, what's crazy is that particular artist had a decent following as far as it was balanced. I'm not going to say it was like outrageous. He had like 4,000 followers, and he was following like maybe 3,800 or something. So it was a little bit of a balance there. So it seems like he's kind of how can I say, he taps in with the people that fucks with him. You can tell, you know. But the downside to it is what I'm going to land on is when I looked at his sponsor, because it was a sponsored post. You know, on Instagram now, if you post a video, they'll give you like $10 of credit to sponsor it. So you can tell people are not putting a lot of investing into their sponsors, but the dude's sponsors probably had like 20 likes, bro. So, you know, his sponsor didn't really go anywhere, but his music was dope. But all I'm saying is that a lot of times I stumble across good music just by accident.
Well, I mean, that's what. Yeah. I mean, I think. I mean, I do the same. I mean, I have a pipeline that I can hear stuff, but I'm just getting in the mind of Mac, who, like you said, if he's doing like you said, he's doing some of these big things. From what you just described, that person would have no chance. And so that's what I'm trying to understand. Like, what is that in the industry? If you're in the industry, what are the guidelines that y'all are looking for that will find that sustainable artist? That's what I'm saying.
So I was gonna go to Clubhouse and I was gonna announce that I'm looking to sign, getting somebody a deal, right? But I was asking somebody, should I reveal that it's 300 entertainment, or just like 30 days later reveal what it is? And then I said that to say that I have a personal criteria. That's what I'm trying to say, even though I'm about to read you a text message from Mike MacArthur.
That's what I want to know, the personal criteria. Yeah.
You have to have a personal criteria.
Yeah, my personal criteria is, pardon me, Sia. my personal criteria is like just like a business, just like a bank. How long have you been in business? How long have you been taking your shit seriously? How long is your paperwork? So I'm like, if you ain't doing it for like 3 to 5 years, and see now I'm coming in with a machine to help you take your shit to another level, because we all need help. I don't give a fuck how independent you are. We all need motherfucking help. So that's what I'm trying to say. If you have to be doing this shit, and I know you've been sustaining yourself. You don't have to make millions, but you've been sustaining yourself, taking yourself as a business for at least 3 to 5 years. Ain't that they call worker credibility? 2 to 3, 4 years when you've been working.
Well, listen, this is what we should do real quick. I know we getting deep. Swerve, you might want to play some music. I gotta go get my daughter, but I'm gonna jump back on maybe about 30 minutes if we're still on. But Swerve, let's play a record. Is he on? Swerve?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I'm here. Oh, you gave me the. I think you still got your host. You the main. Oh, I'm the main host. Okay.
Let me find out. I'm about to get signed by Von Mac tonight. Bet. Hey, I got the worker credibility.
Yeah, but you might not be young enough. See this? That's what I'm trying to find. I'm trying to understand the guidelines.
Do it, but CL wanted to break.
Yeah. We'll come back. We'll come back to it. Let's come back to it.
Okay. Myself on mute.
Wait, Swerve, you ready, or you want everybody to keep talking? Might well keep talking till he plays it.
Yeah, I'm coming right now.
Okay.
Pause.
New Music Wednesdays, Digiwaxx. That's new Earl Sweatshirt. New single off his upcoming album coming out in 2022. Y'all hear me?
I definitely hear you.
Okay.
Yes, I can hear you.
You on air, Swerve? You on air?
So that's interesting right there. That you played that.
Wait, who was that? Who was that again?
Earl Sweatshirt.
Earl Sweatshirt.
Motherfucking Earl Sweatshirt.
So here's the thing.
That's why I appreciate him, because he's so different. I've never heard anybody like that before. He's like different for real to me.
Can I ask a real question? And I'm glad Head Rush just said that. If that name wasn't Earl Sweatshirt,
I wouldn't. I know.
No. Bionic. I already know what you. I know what the time it is, because I'm not into it either. But there are artists, because as I'm listening to it, I don't know who this is, but I'm like, there are artists that just be rapping with no drums and they just be going, But kind of what I was trying to get to before, no one is going to pay that attention like that. You know what I'm saying? But now if you put Earl Sweatshirt's brand on it, now it becomes, there's some validity to it. There's some, okay, I can accept this. You understand what I'm saying? That's kind of what I was trying to get to before. Like, what are the guidelines that are going to say to people?
I'm going to tell you what somebody said to me one time. When you earn your stripes, which earning stripes is relative, but when you earn your stripes, you earn the right to venture out and express yourself a little bit more.
Of course,
no doubt. You get in, and I'm just telling you what somebody told me. I'm not saying it's valid, because I still bullshit.
But it is valid. No, I'm backing you up. That's valid.
Earn your stripes. So, like, if you remember, I played an Earl Sweatshirt record a couple weeks ago. It didn't sound like that, and I fucked with it.
Right.
That I don't fuck with. You feel what I'm saying? And I don't fuck with, not because, it's Earl Sweatshirt, you know what I'm saying? Or I don't like Earl Sweatshirt is a hit or miss guy to me. You know what I mean? So again, I look at that from the stance of, okay, he's done this, he's accomplished this, he's done this, he's done this, he's done that. So in turn, he has the right and or ability to fuck around a little bit.
He's got the cachet, and more importantly, his crew has developed a cachet for him to, over the years, do what he's done.
Right.
Right. Yeah. How did you get to that point, though? You know what I'm saying?
By doing the shit that people like.
How does Odd's Future get to that point of, we're going to be looked at and signed by Because when they first came out, a lot of that shit was very abstract, just like that.
Right.
And
But it's two
which
ways.
some will call weird music, and you know what I'm
But
saying. It's something for everybody.
It's two elements to that. It's number one, and the one thing that I tell any and everybody, and you've heard me say it on this call, there's something out there for everybody. Somebody's gonna like your shit.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, it's like if you tap into that niche, which is not easy. You know what I'm saying? You tap into that fucking niche, you find it, that niche, tell some other people about you, and you wind up, you know what I'm saying, getting bigger and bigger and bigger based off of that shit.
No doubt.
And show companies, you know what, this does work, then that's what it really is. It's kind of like with black films. Like, black films don't make money. Okay, well, Jordan Peele. Oh, well, I mean, that's different. Okay, well, I can't think of her damn name right now. The director, the female. Yeah, Ava. Oh, well, you know what? Yeah, let's put some money behind black films now. You know what I'm saying? Like it's that type of reality, but with music, it's the same thing. Nobody's gonna believe in you until you show them that it works. And so for like I said, an Earl Sweatshirt, yeah, there's cats doing that aren't getting a second look. So those cats have to figure out a way to get a second look, and then at that point get a third, a fourth, a fifth, and then the labels will say, you know what, maybe we were wrong, because they don't know fucking everything either.
And the funny thing about that is, like, with Earl Sweatshirt, all that, like, they don't get the airplay, radio, and everything like that, but they do a concert, that joint be packed.
Sold out.
It'd be sold out, it'd be packed. So that, we probably look at them like, oh, they, not fly by night, but like they just under the rug. But versus the ones that's up there, they get the airplay, you know what I'm saying? They concerts be hearing it, but you got guys, and I'm telling you, there's a lot of them that's do this type of music, that's on this. Even when Griselda was coming in before they got to Rock Nation and all that, they already had a fan base. They already had doing shows sold out. Then later on, as they start getting more popular, they get more fans. So trust and believe, people out there, it's something for everybody, like Bionic said, and people out there are looking for this music, such as a person like me. I'm looking for it all.
Like I said, my biggest question is, going back to Mac, I want to know what would make him hear an Odd Future or any of these guys back then and be like, yo, I'm fucking with that. Let me go look at the business. Let me see how it's doing. That's the question that I'm still holding that question. I still want to hear that.
I'm back. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
But real quick, Bionic, you from Atlanta or Texas?
I live in North Carolina. I'm from VA, but I live in North Carolina.
Yeah, I said Carolina in my mind, North Carolina. I swear to God, I swear North Carolina in my mind. Promise God is my witness in heaven. I said North Carolina in my mind, but out my mouth I said Atlanta. And I'm from South Carolina, but it's just the way you talk. I just wanted to know.
What part?
What
part of South Carolina are you from?
I went to Goose Creek High School, and then I got expelled in the 10th grade. When I went to jail, I went to prison at 17.
Okay.
Carolina, and Columbia, Charles. Then I got out and I lived in Columbia. Then I was out for like a year.
Okay.
And I was like, I gotta get rich or die trying, man. Fuck this. And that's the homie 50 Cent first album that I was promoting throughout Columbia, South Carolina, everywhere. And actually, DJ D-Tech is from New York, fat Spanish dude. He was doing it. I was like rolling with him. And I have a documentary of my life coming out just for the culture, just for all time's sake, before summertime. But I just wanted to ask you that real quick. But yeah, I still I
got family in Sumter, bro. So I got you.
Yeah, I'm still gonna tell you my criteria right this very second. But I do want to have it formally, but really it's off the top of my.
We lost you. Hello?
He might have got booted out because he got booted out before. And
nah, he's still here. He's still here. He's still here. You can't hear him. Mac, you there? You there?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right. So I said, you know, consistently, I mean, 3 to 5 years, I mean, 2 to 4, 3 to 5, right? And at the same, you know, or maybe I should read you what Michael MacArthur asked me. I mean, what he told me when I asked him. I said, Mike, what's the criteria that you want before I bring somebody to you? Right? Now watch this. Watch what he said. Shit. Tell him to add him instead. Man, fuck you. MacArthur. And I'm gonna tell you the end from the beginning. Yeah, what he said is what he said, but that ain't what is a lot more. So I said, peace. No, I said, peace, Mike. What's your requirements you need an artist to have before I bring somebody to you? He said, peace, VM. No requirements, but amazing music and something special about them. I like this kid video on the beat. I need to get some tracks from him. Now, you know, it's got to be a lot more to that. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's why I'm doing it.
Of course.
Happy. I'm already going to vet these people before I even bring them. It doesn't matter. Yeah, my name is attached to them, of course, but way before you get signed on the same one meeting. It's not one meeting you get signed on, unless Kevin Lyles is just feeling that kind of day. Just like if all of y'all was at Kevin Lyles, you do what you want to do. Oh fuck, I'm signing motherfucking Bionic right now. You know what I'm saying? I give you $1 million cash before you walk out.
Yeah, I'm literally talking about him saying, "Hey Matt, go check this kid out." I'm literally talking about that. What made him say, Matt, go check these guys out. Let's see what they're about for a sit down. Y'all haven't even signed them yet.
Now, Kevin Lyles is all about a feeling, just like I am. But feelings ain't facts. I know that by having knowledge of self since I was 12 years old. Feelings ain't facts. Facts is facts. So to that, he would, you know, you got to feel it like, nah, that dude is ready. He's together. He deserve it. It's a deserving factor in this too, y'all. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, me, like, it ain't gonna be easy. It ain't gonna be easy. I've been a judge so many times in music. And matter of fact, my dude who's the vice president of Rock Nation right now, Kristen Castro, he said he remembered when I was a judge and he was not even in the music. He was supporting the artist that was performing. And I told the DJ, yo, throw this Jay-Z record on. And I grabbed the mic and I performed the shit and killed it. He said, yo, Von Mac, he killed the shit. And he said, now that's how you do it. That's literally how I get down. Now that boy is the vice president of influencer marketing and the digital marketing for Dream Chasers and Jay-Z. He said, Von Mac, Meek Mills pay half my salary and Jay-Z pay half my salary. But that was like 10 years ago. I mean, this is before the pandemic. You know, I was just in the office over there, Jay-Z's new office. He got like 4 floors at the new office. So, you know, I know what I'm talking about, man. I'm not a nigga that's be on here talking or be in the streets talking. And like, I'm really about making shit happen and really putting numbers on the board, winning numbers. Monster headphones used to be my client. Me and CL did that. We worked at lifestyle marketing, so we were putting headphones everywhere. The Breakfast Club right now to this day, Breakfast Club, Sway in the Morning, you know, Fashion Week with the models with the headphones. We was doing all that shit, right? It was a deeper story I'm trying to tell you. But
let me ask you this. What artists currently, not currently, well, yeah, currently, what artists are you looking to possibly like? Or do you have interest in that we wouldn't know about?
I don't have no personal interest in no artist per se right now to this very.
Well, no, what I'm saying. So you don't like. So what I'm saying is, I mean, I know you said it before. Like you know, you've gone up to your young boys and asked them, but like, there's no one new that you've been hearing to where you're like, I like the music, even if you don't see that the business is correct, or vice versa. Maybe their business is correct, and maybe you don't like the music. There's no one currently.
Nah, but this kid video on the beat, man. You know what I mean? I've been rocking with him as a producer for like.
Right, that's because you ain't never heard of Jay Stokes yet.
Oh, your boy.
He ain't never heard of
Head Rush.
Stokes.
Head Rush is funny.
Jay Stokes gotta be on my frequency on that radar for me to even.
I'm about to put him there. I'm about to put him on your radar.
It's like a look. It's an age. It's a. I'm all about the business because that's how we all gonna get paid. I don't do this for no hobby, so I'll stop you from the beginning. If you're doing this shit for a hobby, don't even talk to me. I'm doing this shit for bread and meat. I don't win, I don't eat. Now money, I cannot be bought. I cannot be bought. I don't smoke cigarettes, so I would not accept a sponsor to be a part of nothing because I don't smoke. So you know what I'm saying? Like I can't be bought because anybody that's all about money only will sell your ass out and leave the back door open for somebody to come in. So I'm not like that, but I'm definitely not doing this shit as a hobby. So
well, yeah, and I definitely understand all of that. I guess I'll just be looking forward to, like, I want to see per your guidelines. And the only reason why I say that, and the reason why I bring that up again, is because, like you said, there's a lot of ignorant shit that you're hearing. And again, I completely agree with that. I just want to know who's going to be the counter to that. Who would you find as the counter to that? Whether it be their business is correct, their music is good, there's that something special. I definitely want to see who that's going to be, just going off of your guidelines. That's
Quantum,
what I was.
And Quantum, let me throw this out there too, because I laugh and joke and I try to be as transparent as fucking all these calls. You know what I'm saying? Where I say, yo, I would have put money on this artist to be the next, and the motherfuckers disappeared. Or, yo, I would have bet on this and I would have lost all my fucking money. And then at the same time, there's other people that, you know, make it through and get a pat, you know, that I'm just like, yo, I don't know how this happened. Then there's other people that I'm like, yo, I'm kind of glad I was wrong about this person because I enjoy what they're putting out now. You know, so there is no end all be all, you know, cover all answer, or even the person that he does pick. There's no guarantee that situation is going to be, you know, the
no, absolutely. No, absolutely. Yeah, I don't want y'all to,
you know,
I don't want y'all to think that I'm looking to see what the end all be all is. I'm just giving his resume, what he's saying in his resume. I would just like to know when it comes to that, like because y'all know I'm on these calls each week, and one of the things that I'm tired of talking about the balance, because that to me has been the freaking conversation for over 20 years. But one thing that I do know is the people that's making noise, whether they're here for a day, whether they're here for 2 months or a year, they're falling right in line with what's going on. And again, if you're trying to make money, that's all that's out there. Your outliers like a Kendrick or like a lot of y'all say J. Cole, even though there was a transition there. A Rhapsody, these outliers that, you know, obviously have had good artist development. There's something that comes with that. There's people that's been behind them to get them to that point. These cats now, even if you're talking about they need to be in 3 or 5 years, there's no artist development behind them. If there is some artist development behind them, maybe we don't know them just yet. Like, my whole thing is I want to see who's going to bring in the counter to all of this. That's what I'm saying. Obviously, I have a radio show and I play a bunch of music. Probably a bunch of music a lot of y'all would turn your head up at. I have no idea. But my thing is, it's out there. But I don't see anyone putting it out there on a larger scale, on a bigger platform. And so that's when we get into these conversations about agendas and things of that nature. And if we want to counter these so-called agendas, like, what are we doing when we're in those spaces, those bigger platforms, to combat that? You know what I'm saying? That's kind of what my whole point of this question was.
Well, no, I mean, and I'm totally with you, because again, like I tell people all the time, I'm like, everything that y'all hear me vent about on here, or every time y'all hear me spaz out about something I don't like or whatever, I try to show you, or I have a reference point. I have a catalog reference point. This is why I don't like this. This is what I want to hear, which is why I can generally pigeonhole why I don't like something. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you notice, I always have a detail behind why I don't like it, and can tell you what would make it better, in my opinion.
That's why you made the calls good for me. I'm gonna tell you that now, because if outside was open, we would be having these, what I want to bring back, the focus groups, because this is what this is. We would be having this focus group at Republic Records, the #1 label in the world that I'm at. Right, I'm Moonlight at Republic Records. Ariana Grande, Drake, Nicki Minaj, Jonas Brothers, fucking Taylor Swift, Lil Wayne, all right, the number one label in the world. I asked Katina Bynum, who's been with Birdman for 25 years. I said, Katina, what makes the label number one? She's like, album sales. Bitch, that's it. You know what I'm saying? So when you just, I'm like, damn, that's it. She's like, they just want, matter of fact, y'all, they just won motherfucking number one label of the year again, hoes. I just want to put that out there.
And who is this again? You said Republic?
Yes, sir, and definitely, and indubitably, yeah, Republic all day and night.
I like, is there? What I'm saying is there like, is this? Are they the parent company, or is there a parent company over like Universal? Universal. Gotcha.
Well, yeah, so that and they got Post Malone and so
yeah, I know the Universal rest.
Right, so I'm over there. That's why I be at like 7 days a week, damn near.
They also have, but you also have some heavy hitter artists, and you have some artists. You have a lot of artists that are considered what I consider that can be to the crossover artists.
They all cross over. All them.
Yeah, I was about to say
I
all of them.
I understand that, but you know what I'm saying. I'm not talking. Everybody's gender can be crossover, but I'm talking about as far as them white kids, they listening to Post Malone.
That's
yeah.
Yeah.
No, trust me, I understand. E-Mac, I get it. Trust me.
You hear what I said? His manager is black though, Dre London.
I understand that, but what I'm saying as far as the marketing phase, you know, if I go into a situation and I go into a farm with diversity of kids, them white kids are going to listen to Post Malone more so than black kids.
Yeah. Yeah.
Them white kids also gonna purchase that album too.
Yeah, but that's always been the case for a long time. Rap didn't get big just on us.
White people that ain't black.
Yep, there's people that ain't black that actually go buy the albums.
Yeah, it didn't get big just on us.
And it's funny because I've tried to talk to a few people about, you know, a lot of people ask me like, you know, career-wise, what am I really trying to do? What is my focus? What is my core market and all this other shit? And I've told many people, I said, I make my money I make my music for black folks, but I don't think black folks get it. So essentially, I'm doing shit that I feel like white folk will find acceptable. Then I can take their money and do what I need to do for black folks.
Swerve, play something from him. I want to hear his shit right now. All this motherfucking talking he got.
Well, God dog it, damn it. Hey, listen.
Yo, I'm gonna let him do it for himself. So I'm
hold on. Let me log on the computer so then that way I can run it like that because I'm on the phone.
Yeah. Okay. And while you doing that, Swerve, I got a question for you, sir.
Yep.
Honestly, straight up, do you think Stokes got what it takes to even present it to Von?
From what I heard from last week, he was on, right? I like what he has.
Okay.
I like what he has.
Okay.
I'm just sitting back, listening, analyzing the whole spectrum from all sides. You know, I myself have worked at a label, worked alongside with CL for long, plus being a DJ in the streets. And throughout the years, you know what I'm saying, I've been fucking with the label since 96. I might have crossed paths with you, Mac, you know, but you know, I still learn to this day, you know, so I'm on both sides. I know what I like and what basically raise my eyebrows and everything, but I'm not in a position to assign anyone, you know what I'm saying? So like, I mean, I could probably bring some people, but I know also too that Mac is right. You have to have certain criteria about you, you know what I'm saying? Because nowadays these companies, they not putting the work in like they used to. So half the work you already gotta have to put in, you gotta come basically already kind of packaged where they be like, oh shit, well damn, all we gotta do is just do this and do that. Okay, cool. Along with everything gotta sound good. It all gotta make sense. It's all numbers. At the end of the day, we in this to make money. It's no what I say this all the time. Ain't no play. This ain't no play. We ain't in this play.
So, right. Okay. So we need to go back to the gym. Okay.
All right, let me give you the let me take this off.
And I would just, I mean, again, I do way too much. So I'm gonna be an asshole. Now I know, again, time is of the essence, and you want, hey, what's the best record you got? I don't fucking know what the best record I got is, Vaughn. I don't. So when I say I do a whole bunch of shit, I'm gonna just play some random ass shit.
Can you got it now?
Let me double check. Share.
Advance, and you should be good.
And real quick, Head Rush. Puff was saying that he's about to start an all R&B label only, right? So I'm all over back to the White House. That's the mansion he got out there, $20 million. It ain't worth it. Trust me, it's not worth $20 million. I call out to the White House, in Cali.
Hey, Swerve, how do I switch? Because I think you put it on my wrong profile. Put it on the other profile.
And you know, I said, well, shit, you know, I need to be the marketing.
Oh,
director.
Let me co-host you. Go ahead.
Yeah, co-host.
Mac. Go ahead, man. I'm sorry.
I need to be, you're not sorry, brother. I need to be, you know, the urban marketing director, marketing and promotions or everything, because R&B is my thing. I'm an R&B thug. I get that from R. Kelly, TP2.com. That's where I get it from, you know. And then to meet R. Kelly, just keep it clean, y'all. Just stay on the focus, the positive side, you know. And then to meet R. Kelly in New York and play basketball with him, nigga play like 8 games, man. Like 2 days, they like, yo, Matt, come to Gaucho's gym, you know, I got a surprise for you, you know. And it was only like 20 of us playing ball with Kels. The nigga played like 7 games back to back. And then we went to his album release party after he shit showered and shaved, and then we closed the club out. And we still stayed an hour longer. DJ Reach can tell you that's one of the greatest stories right there. Like, you know, so I'm just saying R&B, right? So I was like, well, shit. I hit Puff's assistant. I was like, yo, if old boy gonna do that, you know, let me get that check for the urban marketing director. You know what I mean? The marketing and promotions, because it's gonna be easy for me to blow these people up with the money that, you know, is surely unlimited. But I just wanted to tell you that, Head Rush, as far as like, yeah, I ain't heard nothing yet about what he doing. Yeah, he was looking to start an R&B only label, and it was no name of it. It wasn't Bad Boy. Is, you know, I feel like calling out there tonight, actually, just because I want to, and just find out what the update is. But you ready?
Ayana, you ready? You got
ready.
It?
Yeah. So I'm gonna play 2. I'm gonna play one reckless ass record, and I'm gonna play one R&B record. Since I just heard you say some R&B shit, does that work for you?
Thank you.
Hold up.
Uh-oh, here you go.
All right. I ain't gonna do it right now. Go ahead.
You Matt, go ahead.
Shit, I was like, damn, am I on some hard rock 80s shit?
That shit sound like, it reminded me of the 90s, some 90s rock.
Yeah, that's what it was supposed to be.
Well,
Now,
the first thing I thought about was this is made for TV or
yeah.
TV. It's a TV. You can get a sync check all day with that.
Yeah.
I wanted you to Quantum especially go to 300 Entertainment and see who their artists are, their whole roster, right? And see if you fit in over there, per se. And just for example,
you said see if I fit in over there.
No, I'm talking about.
No, I know what you said. Oh, Bionic. Oh, okay, you said Quantum. My fault. Okay.
No, but I'm just saying, like, this is how you do your own research and development. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, oh, you know, because I could have went on Clubhouse. I can go on Clubhouse tonight and say, I'm looking to get somebody signed, right, to a major record label and management. Because Kevin Lyles also managed like Estelle, Trey Songz. They got Gunna, they got Megan Thee Stallion, they got Young Thug. You know what I'm saying? They do in this day and age and climate. That's what it is. And you know what Megan just did at the motherfucking awards. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I will say Rock Nation has a little hand in that too. But you know, 300 is who have her first.
And then I'll give you this one too. And I ain't gonna play this whole joint either, but
Yo, real quick, I wanted to be inclusive to everybody. Manny Faces, he just got off video, and he was hearing a lot for the last 20 minutes. I'm pretty sure he had something to say. Manny Faces, are you back? DJ Manny Faces, you're there. You go.
Yeah, he's up here.
You on mute?
You muted, Manny.
What up, y'all?
What's up, fam? Where you from?
I'm from Nap, man.
Oh, Naptown?
Yeah, I'm from Naptown. Yep.
Yeah, family. So yeah, this is Von Mack in Brooklyn, New York. Bad Boy is what I'm most known for. But anyways, forget all that. I was just, like I said, I wanted to be inclusive, and I was like, you were listening, so I'll show you had something to say, and what you might say might change our fucking lives. You know what I'm saying, or elevate us, or whatever the case. So I'm like,
hey,
barbecue. All right, we ain't got no food. This is a class reunion.
Hey, listen. All I know is, man, listen, Manny Faces. I'm with the Fleet DJs, Next Level DJs, Mixaholic DJs. Basically, all I do, man, you know what I'm saying? I got the Throwdown Thursdays going on, and we just break artists, man. We just try to break artists, man, out here. You know what I'm saying? And
how long you been DJing? And are you in the clubs? Or are you on radio, internet radio?
No, I'm not. I'm actually my man Head Rush up there, DJ Head Rush. That's my actual counterpartner over there. I'm the other half of Strong Side Radio.
Okay.
And shoot, man, I've been DJing, man. I actually started DJing, man, when I was like 14, 15, but then I stopped because I was one of them cats, man, that watched Crush Groove, and I was like, forget the DJing, and I'm finna start rapping. And I started rapping for a little while, you know what I'm saying? And then came back, probably started DJing, probably been that long, man, probably for about 2-3 years, man. Hair Rush motivated me back and went and bought a controller, man, and got back into it. And I didn't think I was gonna get this deep into it, man. I told Hair Rush, I just wanted to get an app and just start blending again. Cause here in Indiana, we do this thing called blends that we actually just, you know what I'm saying, mix an instrumental actually over another, you know what I'm saying, a track.
Of course.
And you know what I'm saying? That's all I wanted to do. I'm like, I just want to put out mixes, man. Mm-hmm. So we was putting out mixes on Mixcloud, man, and then one thing led to another, and then I said, let me try this coalition, man. So I ended up putting in an app with Fleet and getting with Fleet, and man, just start going off into some other ventures, man. You know what I'm saying? Got with Punch and got with DJ Punch down there. You know what I'm saying? And just start doing other things, man. Got the show Throwdown Thursdays. We got the 2 radio stations. I'm actually finna register them right now with Digital Radio Tracker. Mm-hmm. And that's all I've been doing, man. Just trying to, man, you know what I'm saying, get out here and get in where I fit in.
I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna put my Kevin Lyles hat on right now. Mind you, I'm like people's left hand shoulder, you know what I'm saying, in the music business, right? And you know, I know what people say, good and bad, about people that I know, right? Oh, yo, you work with Diddy? Oh my God, that's gotta be terrible. Listen, I said, man, let me tell you something, man. That man only play you if you play yourself. Because I get paid a Bad Boy. I promise to God in heaven. So they know who to play with. You know what I'm saying? So
right.
Then it's like Kevin Lyles, like, oh, Leo Cohen and Atlantic and Warner. Oh my God, them white crackers over there. I hear everything, but I hear it, right? So I'm gonna play, like, the whole time I had my Kevin Lyles hat on. And I was like, how do I make money with you? I heard everything you said, Manny. How do I make money with you, brother? You know what I'm saying? That's where we at right now. Like, this shit could be open for everybody with this pandemic, with this trying to erase the physical dollar, all like, how can I make that? So I just want you to know, people like me are looking to say what I just said. Like, how, I hear you, brother, man. How can we make money together? Or I don't want to talk to you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's definitely that's definitely true, man. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, and that's the type of relationships, man, that you know, either people gonna, you know what I'm saying, shy away from or be with. You know what I'm saying? See, my thing is, like I said, what should I say? I'm not in it to sign with nobody. You know what I'm saying? I'm not in it to, actually, a Hair Rush will tell you, I got in this to have fun, bro. You know what I'm saying? I got in this to have pretty much fun. You know what I'm saying? Now that's what I'm doing. I'm having fun. And that's first and foremost. If you ain't having no fun with it, you ain't gonna make no money off of it on the tail end. You know what I'm saying? If you just in it on the business aspect, me as an artist, you know what I'm saying? Me doing what I'm doing in my craft, you know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, it's an art. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, you know what I'm saying? I really can't say that. You know what I'm saying? I'm in it to do what I do. You know what I'm saying? I do, you know what I'm saying? I mess around in clubs a little bit here and there, make a little money here and there, doing weddings and stuff like that. So I'm not the one, man, that, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, this right here, this fruition that just happened to me, even with Punch, it just explored into a whole nother situation. So now I'm looking at other avenues on how can I make some money? You know what I'm saying? On my end, you know what I'm saying? So them are the avenues that I'm looking at right now, how I can make money.
But I'm gonna say this too, right? I'm speaking to everybody. I'm not getting at nobody. I'm all about peace and love. What I'm saying is too, like, we always hear about the niggas that's making all the money at the top of the game, but they ain't helping nobody.
Right.
You don't see who they helping, and that could be a good thing or not a good thing. It's just like Jay-Z. People didn't know that he donated money to certain causes, and Black Lives Matter way before it was a popular thing. You know what I mean? Like, when I start doing that, I don't want nobody knowing my motherfucking business and who I gave a check to, and
right,
Right.
$2, $1 million. I don't want anybody broadcasting my shit.
Cut out.
Right.
So, you know, people, the Kevin
Y'all
Lyles,
hear him? I can't hear him.
they Akons, they Jay-Z, they want to give niggas the money. So I'm looking at you as somebody who I want to give money to, or put you in a situation to get money, or to strengthen or empower what you're doing. But sometimes, you know, Black people, it's a tough love thing. I'm like, yeah, nigga, what you talking about? You know, they're going to see if you're going to be disrespectful, because then nobody want to do, everything is about respect. I tell people, I put this on my tombstone: respect go further than a check. I live by this. That's why I'm at the elite level I could possibly be at. The only thing I could really do right now that everybody that I'm around at this top level is have a couple of 100 million. That's the only thing separate me from them and me. And then we not separate. We in the same car, we in the same penthouses, we in the same office buildings, making it happen. You know what I'm saying? But I don't really like structure. I got somebody on my team as the business manager. Whatever, I give him a trash can full of Legos and say, "Oh, the picture is in here. This is a complete puzzle, but these is all the pieces." That's what I
put it together.
Yeah, that's what I pay him for. So I'm not a structured person, and that's what Quantum Leap was talking about. Quantum Leap Radio was saying, like Kevin Lyles, exactly what he say. This is out of his mouth. He's like, it's a feeling that I know I want to sign this person. Like, I know I don't give a fuck. You be doing this shit for 10 years or 10 days. Because Fetty Wap was only rapping for like 2 years.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And niggas got behind him. You know what I'm saying? But another thing too, right? And next year I plan on doing a lot of speaking engagements, and like I said, doing a documentary on my life, not for showboating, just to preserve. It's like a time capsule, so that people learn. You know, I'm very pro-Black. I don't care if I married a white bitch tomorrow. I'm still pro-Black.
Exactly.
Right? These kids is misled, and I can't be the one to overtly say this. Right? Not that I say everything else, but see, it would make it hot for me. You can say whatever you're gonna say, but you don't want to say shit that's gonna make it hot for you. Meaning, all these niggas got on with illegal money, nigga.
Right.
All these niggas got on with illegal money. So that's the issue right there. Like,
hey, say that one more time for the people in the back.
I was already recording. I already said.
Okay, yeah. See, and see, that's kind of what I was saying earlier. But yeah, go.
You know what I'm saying? This shit ain't just, oh, nigga just stumbled upon a record deal. No.
Hell no.
And you know what? Niggas said it in the documentary with the I don't know the name of it right this very second, but the Jay-Z thing. He said this guy Jay-Z comes into my office and dumps a bag of cash on my desk. He said, "Hey, whoa, man, I can't take that. Come on, man." You know what I'm saying? It's like the first documentary with Irv Gotti speaking and all that. Like, we Google it right now to come up. It's about Jay-Z. You know what I'm saying? But this came out like 15 years ago. He's like, hey, nobody signed Jay-Z. He was fucking corny.
Yeah.
He was corny. That nigga, bro.
Yeah, he definitely was.
So this nigga drop. Listen, man. If I'm in the office, I'm at every label. I don't have no time. I don't have no restrictions on what I do, who I work with, who I get money with, right? So, you know, you come into anybody's office I bring you into, and you drop $100 grand, we gonna work with you, nigga. But
yes.
Actually, he's supposed to say that. Oh, we can't take that. Oh, no. We're here at Def Jam. We're all about the artist and finding the raw, rough talent and the diamond in the rough. And we'll stop at nothing until we bring out the best in you. That's what the fuck they're selling, my nigga. It's like that's what they're selling. But if you come in here with your own money,
right?
Different story. Like the rumor, Drake came in with like $250,000 from his acting shit and washed it in with Young Money. You understand what I'm saying? And
right.
And this another big thing, because I got Moabs, mother of all bombs. If somebody didn't know, I got Moabs. Fucking talking about jewels, nigga. I drop planets, nigga. So I say that to say, where he at? Where he at? That was in charge. Swerve. What's Swerve at? There you go.
Is he?
No, he there. When y'all talking about radio, that shit ain't free, nigga.
Nope. I can tell you that right now.
It's $40,000 for an 8-week campaign, nigga.
Yeah, we know about the campaigns.
Now, however you word it corporately, this is an ad budget. This is like, nigga, when I signed my contract with Universal just to be in the system, my man did me a favor. I'm talking about just recently before the pandemic. I've been in the game 18 years, but I just got on paper in the system because I wanted to, and they really wanted me to. They was like, I signed it was like, I think it was a 20, 30, 40 page contract about no payola. That means I can't accept tickets or any favors or any dinners or especially money. But nigga, they all doing that shit, nigga. It's just not the same word. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's 40,000. Hold on, that's the standard price. If I negotiate the deal for you, I'm putting 20% on. So now it's $48,000. So I don't give a fuck, because listen, people are doing .com millionaires, man. People getting money. Don't Head Rush, I see you. Like, people out here getting money, nigga. Don't think people ain't got no fucking money. So if a nigga say, I done had several dozen conversations with people that are the money man. Like, yeah. So tell me what it take. What can we do? Whoop-de-whoop. How much is gonna cost? And I say, well, depending on how big you want to go. And then Coach K said something that was almost so fragile, he could have gotten in trouble if they felt like fucking with him. At the revolt like 2 years ago, he said, it take $200,000 to go number one. Hold on. I was in my seat like in the crib, like, hold on, nigga. What the fuck you mean? Why would you fix your mouth to say that? So you mean to tell, you just told the world that you're paying for you to be number one. And this how much it fucking costs, asshole. If they felt like fucking with him, they could have had him under investigation, man. What the fuck you mean it take 200 grand to go number one? Who you paying? Where that money went? But that ain't for me to say. That's why I said about certain things. When I do say it, certain things I don't want to incriminate myself, right? Because I'm not there and was not there for none of these situations. We're just going off what they said at their own motherfucking mouth. So I'm like, damn, nigga, why would you say that? It take 200,000 to go number one. Well, who the fuck got the money? I mean, you got.
Here's the thing, and this is kind of going back, and I'm just circling back. I like to do that to the reason why I asked that question earlier. And then, like I said, it's not necessarily directed at you, but more at the industry, because, like I said, I've picked up on this. I'm not going to go into a resume of myself or anything like that, but the idea of getting into the industry, whether it be the new labels of payola, whether it be who's really backing you, whatever the case may be, I don't see, when I hear people talking about and not necessarily you, I'm talking about big names. When we're talking about, if someone dies, oh, well, we need to do better. Oh man, there needs to be a balance. Like, it comes off as theater. And so the reason why I posed that question before is because if you're in it,
what's going on?
You can kind of see and know what you kind of see and know if there's truly a balance trying to be made. You understand? When there's money involved, and that's going to always be the thing because it is a business, but when there's money involved, that's not going to necessarily mean that the best interest will be involved. And so that's why I said before, what is the counter? If there's a situation where there's too many ignorant artists, what's the counter to that? Is there a sustainable effort to possibly make that counter? Or are we doing the whole affirmative action artists like that happened in the 2000s? I can tell you one year was Black Alicious. Then the next year, it was Talib Kweli. The year before that, it might have been Chaos from Canada, things like that. So if you were to actually go to Congress and say, hey, look at what's going on here, they're only putting in, you can always say, well, there was that person there. And so that's why I was posing that question before, like, how do you really even combat these things that we say we don't want to always see? When there's a reason why we're seeing it in the first place. You understand? I know there's some noise going on.
Yeah, he got. There you go. Finally.
Can you mute that guy?
They just did. Somebody did finally.
Yeah. So that's what I was saying, and I don't feel like there is a culture of trying to actually create a balance. I don't believe that. At least not for hip hop. I don't believe that.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to do when you got money rolling like that.
Exactly. And it's long money. It's old money. This is what I was trying to tell when Knox was on here a few weeks back, and we were talking about after the Young Dolph thing, saying who's in control, things of that nature. And I was bringing up Frank Sinatra. I was bringing up, how the entertainment industry has always had maybe not the best money behind it. And how that was not Black folks necessarily that started that. Obviously, we're a part of it, but the top fish, who are the top fish? You understand? We gotta know who those top fish are.
They unseen, man. Behind.
And if you ain't got money, you need a Nancy Reagan.
You said if you ain't got money, you need a Nancy Reagan.
If you ain't got money, you need a Nancy Reagan on your side.
That's a fact. Or Kim Kardashian in 2022. Oh God, she freeing niggas.
Right.
I gotta fuck with Kim. Gotta fuck with her, bro. Gotta fuck with her. Yeah. So, Bionic. Let me see. The first one, like I said, is movie, TV. I just instantly thought of Sync. But it for a person not to know you, it still feels like it feels like you have a comedic vibe. You might be serious with all your motherfucking soul, but it's something funny about you, even in your music. Like, it's like, is this guy serious? But not in like a disbelieving way or laughing at you kind of way. What the fuck is this? Okay. Yeah, you just got that, you know what I'm saying? We have to ask people what's their mission and motivation. If I give you $1 million, what's your mission and motivation? What the fuck you gonna do? What you gonna do? Like, what the fuck are you gonna be here for? Even to this, I've always been being careful not to create a monster. You take somebody who's a fucking nobody just because they got a little fucking talent. Everybody want to be a fucking DJ because you don't got shit else to do. You don't got no other skills. You ain't good at nothing other fucking else, but you want to be a rapper or a singer or a DJ, a dancer, right? And I'm like, when it come to kids, if you want to know, because some of y'all be trying to probe my mind about how I'm thinking. When it come to kids, I'm like, I don't encourage them to do nothing in entertainment. I need y'all to be more doctors, aeronautical space sciences, engineers, owners of construction companies. That's what the fuck I tell kids. So, you know, before someone say, "Oh, but that's their dream," no, fuck their dream. They need to wake the fuck up. Reality, especially as a black or brown child, this shit
Yeah,
ain't safe.
especially when you know what's going on.
Yeah. I don't be entertaining when kids talking about they want to rap and sing and all that shit. Nigga, I need y'all motherfuckers to be able to take care of the generation coming after you, and living on a prayer ain't gonna motherfucking do it on the rap video. Shit ain't gonna do it. You know what I'm saying? Russ just released that. Oh, Bionic, you got that that new Russ thing, that new Russ project queued up somewhere?
Oh yeah,
I can pull it up.
Yeah, I want to hear what they saying. I mean, he's making his rounds now, and Russ be saying some shit that I know the whole.
Yo, Bionic.
Yes, sir.
Can you I'm gonna forward this. I was in a session right now. Earl sent me something. Can you play this?
Yes,
it's actually dope. I was just listening to Earl. I forget about you, bro. I'm just here. I'm in class. I'm in session right now. So I'm gonna forward it over to you. Bionic, I think I have your email. What is it, real quick?
SandManW, SANDMANW 397 at Gmail.
So also, was that Head Rush inquiring or Quantum about, you know, my criteria?
I think it was Quantum.
Yeah, motherfucker, gotta be a likable person. You know.
Oh yeah.
You can't have a nigga in your office in your circle. Nigga want
Bionic. Put it in the chat real quick.
You know, you can't have niggas that want to take over and shit, or they energy is just too unbearable, or they, you know, we gotta be worried about you rubbing our sponsors and our white folks the wrong way, or or our guests or children or our pets. You know, Sylvia Roan, she got her little Yorkie with her everywhere she goes. She take her dog to the club, nigga. I walk Sylvia Roan out the club by the hand to her car, and that little dog Chili is sitting right there. And then Universal, when I used to be up there with Akon, Red Cafe, and Trackmasters, and so that's why I'm saying, on the stage to be 199 niggas, nah, nigga, who's the niggas in the meetings? That's the most important nigga on the stage besides the fucking artist. I'm the nigga in the meetings. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I still act. I still feel and act youthful. I thank God for that, because I don't know, like, I'm 42, but I feel
Bionic, check your email. Sorry.
I feel 25, you know, and I'm not comfortable. I'm not complacent. I still want to make history. I don't want to do more. Now for 2022, now I'm concerned with getting my own plaques with my own name, you know,
right?
You know, being a part of people's shit, because I never really cared, but I need to care. Because I'm a hippie. I'm a contemporary hippie. That's what y'all don't know about me. Like, I'm a contemporary hippie, and that's why I have all the peace of mind that I have right now. So you got to ask yourself, like I tell young people, do you want to be Nicki Minaj worth $60 million, but this is the raw version. Can we stop the recording to somebody? Because I get raw with this shit. Or do you want this cracker white man to tell you, hey, Nikki, I need you to be at the fucking interview? Thank you. Or you want this cracker man to be telling you, hey, you need to go to this meeting and do this interview for Variety magazine. Or you could be the person like me who could look at himself in the mirror every day and love himself, because nobody owns me, nobody controls me, nobody can tell me what to do. So do you want to be that? I'm gonna say it again. Do you want to be that person that's worth $70 million? But a person can tell you to go do something, and you gotta fucking do it. Because if it wasn't for them, you wouldn't be able to do it.
So basically, you just an expensive ass. You just an expensive ass pet with a handler.
That's a fact. And Monty Lippman is a white man. Avery and Monty Lippman, I love them for the surface that they are. Not in love with nobody. Monty is married to a black woman. But like I said, if that cracker man call you and say, Nikki, you bring your ass down here or fly to fucking Vegas to do this, you're going to do it. We're going to stop your fucking money. And that's the fuck what it is. So, and like Russ said again about, it's just a loan. Somebody giving you a loan.
And sooner or later, if you got somebody controlling your moves, you get tired of that shit. Sooner or later.
That's why she quit the management with
Talking about the big black cat.
Hey,
I
man.
lost him. Y'all still hear him?
Hey, you got an email, man, for me?
You say you talking to me?
No, I'm talking to Matt.
Oh, yeah, I can't hear him.
my email so platinum, brother. If you call my email is expensive. You and that
Well,
motherfucker,
shit.
you better have 20, 40, 50, 80, 100 grand before we get to make. That's why I ain't hit nobody back yet, because this shit is for real. Like, I want y'all to have the money. It's enough money for everybody. And that money can fuel your fucking dreams that you had since you was a fucking kid. I don't give a fuck what the dream is. I don't give a fuck if it's moral or immoral. That's on you. You know what I'm saying? But it's enough money out here, man. Like, you know, it's enough money out here, bro. And yeah, I'm just looking for somebody. Right now, I'm focused on putting people on playlists, because I know that's the number. I'm not a fucking artist. Never wanted to be in my life. And I've had people offer me Grammy winners and Grammy nominated. Fine, Mac, you let me write something for you, man. You go out there and we can put you out. Nah. You know why, y'all? Because I like to be off the cuff. I like to say what the fuck I want to say. I don't want to sing the same song 97,000 times. I don't give a fuck how much I'm getting paid. I'm not going to be happy that I got to sing, down, down, baby, yo, street in the Range Rover, street sweeper, baby, cock ready to let it go. Yeah, that's cool. I love it. I fuck with it. But I don't want to be none of these artists, because they got to do the same shit for, hopefully, you can, for 30, 40 years, but they not happy. Stephanie Mills ain't happy. Mariah Carey ain't happy all the fucking time. You know what I'm saying?
I
So like,
Matt, Vaughn, let me go ahead and run these two records from Earl real quick. Give me a quick second.
in love with it. When old boy asked Bionic how he felt about that Jace whatever guy, and he was like, no, he asked Swerve. He said Swerve was like, nah, he cool. See that right there? That's not, see, I gotta hear a motherfucker say, hey, yo, you talking about Jay Swerve? That nigga off the motherfucking chain, nigga. That's the best. That's gonna make me be like, oh, yeah, hold on. Pull him up real quick. Hold on. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, that was a joint that Earl sent in. Earl, you
So that was Skyfall featuring Bad Bad Not Good, who they're a jazz band. They signed to XM Recordings, so they were on the production. It was Skyfall featuring Bad Bad Not Good and the Count, produced by Yamasato.
Earl, you work for Digiwaxx?
Yeah, for Digiwaxx, but then also freelance for independent artists like Skyfall, Topaz Jones, like independent international radio players and whatnot.
Okay. I'm gonna tell y'all something. I know a lot of artists that just play their music for people, and that's they nut right there. It's like they just want to hear other people hear their shit right there, right? And 10 of us, 25 of us, 100 of us, right? I heard another artist tell another artist the same thing. He's like, he's scared of the success. This is what he want. He just want to play. So I want to know. I'm like, why are you playing it? I mean, what's your motivation for having played?
Who, for me?
Yeah.
Oh, to introduce it to y'all. I mean, honestly, we've been getting some pretty nice pub. The Fader, they wrote a piece on it. They've been pretty nice with the praise. They gave us also like a full feature. We've been getting love up and down BBC Radio. We hit the top of Pollen on Spotify. We hit the top of Mood Ring on Spotify. And he's on tour. So for me, it's just like supporting artists, introducing his new sound to everybody's ears. I mean, especially with the conversation of, playing lesser known artists' music to get them to maybe not even a greater space, but like a wider range of ears, and just letting it go from there, wherever the energy takes it. But, really just wanted to introduce it to y'all. It's something that it's been getting love in a different pub and press, and, it just came out. So.
Yeah, no, you ain't do nothing wrong. I just want you sound young too. So I just want you to not just because you're age and young, right? But you're in the music business young. You know, hopefully you could ascertain or strive to be a boss, right? So, where people can feel that, like, oh, the brother ain't just playing the record, he's working a record, right? So if I was a DJ and that's my vibe that I play, I would add it. There go your goal accomplished. But you said something. You said something about the You said a key word. The water's running. I can't. It just ran. It just ran my drink. See, I'm one of those people like that. You know what I'm saying? Something could make my mind go elsewhere. Praise. See what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'm trying to say. Some people, they just good with the praise, bro. Fuck the praise, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? But
we definitely working to get to it. I mean, he's on tour right now. We got festivals that's being secured. We already got 3 lined up next year, some pretty major ones. So, I mean, yeah, of course, like we want for people to appreciate it, and it feels good when the music is praised. But as everybody else was saying, there's also business behind it. So, we're not like trying to oversaturate the market with him. He only has about 7 songs that are out. But those have all been impactful to different degrees, and they all been released pretty intensely. So, I mean, yeah.
And
like,
Earl,
praise, but
you want to introduce the next one?
For sure. If that was the one that Swerve forwarded to you, then that is Ezra Collective featuring The Novelist. It's a joint called More Than a Hustler. I think it's just a dope fusion of jazz and hip hop, especially coming out of London.
All right.
Here we go.
What's the care these days? Major plays. Got corn, got grain. Got corn, got grain. High regard, jets and planes. Separate lanes. We're separate lanes. White tee, no change. Pure detail, there's not one step in vain. Perspective change. Expenses paid. Highly respected names. Effective aim. Exponential gain. Investments. Timeline projections. Great reflections, reaping what's expected. Done. Called and texted, books and pens and checklists. Successes, action met with best intentions. Facts. I'm more than a hustler. Way more than a hustler. Still grind though. I'm more than a hustler. Way more than a hustler. Silent grinding, stop, wait, timing, I can't embrace hyping. That looks good, but pass me the fine print plants. Water care, shining. If it's not kosher, that's not my team view. Tranquility and ideas value. Can't catch me with an item. I'm more than a hustler. Way more than a hustler. I'm more than a hustler. Way more than a hustler. Way more than a hustler.
That's that first track playing again, right?
Yeah, I think it just like ran through. But that second joint again was from Ezra Collective featuring The Novelist. Dope MC for me.
Yeah, hey y'all, not to cut y'all off, y'all, but we over here partying. We got punch and head rush over here.
Yo,
hey, what's happening, man? It's a nap time thing, you know what I mean? But
Already know it, y'all.
Now go ahead, Earl.
And I was just saying, for me, that's a dope track. I feel like it could fit a few pockets between dance to obviously jazz to even mixing in different grime sets. I feel like that's a cool song for DJs to play at parties or different functions and events.
Oh yeah, I was definitely feeling the house music side of that shit.
Yeah. And you already know, London's big on like the live music component, the live instrumentation component, live shows and all of that. So that's something that's going crazy over there right now.
You said the MC's name was Novelist?
The MC, Novelist, Novelist.
ST. Okay, yeah, because there's another novelist that I was thinking of.
Yeah, no, it's List as the last four. Yeah, no, go looking for playing those Bionic. Just a couple tracks, international new releases. I feel like it was it'd be worth to introduce.
Yeah, I was clowning. I was clowning a couple of weeks ago saying where the international shit at, man, you slipping. So I appreciate it.
No doubt. I mean, I don't know. I guess the show's program, it takes a little time to get around to it. See, y'all got it.
Yeah, I see him. He's pretty young too.
Who, the Novelist?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he's dope.
I'm looking at him.
He's dope. And that's the other cool thing about the scene out there. Like, there's a lot of people who are younger and they're still into like the live instrumentation part of it. You know what I mean? Like obviously different programs and different studio equipment is dope, but they got a real young core of hip hop fans and just music fans in general that's still into like live instrumentation. So I'm always had love for that. Yeah.
Well, anybody else? Anything?
Nah, I wanted to know, and y'all don't have to play it, but y'all talking about Russ, and
oh yeah, I'll pull up one of them joints.
Well, I guess what I was going to ask is like, where do you classify Russ at in terms of hip hop? Like, what type of hip hop would you classify him as? If there was a type, I hate doing.
When I heard the album, okay, so when I heard the album, I immediately thought, and it's hard to say traditional hip hop, right? Like I wouldn't necessarily call it.
It's not hard. It's not hard.
I wouldn't call it boom bap. You know what I'm saying? But like, there are artists, there are rappers, and then there are MCs, and I'd classify it in that MC/artist realm. If that helps you, you know what I'm saying? Where it's like he's an MC, he's spitting his ass off his shit, but there's a certain artistry to it, to where it's not just somebody putting together a bunch of words over like a what I would consider a two loop, a 2-bar loop beat. So that's kind of how I would, like when I heard it, I immediately thought of one of my homeboys that just, loves Mobb Deep and loves, Lil Brother and loves, like all that type of stuff. I immediately thought about him and hit him up like, bro, you need to hear this.
And then it's a deep track listing on there, right? Like some heavy hitters on there.
Yeah, so he's got Ransom, Papoose, Westside Gun, Styles P, Crit, Snoop, Premier, Jay Electronica, Big Sean, Wale, Joey Badass, Hit Boy, Ghostface, Conway, Shy High, and Lloyd Banks.
Yeah, Big Crit's on there.
Hold on.
Yeah, he mentioned
on new shit.
Yeah. He's got some people on there. Papoose is on there. Jada Kiss.
That's too much.
The Game.
Well, here's what I want to know, and here's the reason why I was asking, where do you classify that? And I know Bionic, it's probably hard for me to ask you this question because I know you said you don't listen to hip hop like that. Like that's not your bag.
Right.
But I would like to know, and I don't know, Vaughn, if you listen to hip hop like that as well. I'm not exactly sure. I know you said you're an R&B guy, but when I see that, when I hear what he's able to do, I see the track listing, people that showed up. I want to ask, is there a black counterpart?
I'm sure there is.
Well, let me.
But I can't name them.
Let me say though, I can probably say that there isn't one. And what I mean by black counterpart is I'm not talking about just his skill and the beats that he chooses to rhyme over, things of that nature. The opportunity is more what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I've played plenty of Russes on my show.
Right.
But do they get afforded the opportunities?
Well, in that regard, and I'm with you. I'm with you. I know where you're going. I understand what you're setting up. I really do not know. And I get exactly what you're saying, because we say the same damn, you know, the same thing has been said about an Eminem. The same thing has been said about what's the dude name that always reminds you that he white or he mixed in every damn record?
Macklemore?
No, not Macklemore. It's
the Logic cat. Logic. That
Logic. Yeah, Logic. You know what I'm saying? Like the same is said about these cats. And it's kind of what Vaughn was saying earlier. There's a certain it factor that hits with certain people.
Keep going.
And for me, and I can only speak for me, I hate when I hear people say, "Oh, I don't see color." But that's part of the reason why I don't watch music videos. I don't read articles. I just listen to the music. Like straight up, I didn't fucking know Russ was white till you brought up this conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't know. And then once you started talking and I knew where you were going, I was like, oh, he must not be black.
So here's
you know
the
what
thing.
I'm saying? Like, I don't, you know what I'm saying? But like just me listening to the music, I'm like, yo, this dude go hard. This is, you know what I'm saying? That's me. Now, again, there's other people that are all in that love to research every single artist that they come across and all this other stuff. And that does help. It also, the opportunity aspect that you talk about, we're generally going to gravitate towards things that we generally gravitate towards things that resonate with us. So with that being said, there's a lot of white hip hop fans. They gravitate towards white hip hop artists. You know what I mean? Hip hop fans from the South gravitate to hip hop artists from the South. Hip hop fans from the West, same thing. So with him and that, maybe the white audience kind of was able to push him in that regard, but his skill set has allowed him the opportunity. His skill set mixed with his success because of where white people placed him affords him that opportunity. And thus, to answer your question, no.
Okay. So
because somebody has to get to that success level.
So let me kind of break down really where I'm going. You're kind of where I'm going, kind of, but this is kind of how I see things and how I've been seeing things since 2001 in particular. I was thinking about this today when those towers went down. Okay. I remember, because I said before on here, I collect videos. So I was always watching different video shows, whether it be Yo MTV Raps back in the day, Rap City, 106 in Park came around, I would record it and get what I needed off of it. That wasn't my shit. Things like that, right? 2001 happens, and I remember particularly there was a Wu-Tang song called I Can't Go to Sleep from, I believe it was their W album. Sampled Isaac Hayes. It was really on some God Body type shit. There was also another track that they were kind of circulating on Rap City by this cat DJ Honda featuring J. Rue the Damage. It was called El Presidente. In the song, there's like references to Fidel Castro, right? And those towers go down. You don't see those videos anymore. They're not in rotation. Not like they were in heavy rotation, but I mean, at least on Rap City, they would play certain things. You scroll on over to Yo MTV, or I should say MTV at the time. This is 2001 we're talking about. There are certain artists that are getting afforded to be what you would consider traditional hip hop. That's why I wanted you to go forward with what you're saying. I want you to go off of your perception of what you got from this Russ guy. You have people like LP, who I respect immensely. I'm a super fan of LP. Some of y'all might not know him. You might know him from Run the Jewels. I know him from Company Flow. I've been down that long. People like Atmosphere, this group, Guy Slug. They're getting a chance to be on MTV. They're getting a chance to show people, hey, this is traditional hip hop. We're allowed to be creative. We're allowed to be creative. Okay. Now flip it on the other side. And I'm pretty sure all of you know it's 2001. You know what's on the radio. You know what had to be the standard. Where was the counterpart of the LPs, the Atmospheres back then? This to me is continued all the way up until now. I have no hate for Russ. I'm not really into the guy like that, but I find it interesting that there's no black counterpart. And yeah, we could say he's been working hard enough and blah, blah, blah. I know people that have been around the world that you guys will probably never know, but the world knows them. And it kind of goes back to me about the whole agenda factor. If in hip hop, a young mind, like I was saying earlier, when we was talking to Freedom from CNC Music Factory, as a 9-year-old kid, I'm wondering, why do I hear I got the power twice? Because I don't know the politics behind that shit. I don't know what's going on. But I have a perception. So as a kid, what do you think the perception is when it comes to hip hop, when it's dealing with black folks and when it's dealing with non-black folks in hip hop? If I'm able to give Russ or a listen, and he has this incredible track listing, incredible features, he's doing hip hop, like you say, traditional. But then I turn around and the black artists are doing what we were saying before, a lot of nonsense, blah, blah, blah. That's what's being seen. Well, what does that perception do to me over time? Does it turn into remember we used to have rock and roll? That used to be a black art. Now the perception is that it's a white art. Like I look at stuff like that, these little subtle things that could be happening. So that's the reason why I asked about that Russ thing. I'm not into Russ like that. I heard that premiere track, it was cool. Pretty sure if I heard the rest of the record, I heard Chomp 1, it was cool. But I also wonder why people get afforded certain things. So I pose that question.
Nah, and the thing is like I said, I get it. I get it and I understand. And there is an answer. I'm never going to debate politics because I know there are more politics at play than we will ever know, we will ever fucking realize. You feel me? I also have that debate just in everyday life about any and everyday things. You know what I mean? The why this and not this? Why this and not this? Like these people are in the same circles. Why are y'all rocking this? Why do you afford this artist this? You feel what I'm saying? And I see it within the same circles within the city for people that, get certain opportunities and don't. So again, I get it. I understand. And I don't have an answer. You know what I'm saying? I wish I did. But at the same time, too, I'm not going to sit back and act like it's not a political thing.
Yeah, it's an answer, but it's one that can go all over the place with explaining.
Right, and I mean there are multiple tiers. Like essentially, it could literally be like, yo, Russ's uncle is the label manager at such.
Oh well, yeah. I mean, there's a reason. Trust me. There's a reason. I only just use him more as an example. Like I said, I've noticed this for the past 20 years. But
it's other artists involved in.
Yeah, I mean, they're not even just other artists. I mean, if I hear about his family. I'll just say that.
Yeah.
So my thing is
like and like I said, it could be multiple things. But kind of like well, why Drake? You know what I'm saying? Like why Drake over you know, this person or why, you know what I'm saying? Like, and there are always answers and, you know, we could always play the what if game, the why game. And I'm never saying don't ask, but on my side, just for me, it's the motherfucking Marshawn Lynch theory for me. Motherfucking just run through a motherfucker's face and just do it over and over and over and over. You feel what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it's frustrating. Yeah, it's hard, but just do that shit. And this is also why you've heard me ask this question several times or make this statement several times. What is somebody's goal, end game? You know what I mean? Of success, because success is defined differently by different people.
Absolutely.
So, you know, it's like there may be somebody that like being a multi-platinum selling artist comes with certain pressures that everybody's not built for.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? You know, we hear about like, okay, I dare say we all fuck with MOP. You know what I'm saying? Like, but then when they got signed to Rockefeller and then we heard their work ethic was trash. Well, obviously their work ethic was trash before that, or maybe they were hungry as hell until they got to that point and their work ethic turned to trash. Who's to know? You know what I'm saying? Like, but they did have success, and at some point in time, they didn't have success anymore.
Yeah, I just, like I said, with the reason why I brought up the whole Russ thing is just, again, I'm going to always circle back to what we talk about when we talk about balance. And he would be a balance. Russ would be a balance who is claiming independent, meaning that, you know, there's no major label behind him, but he's the balance. And so the reason why I asked that is because where is the Black balance? Is our balance? You say again? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Listen, I come from the days of independent like records, Raw Shack, Rawkus, Stone's Throw. So I know independent when I see it, and these niggas ain't independent. So I know it. There's always going to be some that's got you on the Breakfast Club and things of that nature. But my thing is, even if you're putting that out there, right? You've got Ghostface, you got Premier, I just wonder, like, who's the balance? Like, who's the Black version of that? Who's the Black version of what you just did on this chomp? And again, I'm only using that as an example. I could give you more examples, but I always have to look at things like that.
But see, Russ wasn't completely independent. He just became independent recently. I mean, what was in the past 2 years?
He'll claim that he's been independent since he came out.
No, he hasn't.
That's because that's what sounds good on TV.
He's been independent for about 2-3 years. Two years, probably 2 years, I think. About a year and a half, 2 years he's been independent. He was signed to who was he signed to?
Like Vaughn just said, he said RCA.
No, Columbia. Yeah.
Columbia, same shit. RCA,
yeah,
Columbia.
Yeah, RCA and Columbia is Sony, Columbia, RCA.
I know. I'm tired. Yeah. Yep. Pretty sure well.
But you know, the dude's marketing is work, man. It got us talking about him. He got millions. How much y'all got? Right? But we DJs, so we supposed to talk. You know what I mean? We curators of the crown.
Well,
okay.
I got thousands, son.
I'm just going. I might not have as much here, but I'm gonna be honest. I ain't hurting. I'm not hurting.
Oh no, I'm hurting, but you know it is what it is.
Not
I'll make it work.
Well, no, but to answer Vaughn's question, like he does have millions, and how did he get that startup though? Yeah. Right, and that's like I said, that's the questions that I have. Not for him again necessarily, but again talking about opportunities and talking about balance and who's supposed to be the balance for us. Again, you mentioned Sandy Eminem. Eminem has the right to go and rapidy rap his ass off. Who else gets to rapidy rap their ass off without something? We want to say Kendrick, we want to say J. Cole, but is that really what they're doing?
No,
and I love Kendrick. Don't get it.
They're not on it.
I love Kendrick.
He's not on that level yet.
But I mean, he's out there, but he ain't on that level yet.
But can Cannabis get up there and rap his ass off? And,
Hell,
can Chino Excel? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like, there's a bunch of rap niggas.
Well, but
Slaughterhouse. Royce the 5'9".
You don't have to answer.
Y'all heard Cannabis' new joint, or one of his new joint called Versus?
I have not, and I'm not pressed to, which
Yeah,
is
I'm not
fucked up, but you know.
No, it's actually is actually interesting, and it doesn't even sound like him at all. But he's saying some interesting stuff in that shit. I guess next week I'll let y'all hear it.
I mean, Cannabis is a good MC, but you know, it doesn't connect. It never connects.
That is a desperate attempt to be invited to do a versus. Y'all gotta understand, it's desperation out here. People want to get taken advantage of. You know, people sleep with people. People get their own motherfucking mother and daughter over the fucking suck to get on to get y'all. We let's not ever forget what the fuck this is, man. You know what I'm saying? It's the devil's business, bro. It's the devil's business.
Yeah.
Well, definitely in the social media area, attention currency is the biggest currency right now. So even when the people, you know, there are people that folks say are not using stunts because they are using stunts, and it's part of the whole game. So, you know.
Well, shoot, fellas, I'm about to roll up out of here.
Yeah.
And holler at y'all next week.
But you know what? Before we go, it's that same way in a whole lot of shit, even outside of the music industry. You know, even in radio. You know, when I first got on radio in my early 20s, you know, basically black radio was, you could turn to any city's radio station and you could go in there and find out everything going on within that city.
Yeah.
You could find music being broke on the air. You don't find it now. And that's largely because of look who has the radio market. Hell, iHeart's in every fucking major city and a lot of medium-sized cities.
Well, yeah, and it also, you know, talking about when I was telling Knox earlier about that Telecommunications Act was able to eradicate a lot of mom and pop stations and to give people like Clear Channel and Radio One the access to overtake all of those markets that you're talking about in those different cities.
Yeah, see, we barely hanging on now, you know, shit. I mean, even though we've got some Urban One stations, but it's not a whole lot of them, to be honest. It's in most of the major cities, especially on the East Coast, from Midwestern to East Coast to you know, down south to Houston and ATL down here, but it's not a whole lot of them. So, you know, we don't even have control of that market anymore.
Well, look, man, I'm on a community radio station that's been around for over 50 years, and they trying to get rid of that shit too. So now, when you think about it, it's like,
because they know
you want people to go only to, you know what I mean? So
because they know they know the statistics. You know, there's been research on what type of market internet stations are going to have. Believe me, that's always addressed. Even the stations I'm on now, it's addressed, and they want to, and they look at that shit. How I got actually back on radio is me and another guy. We started an internet station and grew it. Mm-hmm. It was so damn bad, you know. On the internet stations, you can basically tell where your listeners come from, where state you come from. Yeah, you can even tell. You can even tell down to the longitude and latitude to the specific address where the people come from. And we would catch the R&B hip hop radio station listening to our shit.
Right. Yeah.
How we did things. And when I was in Louisville, Kentucky, you know, they had a mix show, but it was one night, that Friday night, none on Saturday night. They did not have a 5 o'clock drive. They did not have a throwback at noon mix. I went back to the old shit what we used to do. That was 2014. I sold the equipment to some dudes out of Charlotte, North Carolina. They met me halfway, and I sold everything except the name.
And let's see, about a year and a half ago, they went to having a noon drive, 5 o'clock drive, and a weekend mix shows on both nights. And then they, huh?
Matt, we about to end it, beloved.
Okay.
You don't want to.
Yeah, I mean, you could. Yeah, if you got to go, man, it's all good. We'll it's all good.
Yeah, I just think it's just best for all of us to just end it so it doesn't keep going. And I mean, I love to talk to y'all. It's all good. But we
Yeah, like I said, yeah, if you got to go, I know Swerve is he got the hand on the button. But if you got to go, I just want my man to get his point off. If you got to go, it's all good.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and one last statement, and then you know what I'm saying.
Oh, you got the button? I thought it was Swerve. My bad.
I'm out because I'm leaving work now. 9 o'clock. I'm going home.
Yeah, that's why I'm
Peace
saying
out,
it's the
y'all.
perfect time.
Yeah, no doubt, man.
Cool, man.
I'll be good.